Preface of Geographical Reader, Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. Preface. This book aims to give the children a plain and simple description of the countries of Europe as they are today. The method is by taking the little ones on a personally conducted tour over the continent. It is the children themselves who cross the Atlantic Ocean, steam over the Baltic and the Mediterranean seas, and down the historic Rhine and the Danube. It is they who climb the Alps and stand on the North Cape watching the sun shine at midnight. It is they who go from city to city, from farm to farm, and factory to factory, seeing how the various peoples live and what they are doing in the work of the world. It is they who are admitted to the palaces, parliaments, and public offices where they learn how each nation is governed and something as to its civilization, commerce, and trade. It is not intended that these travels should take the place of the school geographies, but they should be used with such books as supplementary reading. As in the volumes describing similar tours in North America, South America, and Asia, the textbooks on geography may be regarded as the skeleton, and this reader as the flesh and blood which will clothe the dry bones and make the countries a living whole in the minds of the pupils. A glance at the table of contents will give some idea of the scope and character of the work. The children, having crossed the Atlantic on one of the big ocean greyhounds, begin their tour in the United Kingdom. Landing at Queenstown, they explore Ireland, visiting Cork, Killarney, Limerick, and Galway. They cross the boglands and plains to Dublin, and thence go to the Giant's Causeway and Belfast, where they learn how linen is made. From Belfast they sail to Glasgow, and after spending a while in the Lowlands or industrial Scotland, go to Edinburgh by the Trossachs. They make a hunting trip to the Highlands and visit the homes of Robert Burns and Walter Scott before crossing the border to England. In England they go through the country districts to see how the farmers live, and also visit the great factories which long gave that country its industrial supremacy, and then, after seeing the other great cities, take train for London. Here one chapter is devoted to the metropolis as the commercial center of the world, and another to describing the visits of the little ones to the palaces and Parliament and learning how England is governed. Crossing the Channel from Dover to Calais, France is explored in the same way, and then Belgium and the Netherlands. Silk and pottery have a special mention in France, and lace in Belgium. In Holland, the little ones see the windmills, dikes, and canals. They study the Dutch as an industrial nation, and among other things, investigate the diamond-cutting establishments for which they are famous. Leaving Holland, the children travel among the Danes, and then among the Swedes, the Norwegians, and Germans. Several chapters are devoted to the German Empire, the last describing a trip up the Rhine to Switzerland and the Alps. After this there is a long journey down the Danube, through Austria, Hungary, and the out-of-the-way lands of the Balkan Peninsula to the Black Sea, where a ship is at hand to take the young travelers to Russia. They land at Odessa and go northward to St. Petersburg, traveling extensively in Russia in Europe. They end this part of their journey, after a sail down the Volga, in the oil lands of the Caspian Sea, and then make their way west via the Caucasus, the Black Sea, and the Bosporus to see something of the Turks. From Constantinople they sail for Athens and explore Greece. They travel over Italy, visiting Venice, Milan, Florence, Genoa, and Rome, and then go to Naples, where they climb Mount Vesuvius and learn about volcanoes. They next cross the Mediterranean to Spain, and from there go north to Portugal and home by way of London. A large part of the book is based upon the observations of the author in the countries described, and great care has been taken to make every part of it as accurate and as up-to-date as possible. The territory, however, is so vast and so varied that only the most important places and things can be mentioned, the subjects being chosen with due regard to child interest and at the same time instruction. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 1. Travels Through Europe. Across the Atlantic to Europe. In this little book we are to travel together all over the grand division of Europe. Everyone who has eyes to read can make the tour if he will forget, for the time, that he is in America, and imagine himself to be one of our party. We shall cross the Atlantic on a big ocean steamer and travel slowly from country to country and from place to place, on cars and in ships, in carriages and on horseback, on donkeys and on foot. Now climbing through the snows of the mighty Alps, now sailing by the castles on the Rhine and the Danube, now standing on the North Cape, watching the sun shine at midnight over the cold Arctic Sea, and now crawling up to the hot crater of Vesuvius from the orange and lemon groves of southern Italy. We shall see the natural wonders of all the great countries, and shall visit the many curious peoples of Europe in their cities, on their farms, and in their factories, seeing with our own eyes just who they are, how they live, and what they are doing in the work of the world. This is a big undertaking. Europe, which is to be our imaginary home for months to come, is the most important of the grand divisions, although it is by no means the largest. Indeed, it is smaller than any other grand division, except Australia. Nevertheless, it has more people in proportion to its area than any other. It contains 1/4 of all the people on the globe, and these people have a greater commerce, live better, and are more learned, and in short have risen to a much higher degree of civilization than the inhabitants of the other divisions. This has happened largely on account of the situation and character of Europe itself, and also because of the strength of its inhabitants. The people are especially interesting to us because our ancestors came from Europe, and we are all of the same race family. Indeed, we are going to see the home of our forefathers, and to travel among those who are our first cousins, so to speak. The Europeans are chiefly of the Caucasian race, a race which is supposed to have come from time to time in savage hordes from its home in Asia, and to have settled in Europe, forming there the three great race families which make up 9/10 of the population of that continent. The first is the Teutonic people, with whom we are most closely related. They are the English, the Germans, the Danes, the Dutch, and the Scandinavians. We shall find them in the northwest, along the Rhine and the Danube, and in the British Isles. Farther south, about the Mediterranean and in France, we shall travel among the second branch, or the Greco-Latin race, composed of the French, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the Italians, and the Greeks. And farther east, populating almost all Eastern Europe, we shall find the Slavonic race, composed of Russians, Bulgarians, Serbians, Bohemians, and Poles. The people of this race are rough, but they are among the strongest of Europe. In addition to the Caucasians, Europe has a few people of the Mongolian or yellow race, such as the Finns in the icy lands of the far north, the Magyars of Hungary, the almond-eyed Tartars along the Volga, and the Mohammedan Turks in the Balkan Peninsula and south of the Black Sea. The Mongolians, however, are here of minor importance. The great race of Europe and the great race of the world of today is the Caucasian. It is our race, the race which has done most of the work of the civilized world, and which promises to control the whole world in the future. But it is not due to the people alone that Europe has become the richest and most civilized of all the grand divisions. If a merchant has a great trade, if a manufacturer builds up a large business, or a student becomes well educated, you will find upon inquiry that his surroundings have had much to do with his success. A store in a desert would have but few customers. A factory in a nest in the mountains could never get its goods to the people. And a man who grew up on a desert island, without a chance to see and learn from other men, could never become civilized. Europe is so situated with reference to other lands that it affords exceptional opportunities for its people to manufacture and do business with their neighbors of the other continents. It is the most central of all the habitable land divisions in the world, and it has such an enormous coastline, with many peninsulas and great inland seas, that its people have water highways which connect them with one another and with all parts of the world. More than this, Europe is so cut up by navigable rivers, such as the Rhine, the Elbe, the Danube, and the Volga, that it is easy to go by water from any one part of it to almost all the others. Much of the land is flat, and the mountain ranges have many passes, so that railroads be built very cheaply, and now one can travel to all parts of it by cars. Europe has also much excellent soil, and there are no vast wastes in it, like parts of our Rocky Mountain Plateau, the Sahara in Africa, the desert highlands in Asia, and the mighty range of the Andes in South America. It has an excellent climate, so that its people can work all the year round, and its mountains are so situated with respect to the winds that they give it an even rainfall, and furnish many small streams which water the land. There are besides vast mineral regions in which are abundant stores of iron, coal, zinc, copper, and lead. The coal and iron are so situated that things to sell can be made very cheaply, and this, with the abundant and cheap transportation, has made the Europeans a great manufacturing people. In a word, they have so many natural resources, and their situation is such that they could hardly help reaching a high state of civilization and power. But we shall see this much better as we go on with our travel. Our journey is to be such a long one that we have little time to waste at the start. We therefore take a train at once for New York, where we get a steamer for the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, where our tour is to begin. Our ship is one of the Greyhounds of the Atlantic. It is an immense vessel, longer than a city block, and so wide that it would fill a broad street from one side to the other. It has several stories, which are crowded with passengers and packed with goods bound from New York to Great Britain. It has hundreds of little bedrooms, or cabins, and big parlors with pianos, easy chairs, and great sofas. It has mighty steam engines, which move it along by means of great screws at the stern, which turn around so rapidly in the water outside that its speed is equal to that of a fast railroad train. We ask as to the length of the voyage, and the captain tells us we shall cross the Atlantic in less than 6 days. We say goodbye to our friends at the wharf and wave our handkerchiefs from the deck as we steam out into the river. The ship takes us down the Hudson past the tall buildings of lower New York. We go by the gigantic statue of Liberty Enlightening the World, coast along Staten Island, and past Sandy Hook, where we leave our pilot and then sail on out into the broad Atlantic Ocean. A day or so later, we are beyond the coast of the United States and far out to sea. We move on to the northeast, and the foghorn almost deafens us as we steam through the mist which, formed by the meeting of the cold current of the Arctic Ocean and the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, always hangs over the banks of Newfoundland. It is now pitch dark at night, and the water is so rough that the foghorn, which sounds every few minutes, fills us with terror. We remember that we are on the greatest of all ocean highways, upon which hundreds of steamers are always moving back and forth, to and from Europe, and that we are also on the vast fishing banks, where hundreds of smaller vessels are taking in cod. We tremble when we think that we might easily run down a fishing smack and kill the people within it, or be lost ourselves by crashing into one of the big ocean steamers coming from England. By morning, however, we have passed out of the fog, and as we walk the deck, we are far out of sight of land, on the billowy sea. The wind is fresh, the sun is dancing upon the waves, making them sparkle with thousands of diamonds, and turning the white caps to silver. Every now and then we rush from one side of the deck to the other, to watch through our glasses the smoke of a steamer away off to the right or the left. Now we see a whale spout, and now narrowly escape running into a great iceberg which is floating towards the equator, on its way from the polar regions. As we steam onward, the water grows smoother, for the weather is fine. With shovelboard, deck-quoits, and other games, the time passes quickly, and on the 6th day after leaving New York, the green rocky shores of Ireland come into view, and we soon find ourselves at anchor in the harbor of Queenstown, with all Europe lying before us. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Geographical Reader Europe by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 2 Southern Ireland. We take our waterproofs and umbrellas with us as we step from the steamer. The sun is shining, but Ireland is one of the rainiest countries in Europe, and no one knows when the weather will change. All parts of the British Isles are noted for their dampness, and Ireland so much so that the people of Ireland have this saying: in England it rains all day, in Scotland it rains all night, but in Ireland it rains both day and night. It is by no means so bad as this, but the air is wonderfully moist, for the country lies right in the track of the water-laden winds from the ocean, the rains being precipitated when they strike the mountains which run around the greater part of the coast. It is this moisture that makes Ireland so green. The foliage looked as fresh as Ohio in June when we first saw it from the deck of the steamer. There are green trees and beautiful gardens about the white houses of Queenstown, which rise in terraces up the hills from the harbor, and we do not wonder that the country is called the Emerald Isle. Ireland is indeed beautiful. It is about as large as Maine, and somewhat like it in character. It is a mass of mountains and rolling land, with a low central plain sloping down to the east, and with many lakes, swamps, and morasses. It has much fine farming land, and ought to be one of the richest and happiest lands of the globe. What it really is we shall learn in our travels. But see that crowd of rosy-cheeked, poorly clad men who stand on the deck, cracking their whips, awaiting our landing. They are the jaunting car drivers, the jolly cabmen of Ireland. Their faces are full of good nature, and each has a good word for himself as he asks us in his queer brogue if we will be having a ride through the town behind his elegant steed in a car. We choose our men and bargain with them to take us to the city of Cork, which is 12 miles away. We then get on the cars. Each is a two-wheeled affair, with seats high up over the wheels and steps below on which our feet rest. We sit back to back in couples, facing the fields as we ride, and at first hold on tightly at every turn of a corner. The load must be carefully balanced, and when there are less than 2 or 4 passengers, the driver sits at the side instead of in front. We soon get used to the cars, and then the ride is delightful. The road is smooth, and much of our way is under wide-spreading trees. We ride through fields divided by green hedges or stone walls covered with earth upon which the grass grows. The land is beautifully rolling. There is a meadow in which fat cattle are grazing, and there is a large flock of sheep on the other side of that hedge. Here the men are cutting the grass down with scythes, and there is a field where they are hoeing the wide rows of dark green stalks, which lie like ribbons upon the black soil. Those are potatoes, a crop very important to Ireland, for it forms the chief food of the people. Where are the barns? We see none to speak of. Much of the grass is fed green or put up in stacks after being made into hay. Now we pass a farm cottage covered with vines, with a garden behind it, and a hedge of blood-red fuchsias shutting it off from the road. The house is quite small, but it seems to be comfortable. We are told it is the home of a well-to-do tenant farmer. We next go by a park of wide-spreading oaks and tall elms, with an ivy-grown porter's lodge at the side of the gate which leads into it. Beyond, a great mansion shines out through the trees, and our jaunting car driver tells us that it belongs to a rich lord whose home is in England. He says that the lord owns an estate here of thousands of acres, which he rents out in tracts to the people. Farther on we pass another estate, and then another, both of the owners living out of the country. This is the condition of a large part of Ireland. The land is divided up in estates, some of which contain as many as 100,000 acres. In several cases one man owns a whole town, all the houses and land belonging to him being rented out by his agents to the people. After the rents are collected, they are sent off to England, so that the money is all spent outside Ireland, and the country is exceedingly poor. The proceeds of the large farms go the same way, and as the rents are high, there are many, many poor in Ireland. There are more than 60,000 farms of less than 1 acre, and more than that number which are between 1 and 5 acres in size. The soil of Ireland is rich. Nowhere in the world does the grass grow more luxuriantly. There are few briars and weeds and little undergrowth. In the rocky parts of the country, the loose stones have been made into walls and fences, and the soil gives large crops. In some years, Ireland yields more than 1,000,000 bushels of wheat, about 6,000,000 bushels of barley, and almost 50,000,000 bushels of oats. The grass is sweet, and the cows feeding upon it produce the richest of cream, much of which is made into butter for export to England. The climate is cool and moist, and turnips, cabbages, and potatoes can be grown in large quantities. The potato might be called the bread food of the Irish. It is about the most important crop, and in good years it sometimes amounts to more than 80,000,000 bushels. This vegetable was not known in the Old World until after the discovery of America. It originated on the slopes of the Andes, whence it came to Virginia. It was taken from there to Ireland during the days of Queen Elizabeth, and in Ireland it grew so well that it has generally come to be known as the Irish potato. It is now so necessary to Ireland that when the crop fails it often causes a famine. In 1846 the potatoes were destroyed by a blight, and during that year nearly 1,000,000 of the poor died of starvation, while many thousands left Ireland for the United States. Some Irish people had come to our country before then, but that was the beginning of a great migration which has continued for many years and has given us several million excellent citizens. We see the homes of the tenant farmers everywhere as we go on with our journey. Some are quite small and contain no more than 2 or 3 rooms. Many of the small houses are roofed with straw thatch, but being built of stone, they seem more substantial than the small dwelling houses in our country. Others of the houses are quite large, and they compare favorably with the farmhouses of the United States. They have gardens about them and barns and other buildings nearby. Notice the children. Many of them are bareheaded and barefooted, but their cheeks are rosy with health. They go to school during a part of the year in much the same way as the children of our country districts at home. At other times the boys help their fathers by working on the farms and tending the stock. There are many sheep in Ireland, and as we ride through the country we see the hills spotted with flocks watched by boys. The little fellows run this way and that to keep the sheep from straying. Now and then one puts his hands to his mouth and calls out to a friend who has his flock on an opposite hill, and now one shouts "Halloa" to us as we pass. As we go on with our journey, we pass through regions where the tenants are far more prosperous. The farms are larger and their houses are comfortable. The people are better dressed and the children well clad. We see better houses as we come near Cork, and in the best parts of the city we find many fine buildings. Cork is the metropolis of southern Ireland. It is about as large as Troy, New York. It grows but little, although it is a thriving port, especially noted for its shipments of meat, livestock, and butter. The cattle of southern Ireland make excellent beef, and Cork butter brings high prices in the markets of England. It is made without salt, and it is so sweet that we eat it like cheese. We walk down St. Patrick's Street, stopping a moment at the great cathedral and going into several fine stores to see how the Irish do business. We stroll along with many well-dressed people under the wide-spreading elms of the Mardyke, the chief promenade of the city, and later on take jaunting cars for the groves of Blarney and Blarney Castle. These are among the chief sights of southern Ireland. Blarney Castle was once the residence of the Earls of Clancarty. It has been besieged many times, and among its besiegers were Oliver Cromwell and King William III. King William destroyed it after the Battle of the Boyne, so that now all that is left is the donjon tower. This is in good preservation, although the ivy has grown into the crevices and has twined itself about the top. We climb step by step up the inside of the tower, and then, with our friends holding us by the feet, hang down out of the windows and try our best to kiss the famed Blarney Stone set into the wall below. This our guide urges us by all means to do, saying that the kiss will give us such wheedling tongues that no one can resist us thereafter. Like a magnet, its influence such is, attraction it gives all it touches. If you kiss it, they say, from that blessed day you may kiss whom you please with your Blarney. And also, there is a stone that whoever kisses, oh, he never misses. To grow eloquent, don't hope to hinder him or to bewilder him. Sure he's a pilgrim from the Blarney Stone. After leaving the castle, we wander a while through the groves of Blarney, which are noted for their beauty and their flowers, and then take the railroad through southern Ireland to Bantry Bay, whence we go by coach over the mountains to Killarney. Our ride is through one of the poorest parts of the country. The mountains are covered with verdure, but they are rocky and wild, and the scenery grows more and more charming as we near the lakes of Killarney. Here the mountains are higher, and seen from the lakes they tower up like a huge wall. The tallest of them is only about as high as the Alleghanies, but they are the biggest mountains in Ireland. The moisture keeps them covered with green. Ireland has numerous lakes, but those of Killarney are by far the most beautiful. They are 3 in number, the upper, middle, and lower. The upper lake is about a half-mile wide and 2 miles long, and it is connected with the middle lake, of much the same size, by the Long Range River, which is 3 miles in length. The lower lake is about as large as the 2 upper ones. It has numerous islands, and the scenery about it, including the purple mountains covered with woods, the silvery water, and the evergreen shores, unite to make a picture wonderfully beautiful. We stroll about the shores of the lake, and taking boats row over them from island to island. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Geographical Reader Europe by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 3. Central and Northern Ireland. We take the cars at Killarney and go north to Limerick and Galway, important little cities with fine harbours on the west coast, and then cross Ireland to Dublin, passing over the great central plain. Much of our journey is through vast swamps filled with peat. These are the boglands of Ireland. They cover a space about as large as Connecticut, or almost 1/7 of the whole country. Peat is a spongy vegetable matter which might be called half-grown coal. In some places the peat is almost as hard as coal, and in others soft with many little fibers matted together. In some of the swamps the peat beds are thin, and in others they are 30 or 40 feet thick. Peat is the chief fuel of the Irish. We see women carrying great baskets of it home on their backs, and as we cross a bog we see men getting the peat out. They are cutting the soft, wet stuff up into bricks and laying them out to dry in the sun. Later they will carry them off to the cabins for their winter fuel, or send them to the towns and cities for sale. Peat makes a very hot fire, although it does not blaze up like wood. It smolders away, brightening into a glow under a draught and giving out a pale blue smoke. In some places logs and branches of fir and oak are found in the peat. These are very inflammable, and they burn so brightly that they have the place that pine knots had in our pioneer times, and the peasants sometimes use them for candles. Many of the bogs are now being drained, for there is rich soil under them, and when the peat has been once cut away, they make excellent farms. Central Ireland is a land of fine farms. The country is cultivated like a garden, and there are many great estates with thousands of tenant farmers. Some of the farms are quite large, and their tenants apparently live very well. The houses grow better as we come nearer Dublin, and as we continue our travels we find that Ireland has a large population of rich and well-to-do people, as well as of poor. Dublin is a magnificent city. It is about as big as Minneapolis, and it is one of the most beautiful cities of Europe. It is the capital of Ireland, being the home of the Lord Lieutenant, who is appointed by the ruler of the United Kingdom to represent the British government there. It is the chief social center of the country. It has magnificent homes, libraries and schools, a famous monument, fine statues, and other evidences of culture and wealth. Dublin is also noted for its manufactures and commerce. It lies on the Irish Channel, not far from the mouth of the Liffey, whence all parts of the country can easily be reached by water or rail, and just where it is easiest to bring in goods from England or to send them across to that country. It makes great quantities of beer, whiskey, and porter for export, and is also famous for weaving a kind of dress goods which is sold in our American stores. This goods is Irish poplin. It is of silk and wool, and although not so fine as the finest of silk, it is almost as beautiful and will wear twice as long. We spend some time in strolling about through the city, visiting the great stores in Grafton Street, where we each buy some poplin and handkerchiefs of Irish lace as presents to take home to our friends. The lace is wonderfully fine. It is made by hand, stitch by stitch, on cushions by the women and girls in their cabins. It takes a long time to make a lace curtain, and a girl may be employed for a month on a single fine handkerchief. Leaving the stores, we visit the Bank of Ireland, which was built more than 100 years ago, and then go to the castle where the Lord Lieutenant lives. We next photograph the statues of Tom Moore, the poet, and the Duke of Wellington, both natives of Dublin, and then take a walk through the grounds of Trinity College, meeting scores of students in black caps and gowns, and remembering that Oliver Goldsmith, the poet, and Dean Swift, who wrote Gulliver's Travels, were once students here. Later we rest ourselves in the great cathedrals of Christ Church and St. Patrick, and then go out to Phoenix Park, which the Irish say is the finest pleasure ground of the world. It has large fields for cricket and golf, and miles of beautiful drives through the trees. In the woods there are many red deer, so tame that they eat from our hands and allow us to pet them. During our stay we call at the town hall, and there meet the Lord Mayor. He tells us that Dublin is a progressive city, and that it owns the docks and wharves, the markets, the waterworks, and the electric lighting plant. It maintains a museum and library, as well as zoological gardens, an art gallery, and a model school. We might cross the Irish Channel from Dublin to England, but we wish to see something of North Ireland before visiting Great Britain, so we take the train for the Giant's Causeway and Belfast, where we can get a ship which will land us in Scotland. We travel all day long through a beautiful country, passing many towns and numerous villages. At last we reach Portrush, a town situated on the extreme north coast on a bold headland. It is dark when we arrive, and we stay at the hotel overnight. The next morning we take an electric car and ride along the coast to the famed Giant's Causeway. What a curious formation it is! As we step from the cars, we see acres of huge stone columns rising out of the sea, as though they were piles driven down by giants. They are so close together that we walk upon them. Our guide tells us there are 40,000 in all, but we do not stop to count. The columns are of different shapes and of different heights. Some are triangular, some pentagonal, and others octagonal. Some rise in tiers like so many steps, and others are so arranged that they look like the pipes of an organ, while one formation is like a giant pulpit. We walk about on the stones, sitting down now and then to sketch the wonderful scenes, or make photographs of them and our party. We lean over the columns which surround a great hole called the Giant's Well, and look down into the water, and as we do so an old Irish woman offers us a cup, telling us that if we will drink some water from the well, making a wish as we swallow, our wish will come true before the year closes. We laugh and give the old woman a penny, but declined to tempt the fates in that way. After a time we hire a boat and are rowed out for a view of the causeway from the sea. The columns extend far out, gradually losing themselves in the water. As we are rowed about, our boatman gives us the Irish tradition as to the origin of the causeway. He says that it was built because of a quarrel between Finn MacCool, the champion giant of Ireland, and one of the champion giants of Scotland. The Scotch giant dared all the world to come and fight him. He had heard of Finn, and he sent him a message, saying that if it weren't for getting wet, he would cross over to Ireland and give him a drubbing. Upon this, Finn applied to his king, who gave him permission to build this great causeway from Ireland to Scotland in order that the Scotch giant might come over dry shod to fight him. The boastful Scotchman did come, and Finn gave him a whipping and sent him back home. After this there was no further need of the causeway, and according to the story, it was again thrown down into the sea. We find Belfast full of interest. It is a beautiful city, about as large as Washington, lying on an excellent harbor which gives it connection with Scotland, England, and all other parts of the world. It is the chief of the Irish manufacturing cities, being so near the coal fields of Scotland that it can get its fuel for making steam very cheaply. We visit the shipyards, where some of the finest of ocean steamers are built, and go through the vast mills for weaving cottons and linens. The linen mills are exceptionally fine, for the firm moist land of this region is well fitted for flax, and the Irish farmers understand how to prepare it for cloth. The most beautiful of tablecloths and napkins are made in these mills. In others, linen lawns for dresses and handkerchiefs are made, and thousands of the shirt bosoms worn in America come from Belfast. There are many flax farms in the country nearby, which supply a part of the linen used in the great factories in the city. We devote one of our mornings to visiting the largest linen mill of the world. Its buildings cover 8 acres, and more than 25,000 people are employed by its managers to turn the flax into cloth. We go through room after room filled with men, women, and children, hard at work making all kinds of fine linens. The women and children are barefooted, but they look healthy and happy. They receive very low wages, although they work from 6:30 in the morning until 6 in the evening, with recesses for breakfast and dinner. Near the mill we see bleaching farms, great fields upon which the cloth is spread out on the grass in the sun and sprinkled until it grows white. We learn that Ireland has been noted for its linen for more than 600 years, and that until 1805 its linens were all made by hand. Now machinery does almost everything, although the very finest of the damask table linens are still made on hand looms. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 4. Glasgow and the Clyde. We have left Belfast and crossed the Irish Channel to Glasgow, in the lowlands of Scotland. These lowlands are the most important part of the country. Scotland has only a little more than 1/2 as much land as England, and less than 1/4 of it can be cultivated or used for grass growing. You can get some idea of how the land lies if you will make your hand like a cup and imagine it to be Scotland. There is an expanse of highlands at the north, corresponding to the upper part of your fingers. There are uplands at the south like the hand near the wrist, and there is a basin of lowlands, the district where we now are, represented by the palm. The lowland district contains more than half of the people in Scotland. It has all the large cities and is covered with villages. It is gridironed with railroads. It has several rivers, and a canal has been cut across it from Grangemouth to Dumbarton. On the east is the Firth of Forth and the fine harbour of Leith, and on the west is the Firth of Clyde, with the wonderful harbour of Glasgow. The lowlands of Scotland are so underlaid with coal and iron that they have become one of the chief manufacturing places of the globe. There are hundreds of mines, from which millions of tons of coal are taken out every year. The country is dotted with factories and foundries. Some towns are noted for making cottons, others for woolens, and some, like Dundee, are devoted to linens and jute. We find that Scotland has industries of almost every description, including machinery and hardware. Glasgow reminds us of Pittsburgh. We see its smoke for hours before we come to it. We steam amongst ships from all parts of the world in entering the Firth, and sail on up the Clyde to the city through the chief shipbuilding center of the world. The Clyde is a narrow stream, but its banks are lined with the skeletons of great ocean steamships, and we are almost deafened by the noise of the thousands of hammers upon the cold steel. The works are right out in the fields. In some places the crops are growing about them, and as we stand on the deck of our steamer, we look down upon cozy farmhouses and see the cattle grazing on the meadows undisturbed by the din. The Clyde grows narrower as we approach Glasgow, and as we sail on into the heart of the city it is like a canal, with long lines of ships tied to its banks. The citizens of Glasgow are now very proud of the Clyde. It is due to them that it has become navigable clear out to the sea, and has thus aided in making Glasgow not only the manufacturing centre of Scotland, but also, next to London, the largest city of Great Britain in commerce and trade. Glasgow remained a village long after it was founded, for the Clyde was so shallow that no ships could come to it. Much of the land upon which the city now stands was then covered with marsh, which was overflowed at high tide. Seagoing vessels could come only to Greenock, at the mouth of the river, and for a long time many thought that Greenock would be the chief town of the Scottish lowlands. Then the people of Glasgow determined to have a port of their own. They began to deepen the Clyde and to wall it in. They built docks upon it, and about a half-century before we declared our independence of England, a vessel of 60 tons was able to sail from Glasgow for New York. Later, the channel was deepened still more, and now steamers of 3,000 tons can come right into the heart of the city, and men of war 300 times as large as that 60-ton vessel which made the first voyage are being built in its suburbs. We are told that the Clyde was the first river of Europe to be navigated regularly by steam vessels. The little steamboat Comet, which drew only 4 feet of water, made voyages upon it in 1812, and 6 years later a line of steamships was established to connect Glasgow with Ireland. We are interested to learn that the United States has had much to do with making Glasgow such a great city. As soon as the Clyde was deepened, a thriving trade grew up between Glasgow and Virginia and Maryland. The chief article sold was tobacco, which was sent from the plantations direct to Glasgow and from there distributed to all parts of Great Britain. The business was profitable, and many of the Scotch fortunes of today were founded upon it. Later on, the abundant coal and iron nearby caused the building of all sorts of factories, and shiploads of our cotton were sent here to be made into cloth. Glasgow is about half the size of Philadelphia, and it is one of the most substantial cities of Europe. It has fine buildings of sandstone, granite, and marble from the quarries of Scotland, and its stores, with their immense stocks of goods, are equal to the best on Broadway. The streets are wide and well paved and crowded with people. We take a walk down Argyle Street, the commercial center of Glasgow. The traffic is as great as that of lower New York. We are jostled by the crowds on the pavements and have to ask the policeman to help us across the jam of wagons, carriages, and cars, which are always moving up and down street. It is almost as bad in the fashionable shopping section of Buchanan Street. Here, costly goods of all kinds are displayed in the windows. The people on the sidewalks are well dressed, and we see that there must be plenty of money in Scotland. But let us take a streetcar and ride on through the city. The conductor comes forward and we ask him the fare. He tells us it is only a halfpenny, or 1 cent of our money, and we learn that Glasgow has about the cheapest car fares of the world. This is largely because the city itself owns the streetcars and manages them at cost for the people. It is the same with the ferries, the gas plant, the waterworks, and even with the concert halls, so that the citizens here get all such things at cost. The town of Glasgow takes the place of a father, so to say, in caring for its people. The city government builds houses to let to working men at very low rents. It has lodging houses where the poor can stay for less than 10 cents a night, and fine public baths where the regular charge is 4 cents a swim, with special rates for school children. It has public wash houses where a woman can have the use of a stall with hot and cold water for 4 cents an hour, and where there are hot air chambers in which she can quickly dry her washing so as to take it home with her, ready for ironing. Glasgow has good public schools, as have all parts of Scotland. Nearly all the Scotch read and write, and it is the ambition of every poor man to send his children to college. There are great universities at Glasgow and Edinburgh, and academies in many small cities. We visit the University of Glasgow, which stands on a hill high over the Clyde, and climb to the top of its tower for the view. The tower is 300 feet high, and we are far above the city, which fills the valley of the Clyde for miles. We see it extending on, lined with factories, foundries, and shipyards, almost to the sea. About, and even in the city itself, are hundreds of tall, round, red smokestacks, each pouring forth a volume of smoke into the low-hanging clouds, while on the house chimneys are hundreds of queer little pots about a foot long and 6 or 8 inches wide. They look like mammoth combs growing out of the bricks. They are white tiles placed on the tops of the chimneys to keep them from smoking. Notice that great building just below us with the cemetery rising in terraces behind it. That is the Glasgow Cathedral, where John Knox once preached, and there in the business part of the city is George Square. That statue of the man in a shepherd's plaid, standing near the center, on that column 80 feet high, represents the great novelist, Sir Walter Scott, and the bronze statue nearby is that of James Watt, a native of Scotland, who in 1763 first made steam do good work for man. He invented the first condensing steam engine, and was in reality the father of the vast manufacturing interest represented by the thousands of smokestacks about us, and by the factories, steamships, and railroads all over the world. Leaving Glasgow, we visit the different parts of manufacturing Scotland. In Paisley, a few miles away, we see 4,000 men, women, and children turning our raw cotton into the thread wound upon spools which is used for sewing all over the world. In other factories they are weaving silk, and in others the famed Paisley shawls. In the towns of the Tweed Valley we visit woolen mills, where they are weaving the Scotch tweeds and Scots cheviots, which our tailors import for fine clothing. The term tweed comes from the Tweed Valley, and the cheviot cloths are so called because much of the wool of which they are made is cut from the sheep that graze on the Cheviot hills. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 5. The Scottish Highlands, Edinburgh, the homes of Robert Burns and Walter Scott. We shall take our guns with us this morning. We are going into the Highlands, and may get an invitation to hunt upon one of the big estates. In the past, northern Scotland was owned by the Highlanders, who lived chiefly by raising sheep and cattle and by hunting. They were divided up into clans or tribes, much as our American Indians were. Each clan was one family, some clans containing thousands of cousins, all of whom went by one name, and fought and worked together. Every clan had its chief, and was ready to fight at any time with the neighboring clans or outsiders. The clans had their own war cries, and badges and shawls woven in different plaids. The chiefs had great castles, and maintained a sort of court about them. At that time the lands belonged to the clans, being divided out from time to time among the members by the chiefs. Later on they passed into the hands of the chiefs, and the poor cousins served as their tenants. Then the chiefs found they could get more for the lands by selling or letting them as hunting grounds to outsiders than by rearing sheep and cattle. They drove the poor tenants away, sometimes burning the cabins over their heads to keep them from returning. One by one they sold their farms, so that the greater part of northern Scotland now belongs to rich strangers. The country is one of large estates, 70 men owning more than half of it. Many of the estates are held by Englishmen and Americans who come here during a part of each year to shoot game, and the demand for such shootings is so great that the pastures have been allowed to grow wild to supply it. Hills and valleys, upon which hundreds of cattle and sheep once fed, are now given over to the deer and grouse, and there are millions of acres devoted to hunting and fishing. There are deer parks of thousands of acres, vast forests in which all but the owners are forbidden to go, and where the poor Highlander will be surely arrested if he kills the deer or snares birds or rabbits. There are more than 4,000 shooting grounds. Some of the shootings bring high prices, and it is said that the Duke of Sutherland receives about $250,000 a year as rent for his fish streams and forests. We skirt the edge of the Highlands as we go from Glasgow to Edinburgh by the Trossachs, seeing many men hunting grouse with dogs and guns as we ride in stages over the moors. We sail over Loch Lomond and across Loch Katrine, through the scenes described in Sir Walter Scott's poem, The Lady of the Lake. All the Highlands of Scotland are beautiful, and the Trossachs are especially so. The moorlands are covered with heather, low bushes which look like sprigs of dark green pine set into the ground, and which, with their little rose-colored blossoms, coat the low hills and the sides of the mountains with masses of dark green and rose. We stop at Stirling to see the great castle where Mary Stuart was crowned Queen of the Scots, and afterward visit the chamber in the castle at Edinburgh where her son, James VI of Scotland, who was afterward James I of England, was born. Edinburgh Castle stands on a rock 350 feet above the level of the sea, and when you read some of English history, you will learn what a terrible time Queen Mary had there. Mary was the last ruler under whom Scotland was a separate nation, for her son James became king of both England and Scotland, which since then have been united. The Scottish Highlanders are now among the best soldiers of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. We see many of them when we visit the castle in Edinburgh. They are dressed in the costume once common throughout the Highlands, and at first we hardly know whether they are women or men. They wear plaid shawls on their shoulders and have kilted skirts of bright colors falling in plaits from the waist to the knees. Their knees are bare, and it is several inches below them that the plaid stockings begin. They wear turban-like caps with ribbons at the back, and their shoes are bound around with white canvas bands. Each man carries a sword and a musket, and has a fur pouch at his belt, while some have a knife in the top of one stocking. We see boys wearing this costume on the streets of Edinburgh, although most of the children dress as we do. Excepting the soldiers, the style of dress of the Scotch is much the same as our own. Some of the poorer women and children go about without hats, and some are barefooted. We meet fishwives from Newhaven in short gowns and bare arms, carrying great baskets of fish on their backs, and out in the country we see women standing in tubs with their skirts tucked up to their knees, treading the dirt out of the clothing, instead of using washboards as we do. The Scotch people are noted for their thrift and economy. Both men and women are industrious and saving, and the women hoe in the fields and work in the stores, the hotels, and the factories. We are delighted with Edinburgh. It is a beautiful city, noted as a center of culture and learning. More books are published here than in any other city of Great Britain, except London. Its university is attended by about 3,000 students, and it has so many great scholars that it is sometimes called the Athens of the United Kingdom. We are in the city on Sunday. How quiet it is! The cars are not running, the stores are all closed, and the streets are almost deserted. The Scotch keep the Sabbath more strictly than any other people of Europe. They go to church or remain at their homes. There are no Sunday newspapers, and it is hard to get a carriage for a ride in the parks. We go to the cathedral and find the church filled. It was here that John Knox preached, and by taking a little walk down High Street, we can see the old stone house where he lived. He was a great religious reformer who did much to make the world better. Over the door of his house we see the words carved in the stone, "Lord God above all, and your neighbor as yourself." Have you ever heard of the great bridge which crosses the Firth of Forth near Edinburgh? It is bigger than the one connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn, and is the mechanical wonder of Scotland. It is an enormous structure of stone, iron, and steel, more than a mile and a half long, built upon piers with spans high over the water. We get some idea of its size when we are told that it has cost more than our Capitol building at Washington, and that the rivets used to fasten the iron together are so many that if placed end to end they would reach from Edinburgh clear to the end of Great Britain and across the English Channel to France. From Edinburgh we make a trip to Ayr, where Robert Burns, the great poet of Scotland, was born. The train takes us through rich fields separated by green hedges and moss-grown stone walls. The crops are luxuriant, and we see that the lowlands have excellent farms. There are many small farmhouses with stables about them, but no great barns such as you see in our country. Robert Burns was a farmer, and he plowed the fields just as that farmer is plowing them now over there at the side of the road. His home was near Ayr, where we leave the train and take a carriage to drive out to Alloway, the little village in which he first saw the light of this world. We visit the cottage in which he was born. It is a stone hut with roof of thatched straw. The door is low, and there is now a turnstile within it so arranged that we have to pay a penny before we enter. The floor is of stone, and at the side of the chimney is the iron crane which was used to hold the kettle over the fire. After leaving the cottage, we visit the ruins of Alloway Kirk, then walk for a time upon the beautiful banks of the Doon, and after a lunch in Tam O'Shanter's Inn in Ayr, go back to Edinburgh. Another day is spent at Abbotsford, the home of the great novelist Sir Walter Scott. The house is much like a castle. It is a grand stone structure on the banks of the Tweed, with large windows giving magnificent views. We walk through the library where Scott's interesting stories were written, and admire his collection of weapons, including Rob Roy's gun and a pistol which once belonged to Napoleon Bonaparte. Afterward we visit Melrose Abbey and also the Abbey of Dryburgh, where Scott was buried, and then take a train south for England. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 6. Rural England. We have crossed the Cheviot Hills and passed over the border of Scotland into merry old England. How fresh the air is, and how luxuriant the crops! The country is like a garden, and even the banks on the sides of the railroad are velvety green. We have seats near the windows in one of the little rooms or compartments into which the English cars are divided. The door is in the side of the car instead of at the end. There it opens. The conductor stands on the footboard outside as he asks for our tickets. Now he has shut the door and gone on to the next compartment. We wonder how it would be if a crazy man were with us. The door is locked, and the car is now moving at 40 miles an hour. But fortunately we have the room to ourselves and feel comparatively safe. We find the English railroads very good. England is so small, and its people do so much business that they can afford to have a good railroad system. There is a network of tracks covering the country. There are so many tracks that if they were joined end to end, they would reach almost around the world. The roadbeds are smooth, and even the small stations are of stone with solid stone platforms. Every station has its garden about it, and the grass is as smoothly cut as a beautiful lawn. We find that on every train there are two classes of cars, and that some trains have three. The cars of the first class are fine, and those of the second and third are almost as comfortable. As they are much cheaper, we frequently travel third class. Indeed, it is a common saying in England that only princes and fools travel first class. The English railroads have some of the fastest trains of the world. We might have gone from Edinburgh to London on the Flying Scotchman at an average speed of more than a mile a minute, but we are traveling leisurely, stopping now and then to visit places of interest. Notice the farms as we go. The fields are divided by green hedgerows. There is a flock of fat sheep in that meadow, and farther on some beautiful cattle. This country is noted for its delicious mutton, and its people pride themselves on the roast beef of old England. There is a man holding the handles of a plough which two horses are dragging along, and in the next field a steam plough is puffing as it drives the share through the earth. The people use mowers, reapers, and threshing machines. They are good farmers, and they have the best farming tools. Look at the farmhouses. We see many of them as we go by on the railroad. Each has a barn, sheds, and haystacks about it, forming a little farm settlement. The barns are different from ours. They are broader and lower, and some have heavy thatched roofs. They are used chiefly for stables and for storing grain and tools. The hay and straw are ricked up out of doors, the tops of the ricks being thatched or covered with canvas. How old everything is! The moss is growing on the roof of that barn, and the side of that farmhouse is covered with ivy. The hedges look as though they had always been here, and these roads were traveled by men when the only roads in our country were Indian trails. Now we get an outlook over a valley. There is a stream flowing through it, lined with wide branching trees. The stream is crossed here and there by little bridges made of heavy stones closely fitted together, and now half covered with moss. The bridges, like everything else, are substantial, for the English believe in doing things well and think that the best is the cheapest. We see this in their railroads, their houses, and in all public improvements. Look again over the valley. The fields have little paths through them. The people usually cut across lots to visit their neighbors, and we see many persons strolling through the green meadows. The English are great walkers. The ordinary boy or girl here thinks nothing of a 5-mile tramp in the country. They are fond of outdoor sports. We frequently pass parties playing golf, and now and then see a crowd of boys playing cricket, the English national game. But what is that great stone building which rises like a fortification upon the hill in the distance? That is the ruins of an old English castle, like Kenilworth, Warwick, and other castles of which we have read. It was built hundreds of years ago during the Middle Ages as the home of a knight or baron with his chief soldiers or retainers. If we should enter it, we should find that it has narrow stone stairs, that its rooms are lighted by slits in the walls or by small barred windows, and heated by great fireplaces. We should see that even the best parts of the castle are gloomy and dreary, and that the American working man of today has more comforts than that noble had in the past, even though he owned all the land he could see from the top of his castle. The most of England is still in the hands of a few people. It is the property of the nobility and other rich men, who rent it out to the farmers, charging them from $5 to $20 an acre per year for its use. We see the houses of many of these rich landowners as we ride on through the country. There is one rising out of the grove of trees just beyond us. It is a great mansion, shut off from the road by high walls and surrounded by a beautiful park. It has a fine garden and hothouses and a velvety lawn. Its owner has perhaps a score of servants, and he may own many farms. He probably has woods stocked with pheasants, partridges, and other game intended for his own shooting, which the poor people dare not touch. There are such estates in all parts of England. They are usually willed by the father to the eldest son, and thus kept in the same family from generation to generation. But the train is stopped at a station. It is a village, and we stay overnight. The houses are substantial. Many of them are old and some are covered with vines. The walls are thick and the roofs of tile or thatch often extend far out. Most of the houses have little gardens in front of them. There are rose bushes and other plants reminding us of our gardens at home. That house on the corner with the sign, "The King's Arms," over the door, is the public house or hotel, and that little building with the big tower farther down is one of the churches, while still farther on is the school. The people on the street dress and look much like our people at home. Some of the storekeepers have come out at the sound of the train, and they stare at the Americans as they pass. There, on the left of the road, is a shoemaker, and beyond are a carpenter, a butcher, and a grocer. Each wears a white apron which covers almost the whole front of his person. This is common with many of the mechanics of England. See that man with the white smock over his clothes? He looks as though he has put on his nightshirt over his ordinary suit. He is a carter, and is driving a team of 4 horses bringing in a cartload of grain. The cart is bigger than any used in our country. Its wheels are broader, and it will carry far more than our common farm wagon. The horses are hitched up tandem. They have heavy harness, and each has a bell fashioned to his collar, which jingles merrily as he tramps along. Now another team has come down the road, and the 2 are passing. See, each turns to the left. This is the custom in England. Drivers always go to the left, but foot passengers turn to the right, as we do. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 7. Manufacturing England. At one time, the farms of England were more important than her factories. The English not only raised all the food they needed, but were able to export wheat to other countries. It is far different today. The soil still produces abundantly, but the people have so grown in number that if all the farms were worked, they could not supply England with enough to eat for 1 month. The result is that most of the food is brought in from abroad, and the greater part of it from the United States. Steamships loaded with grain, flour, and meat are always leaving our seaports for different parts of Great Britain. The English are raising less and less food every year, and there are now more than 6 persons in the factories to every 1 on the farms. Today we shall travel through some of the great manufacturing districts. We go on southward, passing many towns and stopping at big cities half hidden in smoke. The farms are still large, but the landscape is dotted with groves of smokestacks, much as our Middle States are dotted with trees. Those smoking groves are the sites of manufacturing villages. We are now in a district where the whole country is one vast workshop. We pass mines where sooty-faced men are getting coal and iron out of the earth. We go by long trains of coal cars, by great piles of slag, the refuse of the furnaces which are turning the ore into pig iron and steel. See how their tall chimneys are pouring out smoke and flames into the sky. The din of the machinery from the vast, ugly, many-windowed factories almost drowns the noise of the train. How dirty everything is! The towns and cities are black with the smoke, the air is full of soot, and we look with disgust on our soiled collars and cuffs, each wondering if his face can possibly be as dirty as that of his neighbor. We ask if much of England is like this, and are told that it is, and that the English are one of the chief manufacturing nations. They make more woolen cloth than any other people. They weave enough cotton every year to carpet a road wider than almost any road in our country clear around the world. They make more things out of iron, steel, and copper than any other nation of Europe, and there is scarcely an article in common use which they do not manufacture for sale. They sell more goods to other countries than any other people, notwithstanding much of the stuff which they use in making the goods comes from abroad. But why is this little island such an important manufacturing country? We shall see some of the reasons as we travel from one busy district to another. In the first place, England has railroads and canals almost everywhere, and so many good seaports that it costs but little to put the goods on the ships which are to take them to markets. The English are so rich that they have plenty of money to build factories. They are a thrifty people and skilled in handling tools and machinery. But what is still more important, they have the richest coal fields of Europe, and their coal fields are near the sea. We shall find the chief factories right in the coal fields, for it is cheaper to use the coal where it is mined than to carry it over the country. The freight rates are so low, however, that we find factories almost everywhere. We first visit the Northumberland coalfields in northeastern England. They are the largest in Great Britain, producing 30 million tons of coal every year and feeding many great factories. We stop at Newcastle at the mouth of the Tyne and watch the great steamers loading coal for shipment abroad, and wander about through its noisy shipbuilding yards, which are almost as large as those we saw on the Clyde below Glasgow. Farther south we enter the coal fields of Yorkshire. It is smokier than ever, but we forget all about the dirt as we go from town to town and factory to factory, seeing many wonderful things. We spend some days in Leeds on the River Aire, visiting the great woolen mills and watching the sales in the cloth halls on market days. Leeds is the center of the English woolen industry, and in it and in the towns nearby all sorts of weaving are done. We watch them making all kinds of cloth, and learn that England has long been noted for its woolens. It employs more than 250,000 people in its cloth factories, and consumes vast quantities of wool from Australia, New Zealand, and Argentina. We visit the mills where silk velvets are woven, go to Halifax to learn all about carpets, and at Bradford watch them make worsteds. At Dewsbury, near Leeds, we visit one of the chief blanket factories, where our guide informs us that the first blanket ever made was woven in 1340 by an Englishman named Thomas Blanket. His goods were so peculiar that the people called them after his name, blankets. We listen without comment, although we know that blanket is from a French word meaning white. Do you want a good pocket knife? They make some of the best knives in the world at Sheffield, in the same Yorkshire coal district. The city lies in a nest in the hills at the junction of several streams with the Don. It is as smoky as Pittsburgh and has almost as many factories and foundries. It is the center of the cutlery industry, being especially noted for its razors, scissors, and all kinds of fine tools, which it exports to all parts of the world. It has been making tools for 300 years, and it annually sends hundreds of thousands of knives across the ocean to us. Let us enter one of the knife factories. A knife is a little thing, but it may give us a lesson in geography. There is a box of samples showing the different kinds of knives made in this factory. Take a dozen knives out and look at them. Open one and draw the edge of the blade across your thumbnail. It cuts smoothly and is as sharp as a razor. That blade was made of iron from Sweden. It was dug from the mines there and sent across the North Sea to England, that the workmen might have the best ore for their steel. Look now at the other parts of the knife, and see how each of them has traveled far and long to get here. Sheffield makes one think of Cinderella, for she sits in the ashes of her coal pits and prays to her fairy godmother. Commerce, who straightway waves her wand and performs miracles for her. The fairy raises her hand, and the miners of Sweden dig out this ore, and it is carried to the ship. She moves it again, and starts the metals in those brass rivets from their homes in the mountains of South America and the United States. Again, and the nickel which plated the ends of the handles comes from the mines of Canada across the Atlantic Ocean, while the silver in the nameplate was probably contributed by the inhabitants of Peru, and crossed the Isthmus of Panama, or went south around through the Strait of Magellan before it began its longer ocean voyage to Sheffield. Observe the variety of materials in the knives, and wonder what a story each handle could tell of its travels. Here is one of ivory from the wilds of Central Africa. The handle of that knife beside it came from the horn of a reindeer, which perhaps dragged the sleds of fur-clad people over the snows of Siberia. And this lady's penknife has a handle made from an opalescent shell, which was once the home of a pearl oyster in the waters of our Philippine Islands. There are some of brown shell from the backs of tortoises which were crawling along the banks of the Amazon when they were captured for Sheffield, and just beyond is one made from the horns of an East Indian buffalo. This white-handled knife is bound with plates of vegetable ivory grown on the palm trees of tropical South America, and those bone handles have come from skeletons of cattle which once galloped over our western plains with cowboys behind them. The manager tells us they are made from the shank bones and are known to the trade as Boston bones. We think he should rather name them Kansas City, Omaha, or Chicago bones, for it is at those cities that most of our cattle are killed for shipment to Europe. If we had time to spend in manufacturing England, we should find Dame Commerce performing wonders like these for every city and village. She sets all nations to work to get our material for the English to make over into things for themselves, or to ship abroad for sale. We should see how hides and skins are torn from the backs of all sorts of animals to keep busy the 500,000 Englishmen who are working in leather, how the wool is clipped from millions of sheep in other parts of the world to supply her vast army of weavers, and how silkworms are raised and their cocoons reeled off by the almond-eyed people of China and Japan to furnish thread for the factories near Leeds, which we saw making silks, ribbons, and velvets. We next visit Birmingham, the industrial capital of Middle England. It is situated where was once the forest of Arden, a dense woods which in former times extended through Warwickshire and others of the Midland counties of England. In the country about there are iron mines, and long before it was known that coal could be used to smelt iron, the people made charcoal for the purpose from the trees of this famous forest. At that time every house was a little factory, having its own blacksmith shop, in which the whole family worked, the women and children pounding out nails, chains, and other small articles. Later, coal was brought from the mines nearby, and Birmingham became one of the chief iron-making centers of the world. The people were already skilled in handling tools, and they soon learned to make things by machinery. At present, Birmingham produces millions of steel pens every year, and millions upon millions of screws and nails, and so many pins and needles that if you should sit down and try to count the number made in 1 month, you could hardly finish the job in your lifetime. The city has also foundries and factories for heavy machinery, steam engines and cannon. It makes vast numbers of bicycles and sewing machines, and also buttons and jewelry and other articles of every description from iron, brass, steel, copper, and tin, as well as from silver and gold. It makes so many toys that it has been called the toy shop of Europe, and we enjoy ourselves going through the establishments where toy engines, little iron wagons, and countless other things to amuse children are made in large quantities. From Birmingham we take a train for Manchester, situated in the Lancashire coalfields, to see the cotton mills which are fed by the plantations of our southern states. England is our best customer for cotton, and we sell her millions of bales every year. Her soil is such that she cannot raise cotton, but nevertheless, making cotton thread and weaving cotton cloth are by far the most important of all her industries, and she has 2,500 factories in which more than 500,000 people are employed, including 100,000 children. We pass through many cotton-spinning towns on our way to Manchester, for the Lancashire coal fields are densely populated. The country is dotted with smokestacks, and the water is so discolored by the dyes used for calicoes and other cloths that the streams and canals seem to flow ink. We visit Preston, where in 1768 Arkwright set up his first mill to weave cotton by machinery, and at Blackburn, in a little valley 9 miles away, see where Hargreaves established his spinning jenny at about the same time. Both towns are still important weaving places, Preston being noted for its yarns and fine cotton cloths. We spend some days in Manchester, going through its many warehouses and its numerous factories. It is the 4th city of Great Britain in size, and its commerce has been much increased by the canal which its people have dug out to the sea. For a long time all the cotton used here was landed at Liverpool, and thence shipped by rail to the factories. By the Manchester Canal large steamers can come from the ocean right into the city and bring the cotton from our country almost to the doors of the mills. This canal is one of the wonders of Great Britain. It is more than 35 miles long, 120 feet wide, and 26 feet deep. It cost a vast sum, but Manchester people believe it will make their city grow as Glasgow did after the deepening of the Clyde. A part of this canal was made by deepening the little river Irwell, which flows through Manchester on its way to the sea. We take a trip on the canal, passing cotton mills all the way down. Now we pass some ships from New Orleans, Savannah, and Galveston, coming up or unloading cotton bales at the mills on the banks, and now pass cotton ships from Egypt and India. There are other vessels loaded with manufactured goods going downstream, and we have company all the way until we enter the mouth of the Mersey in the crowded harbor of Liverpool, and anchor there in one of the chief commercial ports of the world. Liverpool is about as big as Boston. It is next to London, the chief port of Great Britain, and is one of the busiest places in Europe. We land at the magnificent stone docks which wall the banks of the Mersey for miles, looking longingly at the great steamers from New York, which are unloading meat, wheat, and other American products, and taking on English manufactured goods to carry back home. See that ocean greyhound which is about starting out? We might go on board, and within less than a week be back in dear old America. We hesitate only a moment, however, and then turn our eyes toward the great steamers from Germany, France, Scandinavia, and the Mediterranean ports, remembering the many strange countries of Europe which we have yet to see. We stroll about the docks. Many of them surround great pools into which the ships are admitted through water gates, for it is often difficult to unload in the harbor on account of the great rise and fall of the tide in the Mersey. Other ships use floating landing stages for this reason, the floats rising and falling as the tide comes in and goes out. We soon leave the wharves for a trip through the city. We visit the custom house, the town hall, and the stock exchange, and then take a train for Stratford-on-Avon, for all of our party are eager to spend a day in visiting the birthplace of Shakespeare, the great poet and dramatist. We stay overnight here at the old Red Horse Inn, where Washington Irving lived when he was in Stratford, and next morning wander about the town, visiting the house in which Shakespeare was born, the church where he was buried, and the cottage in which he courted Anne Hathaway, who became his wife. In the afternoon we drive to the old castle of Kenilworth, only a few miles away. Thence we go into Coventry, a town famous for its manufactures of watches, bicycles, and ribbons, and from there by fast express to London. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Geographical Reader, Europe by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 8. London, the commercial center of the world. We start out this morning to see something of London. It is the biggest city of the whole world, bigger than any two capitals of continental Europe or both New York and Chicago combined. It has more people than New England, so many that it forms a little world of its own. The most of its citizens are English, but there are thousands of others who have come here to live and do business. It is said London has more Scotchmen than Edinburgh, more Irishmen than Dublin, and more Jews than the Holy Land. It has a vast number of French, German, and Italians, and many thousand Americans. It grows so fast that a new house goes up every hour. A baby is born every 6 minutes, and enough people to make a large city are added to its population every year. London has been described as an enormous beehive of humanity. It is a great sea of bricks and mortar, and we are appalled in our attempts to comprehend its extent. We might climb to the top of the monument in the center of the chief business section and look over the great city, but we could not see it all. It has thousands of factories, which cause dense clouds of smoke to hang over it. The Thames, which flows through it, sometimes sends up fogs, which at certain seasons are so thick that the people can hardly see their way through the streets. Some of the fogs have a yellowish tint, and in them you seem to be looking through spectacles of yellow smoked glass. How long do you think it would take to explore the city on foot? A week? More than that. A month? More than that. Perhaps a year? More than that. If we should walk day and night, not stopping a minute, we could not go through all its streets in a year. Indeed, the streets are so long that if they were placed end to end, beginning at the Thames, they would reach across Europe, making a paved walk walled with houses through France, Germany, and Russia, over the Ural Mountains and the highlands of Tibet, and clear across China to the Pacific Ocean. We might learn something about London by a trip down the Thames, which flows through it on its way to the sea. The city is 60 miles inland on this wide, deep, and smooth-flowing river, so situated that it is the natural outlet for the rich Thames Valley, and so connected with other parts of England by railways and canals that it forms the best port for the shipment of all sorts of English manufactures to Europe and the other continents, and the places from which goods from abroad can most easily be sent out to all parts of England. London is the greatest commercial port in the world, and the Thames has always thousands of ships anchored within it. The river for miles is lined with wharves, and there are so many vessels in some places that you can hardly make out the houses behind them. Standing upon London Bridge, we see a forest of masts extending on and on until our eyes are lost among them in the distance, and in the enclosed docks near by, the rigging of the vessels rises high among the chimneys of the great warehouses surrounding them. We shall get an idea of the immensity of London by a visit to the grain and provision docks, where Dame Commerce is kept busy unloading food for its gigantic stomach. They are taking off live cattle and sheep by the thousands, and discharging shiploads of beef which have come across the ocean from the United States in cold storage chambers. London eats so much beef every year that the cattle required to supply it, if driven along close together in a single file, would make a drove as long as the distance from New York to 100 miles beyond Omaha. The city eats so much mutton that vast factories have grown up in Australia, New Zealand, and Argentina to freeze mutton for its markets. The mutton is frozen hard before it is put into the cold chambers of the ships, and when it reaches here is thawed out and sold. In the fish markets there are hundreds of vessels, for London eats more than 1,000,000 pounds of fish every day, and there are many great oyster farms all along the Thames which supply the city with oysters. The people of Denmark would suffer if it were not for the money they get from the butter which spreads London's bread, and northern France receives much of its income by supplying London with poultry and eggs. Canada and the United States send it vast quantities of cheese, and indeed almost every part of the world finds something to do towards supplying food for it. We are fortunate in having good weather during our travels in London. Today the Thames is glistening like diamonds under the rays of the sun, and the dingy buildings about us look less sombre than they did last night in the fog. We leave our hotel at Trafalgar Square, near the great granite column with the bronze statue of Admiral Nelson on top, and walk down to the Strand at Charing Cross, where we get an omnibus for London Bridge. This will take us through the very centre of business London. How narrow the streets are, and how crowded! They are so thronged from morning till night that there is no room for car lines, and the people ride chiefly in cabs, motor cars, and omnibuses. We take an omnibus and sit on the knife board in front, on each side of the driver, who points out the sights as we go. He is a jolly, rosy-cheeked man, in a tall hat and rough clothes, who uses his H's in a way that seems strange to us. He calls he, and horses, osses, and speaks so queerly that we hardly understand half of what he says. How interesting it is! We are high up above the crowds that are hurrying in all directions, while a tangle of hansoms, four-wheeled carriages, drays, and omnibuses reaches on, filling the streets as far as we can see. The buildings on each side of us are dingy and old. There are few tall structures like our so-called skyscrapers of New York, and were it not for the dense throng of people, We could not believe that we are in the world's chief business center. We are traveling through a part of old London where many of the houses were built generations ago, and where the streets are narrow and crooked. Now we are passing through Fleet Street, by the great publishing houses. See the boys and girls coming out with bundles of newspapers under their arms? The girls are bareheaded, and they cry out the papers almost as loudly as the boys. It is here that the chief London dailies are printed. Now we are going past St. Paul's Cathedral. What an enormous building it is! It is one of the grandest churches of the world. It is 12 o'clock, and its great bell is striking the hour. That bell is tolled only at the death of one of the royal family of England, but it strikes the hours, and its rich mellow tones can be heard far out of the city. Leaving St. Paul's, we pass through Cheapside and Poultry to Lombard Street, where we get down and walk about through the alleys lined with banks and business houses. We are now in the money centre of London. We walk through Cornhill, Lombard, and Threadneedle streets, seeing banking signs everywhere. The buildings are usually of 5 or 6 stories. They are substantial, but not so large as the great office buildings of New York and Chicago. We see many well-dressed men about the stock exchange, and realize that this is the chief money market of the whole world. There are men here interested in undertakings all over the globe: railroads in South America, diamond mines in Africa, silk factories in China, sugar plantations in Cuba, vast sheep farms in Australia, and gold, silver, and copper mines everywhere are worked with capital supplied from this part of London. These buildings are filled with offices. They are occupied only by day. At night they will be deserted by all but the caretakers, for the rich men and their clerks will then be in their homes in other parts of the city. But what is that vast structure of somber gray stone? It covers 8 acres and is the biggest building of this part of London. It looks like a prison. There is a guard at the door in a long scarlet gown and a velvet cocked hat. He has a staff in his hand, and at first we wonder if he is not some great money king, and whether the staff is his scepter. That is the Bank of England, one of the most famous banks of the world. It has charge of the government funds, and also does so much private business that it often has as much as $500 million worth of gold and other valuable things in its vaults. We have a permit from a banker, which we show to the scarlet-gowned guard, and he waves us to enter. We first come into a large square room surrounded by counters, behind which clerks are giving out gold. They are not counting the coins as we do, but are weighing them on scales like those used by our grocers. See that man there scooping up gold, just as a grocer scoops up sugar? He knows exactly how many coins go to the ounce or the pound, and in giving out large sums can count more easily by weight than by numbers. For this reason the coins used by the bank must be perfect, and none that are much worn or chipped will be taken. Every coin which the bank receives is weighed separately to see that it has just the right amount of gold in it, but this is done by machines which work very rapidly, automatically throwing out the light coins. There are 10 such machines in the bank, each of which can weigh 6,000 pieces of gold a day. Quitting the bank, we visit the Royal Exchange nearby, and then cross over to the Mansion House, where the Lord Mayor lives. We next visit the Tower of London, which for years was the prison and place of execution for the celebrated criminals and traitors of England. It is a gloomy building on the banks of the Thames, some of it almost 1,000 years old. A quaintly attired warder acts as our guide, taking us from room to room, upstairs and down, and making us shudder as he tells the horrible stories of the suffering and death which have occurred within it. He shows us Queen Elizabeth's armory, where all sorts of weapons and instruments of torture, and lets us handle an axe which has cut off the heads of some of England's great nobles. In another room we see the crown jewels of England. They are kept in glass cases inside iron cages, and carefully guarded. That crown there, which fairly blazes with precious stones, was once Queen Victoria's. It has 2,783 diamonds in it, and the large ruby in front was worn by Henry V on his helmet in one of his battles with the French, hundreds of years ago. The great stone near it is the celebrated Koh Noor, one of the largest diamonds known. It once belonged to an Indian Rajah, and came into the possession of the English when they conquered him. From the tower we visit the Tower Bridge over the Thames, and thence walk on to London Bridge, the busiest of all the 20 bridges which cross the Thames in the city. The bridge is of granite, and the bronze lamp posts upon it were cast from cannon which the English had captured in battle. We stand on the bridge watching the throng of people and vehicles which is always moving over this way and that. The Thames is filled with shipping. There are steamers carrying passengers up and down stream, and we are told by the policeman that we, if we wish, can ride back on one of them to Charing Cross for a penny. We decide, however, to return by the Underground Railroad. The streets in the heart of London are so thronged that people in a hurry travel underground. Great tunnels have been dug out under the houses and streets, below the gas pipes and sewers. There are railroads in the tunnels, and fast express trains fly along through them, stopping at the openings which have been made here and there with stairs to the streets. A trip costs but 4 cents, and the cars are so convenient that the trains annually carry many million passengers. The tunnels are lighted by electricity. They are walled with brick and are so well ventilated that we find riding in them more pleasant than jolting along on the omnibus. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 9. The Houses of Parliament. How England is Governed. Put on your best clothes this morning. We are to go through the fashionable parts of London. We shall drive in the chief shopping sections, take a turn in Hyde Park, and later visit Parliament, and perhaps meet the chief officials of the great British Empire. We go in couples, each couple taking a hansom, a queer 2-wheeled cab entirely open in front. The driver has a seat fastened to the back of the roof and directs his horses with lines which are high over our heads. We leave Trafalgar Square for a ride through Regent Street, Oxford, and Piccadilly. The buildings are cleaner and better than farther down in the city, and the stores are filled with fine goods of every description. We stop here and there to buy presents or things we need on our tour, and then go on into Hyde Park, by the great statue of Wellington, cast from 12 French cannon, some of which were captured from Napoleon at the Battle of Waterloo. How beautiful the park is! The drives are through groves of magnificent trees and thick velvety lawns of the greenest green. We go to the Serpentine, a long winding lake where before 8 o'clock in the morning and after 8 in the evening, crowds of boys and men may be seen swimming and plunging about in the water. The time for bathing is limited by the raising and lowering of a flag, the park authorities setting aside an hour twice a day for the sport. Not far from the Serpentine is Rotten Row, where fashionable London rides and drives every afternoon. The usual riding hour is from 12 till 2 o'clock, when hundreds of finely dressed ladies and gentlemen and boys and girls may be seen on their spirited steeds, walking, trotting, or galloping along. After looking at the magnificent houses near Hyde Park, we are driven on to the palaces of St. James and Buckingham, 2 of the residences of the King of England, where he sometimes holds his levees or receptions. The palaces are enormous structures, more like our great government department buildings at Washington than ordinary residences. They face St. James Park, and each palace has a beautiful garden about it. At the times of royal receptions, richly dressed ladies, gentlemen in uniforms trimmed with gold lace, and servants in gorgeous liveries wearing knee breeches, silk stockings, and powdered hair may be seen going into the palaces. Then the mounted band of the Life Guards plays outside, and gay carriages driven by coachmen wearing curled wigs and 3-cornered hats dash through the streets, the policemen keeping the crowds back from the roadway. Had we the proper introductions, we might enter and be presented to the ruler of England. We should probably find him only a man after all, and if he should tell us just what his powers are, we should learn that although he is a king, he has little more authority over his people than the President of the United States has over us. The government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland is a limited monarchy. That is, its king can rule only as the Constitution and laws prescribe. The laws are fixed by Parliament, a body of men representing the people, much like our Congress. Parliament directs what the king shall do. It directs just what taxes shall be collected, how the money shall be spent, and it makes all the laws for the people. For this reason the English say they have a country as free as our own, although ours is a republic. But let us visit the Houses of Parliament. They are in Westminster Palace, a magnificent building covering more than twice as much ground as the Capitol at Washington, situated on the north bank of the Thames. We call up to our cabman through the little hole in the roof to go through St. James Park and down Whitehall Street to the river. We dismount in front of the palace, but are stopped at the gates by one of the policemen on guard, until we show him our pass from the American minister. We find other policemen in the halls who wear uniforms and tall helmets and look very imposing. The doorkeepers also wear uniforms, and each of the messengers has a brass medal as big around as a teacup with a lion and unicorn upon it on his breast. We are taken through room after room. There are more than 1,000 in the palace. We visit the library and then go on into the House of Commons and sit down in the galleries surrounding the great rectangular pit where the House meets. The walls of the pit are of richly carved English oak, darkened by age, and the roof is composed of panels of stained glass through which the light comes. Cast your eyes into the pit. There, on those long cushioned benches, sit the men who, elected by the people, really rule England. Nearly all are dressed in black clothes, and each has a tall silk hat on his head, or on his knees, or on the seat beside him. There are no desks, and many of the members are writing on papers which they rest on their hats. Notice that man in the long black gown, sitting in the pulpit at the end of the chamber. How white his hair is and how curly. It is done up in a queue at the back, and it surrounds his rosy face and falls down on his breast. Still, the man's face is unwrinkled, as are those of the other white-haired men who are writing at that table below him. They seem to be young men, notwithstanding their hair. You are right. They are young. They are the Speaker and clerks of the House of Commons, and custom requires they wear black gowns and gray wigs, as was done by judges and some other officials of our country in early days. There a member rises to speak. He uses a conversational tone, and his fellows are quietly listening. Now he is growing excited. His words stir up the whole house. There are cries of "Hear, hear!" and "No, no!" from all parts. The speaker calls "Order!" 3 other members have jumped to their feet. They cry out their objections, and for a time there is quite a hubbub in the great pit below us. Ordinarily the House of Commons is more quiet than our House of Representatives, but when important questions come up, the members often lose their dignified ways and shout at each other. But let us go into the House of Peers, where the chief nobles of the United Kingdom have seats. The English people are divided up into peers and commoners, largely according to birth. There are about 600 peers and something like 35 million commoners. The peers are of the 5 orders of nobility: dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. There are also other orders whose members have only the titles of honorable and sir. In England, the eldest son usually succeeds to the rank of his father, while the other children are only commoners, although they sometimes, by courtesy, have minor titles. We find the House of Lords much like the House of Commons, save that it is more quiet and prosy. There are about 600 members. Some became members by birth, some were appointed by the king, others were elected for life or for shorter periods, and some are bishops of the Church of England. Leaving Westminster Palace, We visit Westminster Abbey nearby to see the statues and memorials of the English monarchs, military and naval heroes, scientists, and literary men. We admire the monuments of the kings, but are more interested in those erected to Sir Isaac Newton, the great philosopher, to James Watt, the father of the steam engine, and to such writers as Addison, Goldsmith, Dickens, and Thackeray. We stay some time in the Poets' Corner, before the tombs or monuments of Milton, Chaucer, Shakespeare, and other great poets, and also before the monument of Longfellow, who is as much loved in England as in our own country. On our way back to the hotel, we drive by the chief public buildings, visiting several of them to learn more about the government. We find that the king has his cabinet, just as our president has. But while our president need not act on the advice of his cabinet, the king must act on the advice of his cabinet if it is approved by the House of Commons. Each of the king's ministers has a great department, with thousands of clerks under him. We visit the treasury, which has to do with the finances of the empire, and then enter the great buildings which contain the home, foreign, colonial, and Indian offices, where we get some idea of the enormous size and importance of the British Empire. The United Kingdom is but a small part of the territory governed by the British people. They have colonies on every continent and islands in almost every sea. The colonies and the United Kingdom make up the British Empire, which contain, all told, about 80 times as much land as Great Britain and Ireland, and altogether almost 1/5 of the land surface of the globe, inhabited by about 1/4 of all the people upon it. It is the greatest empire of the whole world, and of all the world's peoples, the English own the most land. We might travel around the world, landing only at English ports. We could cross the Atlantic to Montreal, and thence go by railroad to Vancouver, where there are steamers which would land us in Hong Kong, an English island off the coast of South China. From there we could steam on to Singapore, another English possession, and thence north by way of Rangoon in Burma to Calcutta, the capital of British India. From Calcutta there is a railroad to Bombay, where other English ships would take us over the Indian Ocean to the Suez Canal, stopping at Aden, a British port in Arabia. Egypt, which is under British protection, would be on our left as we went through the canal, and in crossing the Mediterranean we should call at Malta, and go by the English Rock of Gibraltar out into the Atlantic, and thence northward to Liverpool. This tour would leave out the vast possessions of the British in Africa and Australasia, as well as other important colonies, including islands in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. These vast territories are all governed more or less from the colonial and Indian offices in London, although some of them, such as New Zealand, Australia, and Canada, have parliaments of their own. Each colonial country has a great trade with Great Britain, and does much toward making the English rank with ourselves as the greatest of the commercial and manufacturing nations. We visit the departments of War and Navy. A large army is needed to keep so many people in order, and to defend their many possessions. The English must have warships to guard their enormous commerce, and their gunboats are to be seen in all parts of the world. We are more and more impressed with the greatness of the British Empire as we go from building to building and from office to office. In the postal department we learn something of the intelligence of the English from the vast amount of mail they send and receive. We see that they must be thrifty from their savings banks, which are connected with every post office, and where one can deposit as little as 25 cents at a time. Many school children put their money into such banks, and nearly all the depositors are poor people, but their deposits amount to many $100 million. We ask about the telegraph and telephone systems, which are managed by the government in connection with the post offices, and are told that there are telegraph lines and telephones to all parts of the kingdom, and also cables running under the channel to the continent, and to most of the colonies. We ask the cable clerk to send a message across the Atlantic for us. He gives us a blank, and we each write a dispatch. A few minutes later, our words are flying through the wires, uphill and down, on their journey of 2,000 and more miles over the bed of the ocean to Nova Scotia, and thence through the land wires to our homes. They will arrive there before we can reach our hotel, and our parents will know we are safe, happy, and well. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 10. Rural France. We are in France this morning. We landed some days ago and are now leisurely traveling from city to city and village to village through one of the most interesting countries of Europe. How pleasant it is to be again upon the land. We shall never forget our trip across the Channel. It took us 2 hours on the railroad from London to Dover, where the English Channel is narrowest and where we got an express boat which carried us across to Calais in an hour. But such an hour! We never thought so much misery could be crowded into 60 short minutes. We were rolled and pitched about by the waves even more than on our voyage across the Atlantic. We could not walk upon deck and were seasick all the way over. We spent but a few hours in Calais, going first to the custom house to open our trunks, that the officials might see we had no goods for sale. We visited the shipyards, watched the French women making lace, and looked at the fortifications built to defend the port in the event of a war between England and France. For a similar reason, the English have fortifications in Dover. We took a train at the station not far from the boat, and since then have been traveling by rail from one place to another. How different it is from anything we have yet seen! The signs on the stations are strange. They are printed in French, and we have to translate the advertisements before we know what they mean. Our fellow passengers speak a strange language, gesturing much as they talk. We thought we knew something of French, but these people speak so fast we cannot make out the words. The conductor comes to the door and, touching his cap, calls out something we can hardly understand, for he runs his words all together. But the French passengers are showing their tickets, and we do the same. Listen to the crowd at the stations. They are all jabbering in French, and what really seems strangest is that the little children are speaking this language as easily as we do our own. How polite everyone is, and how jolly! Even the boys take off their hats when we ask them a question. Men shake hands when they meet, and again when they part, and boys often kiss the hands of their relatives when they greet them at the cars. Over there are 2 men embracing each other. They kiss on the cheeks, each pressing one kiss on each cheek of his fellow. Such salutations are common in France. The French are fond of society. We see women chatting and laughing as they sit with their knitting outside their houses. There are family parties about the tables in the parks, and in the streets in front of the cafes, playing dominoes or other games while they drink wine, chocolate, coffee, or lemonade. They seem to enjoy themselves very much. Many are reading the papers, for the French are intelligent and have all sorts of schools, as we shall see farther on. But there the bell rings. The train is leaving the station, and that ring is the notice to start. We are rapidly moving over the country. How comfortable it is! France has a good railroad system connecting its cities and towns with one another, and with all parts of Europe. See the woman there at the road crossing? She has a little red flag in her hand, which she waves at the engineer as he passes. She blows a horn to warn people that the cars are coming, and at the same time puts down the bars to keep them from crossing the track. How fine the farms are, but how small! France is largely composed of small farms. It is divided up into garden patches, and the most of it belongs to the common people. In the United Kingdom, which we have just left, the most of the lands were owned by 20,000 men, composed chiefly of the rich and the nobility. France is only a little less than twice as large as Great Britain and Ireland, but it has millions of landed proprietors. Nearly every farmer has his own bit of land, and even those who work for others own several acres apiece, which they tend between times. This is a good thing for France, for every owner feels that a part of the country belongs to him, and he is interested in its welfare. The people are fond of their country, and do not emigrate like the English, Irish, and Germans. They think no other place equal to France, and hence stay at home. Many foreigners come into France every year, but few Frenchmen go out. The people farm their lands well and are thrifty. The French are noted for their thrift. Nearly every one of them has money in the bank or in a stocking hidden away somewhere at home, and they are often said to be the richest people of the world. They have learned how to use food materials so economically that it is said they could take what we waste and by their knowledge of cooking live upon it. The common people we see dress plainly and look healthy and happy. Now we are traveling through one of the wheat regions. There are many such in the northern and central parts of the country. Besides wheat, the French produce quantities of oats, rye, barley, and corn, as well as sugar beets, potatoes, and other root crops. They have orchards of apples, peaches, and pears in the north, and in the south groves of lemon, orange, olive, and mulberry trees. There are many provinces in which we can go for miles and not be out of sight of the vineyards, for France is the chief wine-producing country of Europe. But let us leave the train and visit some of the farms. The road is as hard as stone and as smooth as a floor. We ride along under the shade of the poplars and other trees that line the roadsides. It is early morning, but the people are already at work. The women are laboring along with the men in the fields. Some of them are bareheaded, some have bright handkerchiefs about their heads, and some wear sunbonnets. They do all sorts of light work. There is one weeding among those sugar beets, and here is another cutting the thistles out of this field of green wheat. On the other side of the road a man is plowing. He wears a cap and a suit of blue cotton, with a long shirt or blouse buttoned down in front outside his trousers. He has on wooden clogs, or sabots. In that field farther on 3 little boys are planting something. They are bareheaded, but they laugh as they work and say bonjour, or good day to us as we pass. But where are the farmhouses and barns? There are none in the fields. The farm people of France live in villages and go out from them to their work. There is a village now about 3 miles away. Let us go to it. How different it is from our small country towns. The houses and barns are all mixed together. They are of 1 and 2 stories, built of stone or of mud mixed with straw, and roofed with red tiles or straw thatch. The walls are whitewashed, except near the ground, where there is a black coating of tar to keep out the damp. Each house has a stable and outsheds about it, and the stable is often a part of the house, the cow stalls being next to the bedroom or kitchen. Nearly every house has a rabbit yard connected with it. Rabbits are as common here as chickens are in our villages. One of the farmers invites us to enter his home. He takes us into the kitchen, which is the chief room of the house. It has a brick floor. There is a great fireplace at the end and a bed in one corner. Hams and sides of bacon hang from the ceiling, and there are some prints on the walls. Our farmer wears a cap, a blue blouse, blue trousers, and wooden shoes. His wife has on dark clothes and a white cap. She has a half-finished garment in her hand and sews as she talks. See that hand loom over there? Our hostess weaves cloth in the winter when she cannot work in the fields. Many of the women make beautiful laces and embroideries. Leaving the house, we stroll through the village, visiting its little church, and then drive on to a large country town, not far away. Let us stop before we go in and watch the women washing at that stream outside the town. Each woman has a wooden box or tray at the edge of the water, in which she kneels, and leaning over, dips in the clothes and rubs them clean upon the flat stones. There is a girl who is pounding the dirt out with a paddle. She has laid the blue cotton shirt she is washing upon a rock in the water, and is striking it again and again. Now she is dipping the garment into the stream, and now she has doubled it up to pound it again. Others have finished their washing and are hanging the clothes on the fence at the back or spreading them out on the grass to dry. This sort of washing is done all over France, although in some of the cities there are public laundries where the women may wash free of charge or for a few cents a day. In the town, we find all sorts of work going on in the streets. The French are fond of open-air life. We see women and girls knitting and sewing on their house steps. Others nearby are cleaning vegetables for dinner, and farther on a girl is combing her hair, right out on the street. It is the same with the men and the children. Tailors and shoemakers bring their work out to the sidewalks. School children bring their books home and study outdoors, and the little ones play all sorts of games in the streets. See that girl on that doorstep with her doll in her arms? What a pretty little French mother, and what a very odd doll. The doll's legs are wrapped round and round with a white cloth in a tight bundle. That is the way the live French babies are dressed, and the little girl could not imagine her baby real if it were in one of the long gowns our babies wear. We visit the public museum and the library, and then go into the schools. Every town in France has these institutions, for the French are among the most advanced of all nations in their learning and culture. They have many colleges and large universities, and are noted for their scientific and literary ability. We spend some time at the schoolhouses, smiling a little at the boys, who are dressed too much like girls to suit young Americans. Many quite large boys wear black dresses which fall below the knees of their trousers. Some of the boys have on stockings so short that they do not meet the ends of their knickerbockers, and a strip of red bare skin 8 inches wide shows. It makes us think of the soldiers we saw wearing kilts in the Highlands of Scotland. The teacher tells us the school hours are from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, with 2 hours for dinner. He shows us the school savings bank, in which the children can make deposits equal to 1 cent or more at a time, and says that the parents sometimes teach their children habits of saving by giving them money to put in the school bank, so that they may have a capital with which to start life when they leave school. These school banks are connected with the postal savings banks, and are so popular that hundreds of thousands of accounts have thus been opened by children. Our town is on the edge of a forest, and we take a long drive through the woods. How clean and well kept everything is! There is hardly a twig on the ground, not a rotten log or a stump to be seen. Even the bark of small trees is saved, and that of some kinds is stripped off and used to tie the sheaves of wheat and oats. There is a woman preparing such bark and putting it up in bundles for sale. Where the trees have been cut, they have been chopped off close to the ground, and every chip saved. Fuel is expensive in France, and the people do not waste it as we do. The wood is made up for sale in little bundles, not much bigger than a bundle of kindling wood, and in the cities it is often sold by weight. The French are always planting trees. They have a saying that every tree earns its own living. Every forest has its keeper, who can tell when a tree reaches the right age for firewood, and in the government forest it is forbidden by law to destroy the trees. The result is that, although France is a very old country, about 1/6 of it is still wooded. We meet one of the forest guards now and then during our drive, and when we propose to break off a stick for our cane, our coachman warns us that if we do so, we may be arrested. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 11. Commercial and Manufacturing France. Let us look at France on the map to learn, if we can, why it has been the home of one of the greatest of the European nations. The country consists of a great block of rolling plains, so guarded by mountains and seas that its inhabitants can easily defend it. There are the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean on the north, and the west, the Mediterranean and the mountain wall of the Pyrenees on the south, and the Alps, the Jura, and the Vosges on the east, so arranged that only a short chain of fortresses is needed to ward off a sudden attack. Is it not natural that a great nation should grow up inside such walls of mountains and water? Yes, and when the country within has good seaports and also navigable rivers connected by many canals, we see that it is naturally fitted for commerce and trade. It has also coal and other minerals, and thousands of streams flow down from the mountains, giving water power to all sorts of factories. As we make our way from one great port to another, we shall see that all parts of France are connected by water, so that, notwithstanding the good railroad system, much of the freight still goes upon boats because it is cheaper. In some places the coal rate is 1 cent per ton per mile, while in others a ton of goods is carried 3 miles for a cent. We could, if we chose, visit all parts of France by the Seine, the Loire, the Rhone and Garonne, and the canals which connect them. The Burgundy Canal connects the Rhone through its tributaries with the Seine, and the Canal du Centre joins it to the Loire, while the Canal du Midi unites with the river Garonne and brings the waters of the Bay of Biscay and the Mediterranean together, so that boats can go from one to the other, and thus save the voyage of 2,000 miles around the Spanish peninsula. There is also a canal from the Seine to the Rhine, in which, by locks, the boats are lifted over a pass in the Vosges Mountains, more than 1,000 feet high. We visit the chief seaports of France, and find them filled with shipping from all parts of the world. At Havre, the port of Paris at the mouth of the Seine, we see steamers which have crossed the Atlantic from New York, with loads of our cotton, tobacco, and wheat to be sold to the French. There are ships from Brazil and other parts of South America, and also from the United Kingdom, Germany, and the many other countries with which France has a great trade. We spend some time in Bordeaux, near the mouth of the Garonne. It is larger than Louisville and is a beautiful city. At its wharves are many vessels loading wines, and we learn that Bordeaux is the chief wine port of the world. The French raise grapes in nearly all parts of their country. They produce more wine than any other people, making enough annually to give a gallon to every man, woman, and child upon earth, and have plenty left for themselves. The French consume almost 1 billion gallons a year. Nearly everyone has wine with his dinner, and we see even the little children drinking wine with their lunches as we ride through France on the cars. We take a run from Bordeaux out into the country to look at the vineyards. They are much the same as in many other parts of France where fine wines are produced. There are vines everywhere, not trained upon arbors or lattice work, but tied to stakes about as high as your waist. Each vine has its own stake, the branches being cut almost down to the ground every year. Many of the hills are terraced, the rows of vines making green steps up the hillsides. See, there are women hoeing in the field over there. On that hill to the right they are weeding the vines and tying them with strings to the stakes. Some of the women wear bonnets so deep we cannot see their faces, except when they look up. There are children at work in the vineyards, as well as women and men. On our return to Bordeaux, we visit the wine cellars. They are to be found in every part of the city. We walk through cave after cave, filled with great casks and thousands of bottles carefully arranged upon shelves. Such cellars are common in all the wine centers. At Bordeaux, we take the express train for Marseille, the chief port of southern France on the Mediterranean Sea. For miles there is nothing but vineyards on both sides of the track. Now we pass an orange orchard, and now see pale yellow lemons gleaming out through the green leaves. There are dark green olive trees and semi-tropical plants. There are men, women, and children at work everywhere. The women wear white caps and woolen dresses with short skirts. Even the children wear wooden shoes. There is a drove of little donkeys, each carrying 2 panniers of vegetables or fruits to the market. Farther on are some mules at work in a field. Everywhere there are roses and other beautiful flowers. There is so much to see that we are almost sorry when we reach the end of our journey. We spend some days at Marseille. It is the outlet for the trade of the rich Rhone Valley and for all France to the Mediterranean and the Far East. It is as big as Pittsburgh, and owing to its excellent harbor and the busy and rich French people about it, is the chief port of the Mediterranean Sea. We take the cars at Marseille and travel northward through the valley of the Rhone to Lyons, at the head of the navigation of the Rhone, where the turbulent Saône flows into it. We are now in what is, next to Paris, the chief manufacturing city of France, and in a city where more silks are woven than anywhere else in the world. The French make more of those goods than any other nation of Europe, and in this city there are thousands of men, women, and children who do nothing else but make silk thread and weave silk. Lyons is as big as Buffalo, and it has become great chiefly from its silk manufactures. Let me tell you how the business started. Until the latter part of the Middle Ages, Europe got the most of its fine silks from Italy, but a few years after Columbus discovered America, Francis I, then King of France, sent out word to the silk weavers of Europe that if they would come to France, they should have more rights than other workmen. He said that they should pay no taxes, their lodging should be free, and they should have the right to wear swords, a privilege at that time seldom accorded to any but the nobles. The result was that many Italian weavers came to Lyons, which through its industrial fairs was already noted as a trading place. They first wove thick silk goods and brocaded velvets, such as they had made at home, but afterward lighter silks were manufactured. The French soon learned silk weaving. They made all sorts of new designs until at last it came about that the most beautiful of all cloths were made by them. In the meantime, Paris became the center of European fashion and art, and merchants from all nations went there to get new fabrics and styles, until it was found that if a pattern or style originated in Paris, it was pretty sure to sell well everywhere. This is the position which the French hold in the world today. They are supposed to know what is beautiful better than any other nation, and they are always inventing new styles. We visit schools in Lyons where designing is taught, and where any one who will pay can learn how to weave the most beautiful silks, satins, and velvets, if he will only apply himself. These schools have students from all parts of the world. But where does France get the silk thread to weave those fine goods? Some of it, as we saw in Marseille, is imported from Asia, but much is produced right here in the Rhone Valley. In southern France, there are many orchards of mulberry trees, whose leaves are used for feeding silkworms. The people pick off the leaves and lay them upon boards, where the worms, having been carefully hatched from the eggs of the silk moth, are lying. After the worms begin to eat, they must be kept supplied with food, and the people are often up all night tending them. At such times you can hear the worms chewing, the thousands of little jaws of a large colony making a peculiar noise. They grow very rapidly, and after a time stop eating and spin their cocoons, from which the silk threads are afterwards reeled off by machinery and by hand. Leaving Lyons, we visit other silk weaving towns. There are many in France, for it is a great manufacturing country, and there is scarcely a village that is not noted for some industry or another. We spend some time in the thriving city of Saint-Étienne. It is on the swift river Furens, in the midst of coal fields, where the water power and cheap fuel have caused numerous factories to spring up. It might be called the Sheffield of France, for it makes all kinds of fine cutlery, manufacturing 5,000 knives every week. We are more interested, however, in the ribbons. Saint-Étienne weaves more ribbons than any other place in the world. It produces more than half of all the ribbons of Europe, and I think there are many girls in our party who have Saint-Étienne ribbons upon them. There are many thousand people here who work only on ribbons, many millions of dollars worth of such goods being annually exported. Let us enter some of the establishments. Many of them consist of a single hand loom in the home of the weaver. How pale and wan the work people look, and how their tired faces stand out in contrast with the bright threads they are using. They must work very carefully upon the best ribbons, and some of them labor many hours a day for wages much lower than those paid in our country. How beautiful the ribbons are! They are of all kinds. Some have flowers and birds raised in satin on soft silken grounds. There are ribbons of gold and ribbons of silver, ribbons decorated with all sorts of leaves, and ribbons as wonderful in their colors as a peacock's tail, all made in these mean little homes. We next visit some of the towns where they make lace. There is one not far from St. Etienne where nearly every family is engaged in this work, and where in one little district there are more than 100,000 lace workers. Most of them are women, but there are many small children knitting away. We often see the workers sitting in the street outside their houses, plying their reels, and even find them in the marketplaces and on the church steps. They are making the torchon lace, which is sold all over the world. Some of the most delicate patterns are stitched upon pillows, while others are put together with needles. The centers of the woolen and linen industries of France are also quite interesting. We have all heard of Lisle thread gloves and stockings, and we wish to visit the place where they are made. This is at Lisle, a city of 200,000 people in northeastern France. Cambrics are made at the town of Cambrai, not far from Lisle. There are curious manufacturing villages in the Jura and Vosges mountains, little Pittsburghs walled in by hills, each of which has its blackened chimneys and clouds of coal smoke. One town produces nothing but clocks, another makes nails, and a third, strange to say, devotes itself to the study of noses. In the last, the people are all engaged in manufacturing spectacles, making them so they will fit the long nose, the short nose, and no nose at all. People all the world over. But there is one thing we must see before we go on to Paris, and that is how they make china. The French are noted for their beautiful porcelains. You will find their wares in almost any town of our country, the plates or dishes being stamped with the name of the place of their manufacture. Many of the finest bear the word Limoges. That town is one of the centers of the porcelain manufacture of France, and there we shall go. Limoges lies in the south-central part of the country, near some rich coal mines, and close to the beds of fine, white clay of which the china is made. We watch them dig the clay from the earth and follow it to the mills, where it is ground very fine. It is next mixed with water into a stiff paste, and this paste is treated in certain ways until it becomes a mass not unlike bread dough after kneading. The workmen take the white dough and mold it into all sorts of beautiful dishes, vases, and other such things, which are then put into kilns and burnt until they are as hard as glass, when they are taken out and cooled. Some of the dishes are painted, and some are decorated with gold. Some are as thin as an eggshell, and so translucent that we can almost see through them. Later on in our tour we visit St. Cloud, near Paris, where the famous Sèvres ware is made. The factory there has been in the hands of the government for more than 100 years, its chief object being to design beautiful things for the benefit of private manufacturers. While we are in the works we see a tea set worth $3,000, and copies of famous pictures on porcelain, some of which sell for as much as $10,000 apiece. They are very beautiful, but far too costly for us. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 12. The most beautiful city of the world. Let us stand together on the top of the Eiffel Tower and take a look over Paris before we begin to explore it. We are 900 feet above the ground on a great framework of iron, rising upon the banks of the Seine in the midst of the most beautiful city of the world. Below us lies a vast network of cream-colored houses, built in regular lines along wide streets, which cross one another in almost every direction. There is a wall around the edges, and with the glass we can see many forts with soldiers moving about on the ramparts. Paris has been compared to a camp. It is about 22 miles in circumference and is the largest city of continental Europe. Look down upon it and see how clean everything is. Notice the very wide streets. They are walled with magnificent buildings and lined with great forest trees. Those are the famous boulevards of Paris. Each of them has sidewalks as wide as the ordinary roadway, and the space between is paved with asphalt or smooth wooden blocks. The streets are washed with a hose every morning. They are swept and mopped, and in the evening the rag pickers go about and pick up the scraps of paper, cloth, and other things which fall during the day. See how the river winds its way through the city, and how the water sparkles under the rays of the sun. It is so far down that the many boats upon it look like toys, and the men on the quays like pygmies hanging over little stone walls. That is the Seine. It flows from here down to the sea, with a deep channel most of the way, and this has been so dug out that ships that do not draw more than 10 feet of water can come right up to Paris. This has made Paris the chief port of France, although it is situated 100 miles from the coast. There are boats there below us which have come from London and the other ports of northern Europe. There are always boats floating down from the upper parts of the Seine, and if we should travel up the Marne, which joins the Seine just outside Paris, we might find a canal by which we could go clear to the Rhine, where other boats would take us out through Belgium and Holland to the North Sea. What a number of railroads there are coming into Paris from every direction. This is the railroad center of France. You can get fast trains here any day for any capital of Europe. 7 hours will take you across the Channel to London. We could leave now and be in Berlin in the morning, or going on reach St. Petersburg, the capital of Russia, by day after tomorrow. That train which is shooting off to the south is bound for the Mediterranean. There goes another on its way to Switzerland, and there are other roads in that network of steel which extend on to the Rhine and the Danube, carrying the fast Oriental Express by which one can go from Paris to Constantinople in less than 3 days. Cast your eyes down to the Seine. See that little island farther on up the river, with the great church upon it? That is the Ile de la Cité, upon which the Parisis, a tribe of half-savage men, had their chief town when Caesar subdued this part of Gaul, almost 2,000 years ago. Caesar conquered the Parisis and rebuilt the town. It became an important settlement under the Romans, and centuries later was made the capital of France, having been the residence of the French kings for almost 1,000 years. But let us go down and begin our explorations of Paris. We take carriages and drive for miles through one beautiful street after another, all walled with cream-colored buildings of 5 and 6 stories. The buildings are in blocks, built close to the inner edge of the sidewalk, and they look so much alike that we wonder that a Parisian does not sometimes lose his way and go into the house of his neighbor. There are no gardens except at the back of the houses or in little courts inside them. Each building contains many families. The Parisians live in flats or apartments, and even in the best sections of the city there are stores on the ground floor, with homes on the floors higher up. One family will have 5 or 6 rooms. It may be a dining room, parlor, and kitchen with 2 or 3 bedrooms, all on the same floor, and many must climb 3 or 4 pairs of stairs every time they go indoors or out. This is one reason why we see so many people on the streets and in the parks. The French love the open air, and as most of them can have no gardens of their own, they come to the boulevards and walk up and down. There are benches on the streets where we see women knitting, and there are crowds walking in the public gardens at almost every time of the day. Girls take their sewing out on the streets and chat and work while they watch the people go by. We see women stitching and knitting outdoors. They knit even while riding on the streetcars, and we are rarely out of sight of a woman working away at a stocking. Each of the public gardens and parks looks as though a picnic was being held in it, especially on Sunday afternoons, when many families eat their lunches under the trees. We drive to the Arc de Triomphe and drive through the Champs-Élysées to the Place de la Concorde. The Arc de Triomphe is one of the most beautiful monuments of the world. It was begun by the great Napoleon in 1806 to commemorate the glories of the French in some of their wars. We are delighted with the Champs-Élysées. There are beautiful gardens with a magnificent avenue bordered with trees running through them. Every afternoon the avenue is crowded with carriages and men and women on horseback, and under the trees on each side children are playing all sorts of games. There are little booths where toys and cakes and candies are sold, and there are merry-go-rounds and Punch and Judy shows. But there is so much to see that we leave our carriage and walk down the avenue. Isn't it interesting to watch the French children playing? They are romping about almost as lively as little Americans, and we cannot help wishing we knew enough French to stop and play with them. Those chairs along the shady side of the walk are not free. If you sit down in one, it will cost you a penny, whether you sit there an hour or a minute. It is only the benches that are free to the public. But here we are in the Place de la Concorde. How beautiful it is! I dare say we shall not see anything so fine elsewhere on our travels. We are surrounded by gardens and parks and beautiful buildings. There at the east is the Garden of the Tuileries, where the kings of France used to live, and just beyond are the Grand Museum and Art Gallery of the Louvre, one of the finest of its kind in the world. At the west, as far as we can see, runs the Champs-Élysées, with the great Arc de Triomphe on the hill in the distance, while on the south is the Seine, with its boats of all kinds puffing along to and fro, with the palace of the Chamber of Deputies on the opposite bank. Now let us turn our backs to the Seine and look in the opposite direction. That tall round pillar with Napoleon's statue on top rising high out of the houses is the Column Vendôme, made from the cannon which Napoleon captured from the Austrians and Russians, and that church to the left is the Madeleine, one of the most beautiful of the whole world. A little farther on our eyes catch the roof of the Opera House, another magnificent structure, while near us in the Place are beautiful fountains, the great obelisk brought here from Egypt, and statues representing the chief towns of France. But let us go for a walk on the boulevards. They are filled with people laughing and chatting. There are many fashionably dressed men and women moving along arm in arm. There are laborers in blue cotton walking this way and that. Newsboys are crying their papers, girls are peddling flowers, and hawkers are selling pictures, toys, and all sorts of knickknacks. We pass crowds of people eating and drinking out on the sidewalks. There are cafes at every few steps, and most of them have more customers without than within. Families are chatting as they eat and drink. Many men are reading the papers, and not a few boys are playing dominoes at tables out in the street. What fine store windows! The boulevards are lined with shops, and as we go along we seem to be walking through a great exposition. Paris is celebrated for its beautiful wares, known as articles de Paris. It makes the finest of furniture, clocks, silverware, bronzes, and pictures. We pass many jewelry stores where precious stones set in all shapes are spread upon purple velvet cushions behind the plate glass, and stay for a time in the great department stores and wander out among so many fascinating knickknacks and fine goods of all kinds that we do not wonder that people from everywhere come to Paris to shop. We have trouble in tearing away the girls of our party from the millinery and dressmaking establishments, for the latest styles in hats and gowns come from Paris, and they think anything they buy here is sure to be new. We next visit the Halles Centrale to see something of the markets of Paris. The French have great respect for their stomachs, and the best of everything comes to the capital. The Halles Centrale are the largest markets of the city. They are great pavilions of iron and glass, covering all told about 20 acres. It is early morning, and we find the markets already crowded with women dressed in white caps and short petticoats, and men in caps and blue blouses, all gathered about little pens where the supplies for the day are being sold at auction. We stop before a stall where they are selling chickens at wholesale. That Frenchman in white cap and apron behind the counter is the auctioneer. and the black-dressed woman beside him is his cashier and bookkeeper. Nearly all the buyers are women, who bob their white-capped heads up and down as they shout out their bids, shaking their hands at the auctioneer as they do so. The chickens are brought to the stall in crates on the heads of porters and disposed of at the rate of a crate to the minute. Through one pavilion after another we go, past crowds who are buying eggs, butter, and cheese, jostled now and then by the market women rushing hither and thither, and by blue-bloused porters who are carrying great loads of vegetables and meat on their heads. In another pavilion we see women selling baskets of live rabbits, and in another stall farther off oysters and snails and frog legs. We ask a snail seller about her business, and are told that 1,000,000 pounds of snails are sold here every year. They are esteemed a great delicacy, and when ready for eating bring about 1 franc a dozen. Many are imported from Switzerland, and many come from the vineyards of France. A little later the retail market begins. The thousands of stalls have been trimmed up for the day, and all wares are neatly displayed. The officer in charge tells us that the food sold at wholesale alone brings in more than $100,000 a day, and that the supplies come from all parts of France, from North Africa, and from all over Europe. He shows us reindeer from Norway, mutton from England, eggs from Belgium, and bread made of wheat grown in the United States. How queer the bread is! It is baked in loaves about as long and as thick as a baseball club, so long that they reach high above the head of that boy who is carrying some home. Let us buy one and taste it. Is it not good? Yes, the French cook everything well. We have not tasted frog legs and snails, but our everyday meals are delicious. We soon become fond of the French way of living, although it is different from ours. We enjoy the light breakfast of a cup of coffee, 2 rolls of bread, and a pat of unsalted butter. This we have upon rising. It is the breakfast of well-to-do people all over France. The poor eat still less at this time. Many have nothing but a piece of dry bread and a glass of cold water. Some well-to-do people take their breakfasts in bed, and at our hotel we are told that we may have coffee in our bedrooms without extra charge. The next meal comes about noon. The French call it breakfast with the fork. It consists of meat and vegetables, with sometimes a soup, and it is usually quite as good as our midday dinner at home. The people eat slowly, and in parts of South France 2 hours are set aside for this meal, when even the businessmen stop work for lunch and a nap, or a chat with their friends. The chief meal of the day, however, is dinner. This comes in the evening, when everyone eats as well as his purse can afford, even the poor having a soup, vegetables, and some kind of meat and a dessert. Among the well-to-do, the dinner consists of a half-dozen courses or more, the plates being changed at each course, and only 1 piece of meat or 1 vegetable brought on at a time. Such a meal usually ends with a small cup of black coffee. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 13. More about Paris. How France is governed. We are delighted with Paris. Everything is bright and gay. The city is a vast treasury of industry and art, and there is something worth seeing wherever we go. We stroll through palace after palace, filled with pictures, and in the great museums of the Louvre grow so tired of the long galleries walled with fine paintings that we are glad to leave them for the garden of the Tuileries and the children playing on the Champs-Élysées. We make excursions to Fontainebleau and Versailles in the suburbs of Paris, where in times past the monarchs of France had vast country homes surrounded by extensive gardens and forests. Their palaces still stand, and we repeople them with the scenes of French history as we wander from bedroom to bedroom and parlor to parlor, now sitting in a chair where Napoleon Bonaparte sat, and now patting the cradle-like bed where his little son, the King of Rome, lay when he was a baby. We go through the rooms where Marie Antoinette and the Empress Josephine lived, and admire their gorgeous furniture and the beautiful paintings which look down from the walls. At Fontainebleau we take a drive through the forest, stopping at the fish pond near the palace to watch the carp swimming about. An old Frenchwoman in a white cap and blue gown comes up with some bread. We buy a loaf, break it in pieces, and throw them into the water. The great fish rush for the bread. They push each other about and fight for the crumbs, even as the nobles fought with one another for the favors of the kings who once lived in that palace. Returning to Paris, we make a trip underground. About 1/10 of the city is built over catacombs, great cellar-like caves made by digging out the stone from the deep-lying quarries. More than a century ago some of the buildings above these caves began to sink in, and the government decided to use the catacombs as tombs. They strengthened the roofs and divided the caves into rooms, filling them with the bones of the dead from the cemeteries of Paris. The cemeteries were centuries old, and so full that it is estimated that the skeletons of 3 million people were taken from them to these catacombs. We are led by our guide down the steps into the caves and are shown chapels walled with human bones. The sight is a horrible one, and we pant for pure air. Leaving the catacombs, we spend part of the day in going through the sewers, taking a boat and riding for miles through one great tunnel after another. We are below the water mains, in tunnels so big that a railroad train could run through them without touching the walls or the roofs. A wide waterway with pavements on the sides runs along the bottom, so that we can leave the boat and walk along away down here under the great city. The water comes from the Seine, and it moves so fast that there is no perceptible odor. Paris has about 800 miles of such tunnels, so many that if they were placed end to end, they would reach as far as from New York to Detroit. They have cost a vast sum, but they have made Paris healthful. We finish our underground journey near the Church of the Madeleine, in one of the gayest parts of gay Paris, and our eyes are dazzled as we come again to the street. We stop at the flower market at the side of the church and buy bouquets of the little old women in white caps and clean calicoes, who sit there behind counters and chat with their customers. We spend a few minutes in the Madeleine and later on visit Notre Dame, another famous church, and then go to the Pantheon, where many of the noted Frenchmen are buried, and from there go to the Hôtel des Invalides to take a look at the tomb of Napoleon. The Hôtel des Invalides was founded centuries ago as a home for the old soldiers of France. It is situated on the south side of the Seine and is inhabited by many French veterans, one of whom acts as our guide. He leads us into the church and shows us the great circular crypt under the dome where Napoleon's sarcophagus lies. We lean over the marble balustrade and look down upon an immense block of red-dish brown granite, 13 feet long, 14 feet high, and 6 feet wide, resting on a pedestal of polished green stone. It is a gigantic coffin which was cut from one solid block in the quarries of Sweden, and brought here at an enormous expense. The crypt is floored with mosaic, decorated with crowns of laurel in stone. There are monuments about it, and the old soldier points out this quotation from Bonaparte's will, which is carved on its entrance: "I desire that my ashes may repose on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of the French people, whom I have ever loved." We have seen monuments and pictures of Napoleon not only in Paris, but in all the cities of France. He is the greatest of the French heroes, and as you read more of history, you will learn how wonderful his life story was. He was born of well-to-do parents in the little French island of Corsica, in the Mediterranean Sea, and began his studies in a military school. Later he entered the army in Paris and was made a lieutenant. He rapidly rose from one rank to another, until at last he commanded the whole of the French army, having proved himself the greatest general of Europe. He became emperor of the French, and as such waged wars with the other nations of Europe, conquering them one after another, until at last it seemed that he might make himself ruler of the whole world. Then there was a combination of the Russians, Germans, English, and Austrians against him. They joined armies and finally defeated him. They drove him from France, telling him that he might be the emperor of the island of Elba, a little place not so big as Corsica, for the rest of his life. This was in 1814. About a year later, Napoleon slipped out of Elba and came back to France. As soon as he landed, his old soldiers flocked to him from all parts of the country. The French government gave its support, and he soon had another large army. He marched against the powers which had defeated him, and a great battle took place at Waterloo in Belgium, where Napoleon, although he fought very bravely, was finally defeated. After that his enemies resolved that Napoleon was too dangerous a character to be allowed any freedom whatever. They decided to keep him a prisoner for life. They banished him to the rocky little island of St. Helena in the Atlantic Ocean off the west coast of Africa, and kept him guarded there until he died. He was buried in St. Helena, but years afterwards his remains were brought back to France and placed in this tomb. During Napoleon's time, France became the greatest empire of Europe. It is now a republic in which the people elect their own rulers and govern themselves. The French have a president, just as we have, and their laws are made by a Senate and Chamber of Deputies, the latter corresponding to our House of Representatives. It is but a few steps from the Hôtel des Invalides to the Palace of the Chamber of Deputies, a magnificent building on the banks of the Seine. We stroll along the river to the palace, and going by the colossal statues of Prudence and Justice at the entrance, walk up the stairs to the front doors. We present our cards of admission from the American minister to Paris to one of the guards, and he gives us seats in the gallery of the Legislative Hall, from where we can look down upon the chief branch of the Congress of France. The room is in the shape of a half moon. The members sit in semicircular rows, rising one above the other to the back of the chamber. The president, who holds the same position as our Speaker of the House of Representatives, sits on a rostrum in front. Notice that little desk in front of the president? One of the members has just left his seat and gone into it. He is addressing the chamber, but he is speaking in French, and so rapidly that we cannot understand what he says. Now he is finished, and another man has taken his place. In our Congress, the members rise at their seats when they address the House, but here everyone speaks from that desk. Watch the man who is talking. See how he gesticulates and how excited he is. Now he is interesting his fellows. They are clapping their hands and making even more fuss than the members of the House of Commons did the day we were there. The president raps on his desk with a paper knife and calls order, but the men do not mind him. See, he has taken a silver bell and is ringing it. Several members are shouting for order, and we wish we knew enough French to understand the cause of all this commotion. Leaving the Chamber of Deputies, we go to the Senate in the Palace of the Luxembourg, and then crossing the Seine, make a short call upon the President of France in his official palace on the Champs-Élysées. From him and other officials, we learn that France is very well governed, although many of its methods are different from ours. The president, for instance, is chosen not by the people through an electoral college as in the United States, but by the majority vote of the Senate and Chamber of Deputies. His term lasts 7 years, and his salary, including the amount given him for entertaining, is 5 times as much as that of our president. He has a cabinet like our president, but while the President of the United States may select any American citizen to be one of his ministers, the French president must choose his cabinet from the Chamber of Deputies. He may conclude treaties with other powers, but must not declare war unless Congress assents, and every one of his acts must be countersigned by a minister. We call upon the ministers, who give us many details in regard to the government. The Minister for the Colonies gives us maps showing the enormous possessions and dependencies which France has outside Europe. They have a total area larger than the whole United States, or more than 16 times as large as France itself. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 14. Belgium, the busiest workshop of Europe. We have left France and are traveling through Belgium. How busy it is and how crowded. The farms are small and the farmhouses are scattered so thickly over the landscape that the country seems one vast town, each little farmhouse having its big garden about it. The people are everywhere working. Women and men are spading the fields. Many women are hoeing and weeding. We see them doing all sorts of farm work and pass many fields in which they are cutting the grass and throwing it about, making hay. There are no fences. The crops of wheat, oats, rye, and flax stand out like the patches of a crazy quilt as we ride through them. The Belgians are the best of farmers, and they cultivate their little land so well that it produces more to the acre than almost any other part of Europe. What excellent roads! They are even better than the highways of France. Many are paved with stone blocks fitted closely together, and some are shaded by great forest trees, which seem centuries old. The farmhouses and barns are low, one-story buildings roofed with red tile or gray thatch. See those children going along with their mother? They all wear wooden shoes. This is so of most of the poor people of Belgium, and also of those of Holland and many parts of northern Europe. Now we are passing a little city, half hidden in smoke, and we see almost everywhere the smokestacks of manufacturing towns standing out against the blue sky. Even in the farm districts we are rarely beyond the hum of weaving machinery, or the din and buzz of mills, making all sorts of things out of iron and steel. Belgium is one of the great workshops of Europe. It is only 1/4 as big as Pennsylvania, and about 1/18 as big as France. But nevertheless it is quite important in its commerce and trade. It is easy to see why this is so. Belgium has such rich soil that its people can raise nearly all their own food, and in the south it is so underlaid with iron and coal that it can have all sorts of factories. It has also many railroads, good waterways, and excellent seaports at Ostend and Antwerp, so that it can easily ship goods to and from all parts of the world. In addition to this, it is surrounded by people who are glad to buy what it makes. On the south live the rich, thrifty French, and on the east the Germans, while on the north in Holland are the Dutch, another rich business nation. The English are just across the Channel, and railroads connect the country with the Rhine and all parts of Europe. In addition, the Belgians are noted for their industry and their skill in handling machinery. They were famous as manufacturers even before the discovery of America, when their cities were among the richest in Europe. During the Middle Ages, Antwerp was almost as important as London, and ships from everywhere came there for fine goods. Then 1,000 vessels could be seen at one time in the river Scheldt, and 500 loaded wagons passed daily through the gates of the city. The people then made so much money in weaving fine cloths, in other industries, and in commerce, that the leading men dressed in velvets and satins. They had their guilds or trades unions, and in the great cities we shall see the old town halls, magnificent buildings put up at that time. The burgomasters or mayors of the principal towns were very proud. It is related that when they once went to Paris to pay homage to King John of France, they were displeased because they were not furnished cushions at one of the banquets held in their honor. They wished to show the French how they felt, and, as the story goes, took off their velvet cloaks all covered with embroidery and sat upon them. When the banquet was over, they left their cloaks on the seats. They were reminded that they had forgotten their cloaks, whereupon one of them scornfully answered, "We Flemish are not accustomed to carry our cushions away from dinner." In traveling about we find that the Belgians are still making beautiful cloth. They have large woolen and linen mills at Ghent and elsewhere, and also factories in which thousands of women and girls are weaving cotton from our southern states. We go to Liège, where there are large ironworks, to Tournai to see Brussels carpets made, and to Brussels and Mechelen to study the manufacture of lace. Belgium produces some of the finest lace of the world. Its soil and climate are especially suited for flax. It grows almost everywhere. We travel through fields where roughly dressed men and women wearing wooden shoes are kneeling, weeding the flax, and through villages where they are breaking it and turning it into thread for linen and lace. There are thousands of women and girls in Belgium who do nothing else but make lace, and in some places almost all are engaged in this work. The lace is made upon pillows, the design being marked out with pins. Every worker has her own pillow, and only one can work on one piece at a time. The threads are wound in and out through the pins, over and under, making the lace. The finer pieces require months, for in some of them 800 different threads are needed, and a girl may be weeks in making one handkerchief. Some lace is white and some black. It is of many different grades, each of which has its own name. Much of it is made into vests, collars, and cuffs, some into fans, and some into dresses for babies and brides, a fine lace dress often costing as much as $10,000. We are shown lace fans worth $50 apiece, and find it easy to hold in one hand $100 worth of very fine lace. We spend some time at Brussels, the chief industrial city of Belgium, and also its capital. It has long been noted for its beauty and has so many fine buildings that it reminds us of Paris. We walk along the boulevards, watching the people chatting at the tables outside the cafes, and stop to buy some lace at the principal stores in the Boulevard Anspach. This street is one of the finest of Brussels, and strange to say, it is built over a river. When the city was first started, it was on the banks of the Seine, but the people thought it unhealthful to have an open stream running right through the town, so they built a wall over it and covered it with stone and earth, and now you have to go out of the city to know that a river runs through it. Later on we visit the Palace of the King, spend a few hours in the Belgian Parliament, and drive through the great park outside the town. We go to the museums and the markets, asking questions everywhere, but even those of us who speak French have great difficulty in making ourselves understood. Many of the Belgians understand neither French nor English, and more than one half of them speak Flemish, which is somewhat like a mixture of German and Dutch. The other part speak French, but even they have many strange words, and it is only when we meet the people of the educated classes that we can make ourselves understood. The Belgians have been greatly affected by the nations about them. In the south and in the cities they are much like the French. They speak more French than Flemish, and, like the French, they are fond of music and dancing. Every large town has its park where, on holidays, the bands play and the people walk about or dance. Every city has its amateur musical clubs, and Bruges, Antwerp, and Ghent have annual musical contests where the best performers get prizes. We are delighted with the chimes. Belgium is a land of fine bells. They are rung not only in the church steeples, but also in the towers of the town halls, some towers having as many as 100 bells, which are rung in chimes every day. In the large cities, the bell ringer is an accomplished musician who plays upon the bells using keys like those of an organ, except that they are much larger. The work is so hard that the performer wears thick leather gloves, and it takes so much strength that even a strong man becomes exhausted at playing the bells in a quarter of an hour. In northern Belgium, the people are more like the Hollanders, and we need an interpreter almost everywhere, for they use many Dutch words. We make an excursion from Brussels out to the battlefield of Waterloo, where Napoleon and the French were defeated by the Allied armies under the Duke of Wellington in 1815. It is only a half hour by train and a short ride by carriage to the bottom of the great hill which has been thrown up in the center of the battlefield as a monument of the event. On the top of this hill, on a pedestal of granite, a bronze lion, the emblem of Belgium, has been erected. We climb up and stand beside the lion while our guide describes the stirring scenes of the battle. The country all about is covered with green. The land is now cultivated close up to the hill, and as we watch the farmers working so peacefully among their crops, we cannot realize that upon that same ground was fought one of the greatest battles of history. We ask our guide about the battle, and he describes it in vivid language, although he evidently favors the French. He tells us just how the battle should have been fought, and apparently thinks that if he had been present to advise Napoleon, the French might have conquered. He tells us how the people in Brussels expected Napoleon to conquer, and how they were surprised at the news of his defeat, repeating Byron's poem describing Brussels on the eve of the battle. There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then, her beauty and her chivalry and bright. The lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men. 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes which spake again, and all went merry as a marriage bell. But hush! Hark! A deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Did ye not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling o'er the stony street. On with the dance! Let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the growing hours with flying feet. But hark! That heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echo would repeat, and nearer, clearer, deadlier than before. Arm! Arm! It is! The cannon's opening roar. The other verses describe how the terrified Belgians acted, and also some features of the battle. It takes us just an hour to go from Brussels to Antwerp, the great port of Belgium. It is situated on the river Scheldt, about 60 miles from the sea, and has a harbor almost as large as that of London. We walk along the magnificent docks made by Napoleon I, passing steamers from the United States, England, Africa, and all parts of Europe. We visit the great cathedral, where we see the famous pictures made by Rubens, who was born in Antwerp. Then we take a train to Holland. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 15, A Country Below the Sea. How would you like to live not far from the ocean, in a land below the level of the sea, where the fishes swimming at the surface outside are higher up than your head, and where the ships are even with your second-story windows? This is the nature of a great part of the Netherlands. The word Netherlands means lowlands, and Holland may be derived from hollow land. Lying at the western end of the great plain which extends across Europe from the Ural Mountains to the North Sea, the country was formed by the earth washings from the Alps and Highlands of Germany and France, brought down by the Rhine, the Maas, and the Scheldt. The land is so low that these streams have been walled in to prevent the spring floods from covering it, and enormous dikes, or embankments, of wood, stone, and earth have been built along the coast to keep the sea from rushing in and drowning the people. Less than one half of the country is so high that no walls are needed. The rest is the result of a long fight between the Dutch people and their enemy, the sea. The dikes are their fortifications made to keep old Neptune out. They have been centuries in tearing their land away from the waters. Acre by acre, farm by farm, township by township, and county by county, they have wrested it from the sea, until now they have one of the best little countries of Europe. They accomplished it this way. First they marked out a certain piece of swampy land, and put walls about it, and then pumped up the water by windmills into canals, so that at last it flowed out into the ocean. They made ditches to drain the enclosed land, and when it became dry, they cut it up into fields, planted trees, and built houses. Then they marked out another piece, and reclaimed that the same way. They had to keep the pumps going, and we shall see windmills everywhere tossing their huge arms about, raising the water, for it requires thousands of windmills and many steam pumps to keep Holland dry. We shall see how the fight with the ocean is still going on, when we visit the dikes, and how the brave Dutch are ever victorious. They are getting more land every year, and they are now building dikes to drain the Zuider Zee, a great bed of shallow water 3/4 as big as the state of Rhode Island. Is not this wonderful? It seems even more wonderful as we go along the coast and see how the great dikes are built. Most of them are as tall as a 3-story house, and so wide that 2 carriages could easily be driven upon them side by side without touching. There are so many dikes in Holland that if they could be lifted up, placed end to end, and dropped down upon our country, they would make a great wall reaching from Boston clear across the Appalachian Mountains to Chicago, and on to the Mississippi River, across Iowa to the Missouri, and hundreds of miles on into Nebraska. In making a dike, the first thing is to get a foundation. Great forest trees are trimmed off and driven down deep into the sand in 2 wide rows facing the sea. These mighty fences are walled with planks which are studded with an armor of flat-headed nails, so that the teredo, the wood-eating sea worm, cannot get at them. Now, huge blocks of granite or other stone, brought mostly on ships from Norway, are thrown in between the walls, and on the top earth is added, and so, gradually, a great rampart is built up. Some of the dikes are faced with masonry, and others have walls of basket work to hold in the stone and earth. Trees are planted on top, and grass is sown upon the top and sides, that the roots may aid in binding the whole together. The dikes are carefully guarded. During the winter they are watched by men day and night. Then Neptune seems most angry at the loss of his territory, and in his rage he drives the sea almost to the top of the dikes. He is always watching for a crack or a break, which he knows he can quickly enlarge. The people appreciate the danger, and they have watchmen to warn them. At critical times the alarm bells are rung, and everyone hurries to help build the dike higher, or to repair it. Notwithstanding all this, the ocean sometimes breaks through, as was the case about 70 years before Columbus discovered America, when a tidal wave swept in, flooding towns and villages and drowning more than 1,000 people. The canals of Holland are almost as wonderful as the dikes. There are about 2,000 miles of them in the country, some great ship waterways and other little ditches dividing the fields like fences, the bridges with bars across them serving for gates. The biggest canals connect the great cities of Holland and the sea. Amsterdam has the North Sea Canal, a wide waterway 15 miles long and 25 feet deep. This canal is walled by enormous dikes, and it flows above the rest of the country out to the sea, where there are great gates to keep the ocean from rushing in. In many Dutch cities, the canals form the principal streets, and in the country they serve as highways and roads. As we travel through Holland, we see huge ships apparently sailing through the green grass, and sometimes notice their tall masts moving along above the tops of the trees, which now and then line the canals. Here is a boat loaded with wheat, hauled along by a horse on the bank. There is one filled with vegetables, dragged onward by 2 men who bend over and pull at a rope attached to its mast. And there is another, loaded with hay, moved by a woman, a boy, and a dog, all harnessed together. The boy and the woman bend almost double, forcing the boat through the water by throwing their weight against the wide straps over their breasts to which the tow line is fastened. Both wear wooden shoes, and we cannot see how they can move along as they do. Other boats are being pushed onward with poles from the decks, and not a few are aided by sails. But what are those queer long-legged birds we see wading about through the ditches, poking their heads into the mud? Those are storks, and they are after frogs, worms, and other things which live in the canals and the ditches. The storks are great friends of the people, for they eat the reptiles which destroy the dikes and embankments. We see storks' nests in the trees and on the chimneys of the farmhouses, and frequently spy one of the great birds resting on one leg on the roof. Notice the windmills? They stand in rows along the canals, and we often count 100 in sight. Nearly every farmer has one. Each mill consists of a huge tower with arms or sails from 50 to 100 feet long. The tower is so large around that the first story is often used as a house. The most of the windmills are for pumping water from one level to another, in draining the fields, but others grind corn and furnish the motive power for sawmills and factories. Holland is so flat that the winds from the ocean blow as regularly as at sea, and the mills can be relied upon to do their work every day. Many of the country roads are along the canals, and near them are railroads and steam tramways. Holland has a good railroad system, and steam and electric tramways have been built all over the country. We travel mostly on the tramways, stopping now to explore a quaint city or village, and now to chat with the farmers about their cattle and corn. It is summer, but the fresh air from the sea keeps us delightfully cool. How beautiful it is! There are rows of tall willows along many of the canals, and the combination of water and green fields forms ever-changing pictures. We stand on the bridges and watch the fat cattle grazing. How clean they are and how smooth! They look as though they had been curried. They are eating from feeding boxes out in the fields. Although the grass grows luxuriantly, many of the people feed their cows in the pastures, and they know just what food will produce the most milk. The Dutch people are noted for their delicious butter and cheese, which they export so largely to England that Holland is sometimes called the dairy farm of Great Britain. Notice how careful they are of the cattle. Many of the fine cows are covered with blankets to keep off the flies. In the spring they have covers to protect them from the cold rains, and in the winter they are brought into the house and stabled under the same roof as the family. Holland has but few barns. Wood is scarce and all stone has to be imported, so the people find it cheaper to build one large house and give up a part of it to haylofts and cattle than to have separate stables or sheds. The most of the houses have low walls with very high roofs. The walls are whitewashed, and the roofs are of red tile or gray thatch, made so steep that the rain quickly runs off. Every house is kept clean inside and out, even the stable being frequently scrubbed. Most cows have their daily cold baths, and in some stables there is a ring in the rafter over each cow, to which her tail is tied up while milking. In the summer the cows stay in the fields, and the people go out to milk them. See, there is a girl milking now. Her sleeves are rolled up to her elbows, and she sits on the heels of her wooden shoes as she draws out the milk in white streams. There comes a man with a wagon full of brass cans. He has driven across the bridge into the pasture. The girl brings her pail full of milk and pours it into one of the cans and goes on to milk more. The Dutch are excellent farmers. We pass rich fields of wheat, barley, and oats, and see everywhere potatoes and other vegetables growing. We spend some time in the great flower gardens about Haarlem, where they raise the finest of tulips, hyacinths, and gladioli, exporting the bulbs to all countries. More than $1 million worth are shipped away every year, including vast quantities to the United States. The Dutch are fond of flowers, and at one time they went almost wild over tulips. It was at about the time Boston was founded. Then Holland had tulip bulbs that actually sold for their weight in gold, and some that brought much more, for it is said that one kind of bulb, known as the Semper Augustus, was worth an amount equal to $1,500 of our money. The tulip bulb is somewhat like an onion, and a story is told of a rich merchant who was showing one of the bulbs to a friend when a sailor came in and announced that a cargo of silk had arrived. The merchant in his hurry laid down his Semper Augustus, and the sailor, thinking it an onion, picked it up and went away with it. When the merchant came back, he was almost crazy at the loss of his treasure. He rushed through the town looking for the sailor, only to find that the sailor had sliced up the bulb to eat with his lunch before he had found it was a tulip and not an onion. Take a look at that crowd coming up the opposite side of the canal. What good faces they have! Both men and women are rosy-cheeked and bright-eyed. It is a holiday, and they have on their best clothes. The men wear short jackets and full, baggy black velvet trousers, held up by wide belts at the waist and fastened with silver buckles as big as the palm of your hand. They have on caps with wide brims, and their long hair is cut straight off at the neck. The women wear short skirts, and some are bare-armed. What is that bright stuff on their heads? It looks like silver or gold shining out through their lace caps. There are horns of gold sticking out on each side of their eyes. Those are the helmets which many Dutch women and girls wear on special occasions. They are thin plates of gold or silver, or imitations of those metals, so made that they fit the head like a cap, almost covering the hair. The gold ones are very costly and are kept in the family from one generation to another. Now, look at their feet. Did you ever see such shoes? They are as white as newly planed pine. They are wood, and though they look clumsy, they serve very well, especially in a damp country like Holland, where it rains so frequently that the ground is often as soft as a sponge. There comes a party of little children. Their fathers and mothers are watching us from the bank, and the little ones have stopped for a moment to play. They are dressed much like their parents. How they run over the ground in their thick wooden shoes! I am sure not one of us could run any faster. Observe how the little ones greet their parents, and how they hold on to them as they stand open-mouthed and stare at our boat. The Dutch are fond of their children. They send them to school and give them quite as many advantages as we have at home. There are few better people educated than the people of Holland, and there are none who have more of the elements which make up really good men and good women. They have had to fight so hard to build up their country and keep back the sea, that they have become strong and self-reliant. They have had to watch their dikes so carefully that they have grown cautious, and the long continued work of building the dikes has made them patient and industrious. Being on the sea, they have become a nation of traders, and have grown rich by their thrift. There is one thing for which the Dutch are especially noted. All travelers speak about it. Look around and see if you can guess what it is. Observe the fresh paint on the bridges, the new whitewash on the houses. Look down on the deck of our canal boat. See how it has been scoured until it is white as snow. How clean everything is. The Dutch are famous for keeping things clean. They are so neat that it is sometimes oppressive. We walk on our tiptoes when we enter the houses, for the floors fairly shine, and the front steps are washed every day. In our early morning walks through the city, we have to go carefully to keep from being spattered with water. Bare-armed housemaids in white caps and short dresses are scrubbing the streets and washing down the house fronts. Each girl has a mop on a long pole so that she can reach every crack and corner. She first washes the windows and walls, and then scrubs off the doorsteps and pavement. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 16. In the Dutch cities, Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and the Hague. About 1/3 of the people of Holland live in towns. There are 30 towns of more than 20,000 inhabitants and several large cities. Amsterdam, the largest city, is as big as Baltimore. Rotterdam, which is the chief seaport, is as big as Buffalo. And The Hague, the capital of Holland, is about the size of Indianapolis. Amsterdam and Rotterdam have ship canals connecting them with the ocean, so that big vessels come into the cities to load and unload. Almost all the Dutch towns are cut up by canals, and in some the waterways are so many that they largely take the place of streets, boats containing all kinds of goods being dragged through them. The city canals are walled with stone, and the ways along their banks smoothly paved. In some places the houses are built close to the canals, so that the children can easily lean out of the windows and drop their fishing lines into the water, or, in the winter, when everything is frozen, can put on their skates inside the house and slide off to school. In both city and country, a large part of the winter travel and traffic of Holland is on the ice of the canals. The Dutch cities have fine buildings. They have beautiful palaces, large stores and banks, free libraries and museums, schools of all kinds, concert halls and theaters, public gardens and parks. The people dwell in large houses, several families often living in the same house. Let us take a stroll through Amsterdam and see for ourselves how a Dutch city looks. We start at the Dam, the chief public square. This is one of the great business centers. Here are the Stock Exchange, the King's Palace, and many fine stores and hotels. We climb up the steps inside the palace tower, and when we come out at the top, we are high above the biggest city of the Netherlands. Look at the vast expanse of red-tiled roofs below us. They are ridge-shaped, and out of their sides little dormer windows faced with white curtains protrude. See the broad canals running in all directions through the red field. There are almost as many canals here as in Venice. They divide the city up into islands, and 300 bridges are required to connect the islands with one another. Notice the ships moving along through the streets. In the wider canals, the masts are above the roofs of the houses. Isn't it strange? Now look beyond the red field of houses. See that great silver sheet out there upon which the sun dances? That is the wide Zuider Zee, and that canal going through it, bearing a stately line of ships, is Amsterdam's chief highway to the ocean. Now look down at the docks in the city. This is one of the great shipping nations of Europe. There are vessels from Java, Sumatra, and almost every other port of the world. Amsterdam has been a noted port for centuries, and although Rotterdam has now the more shipping, Amsterdam is still one of the chief coffee and spice markets. The Dutch have many colonies in the East and West Indies, and their great steamers are always carrying goods to the colonies and bringing sugar, coffee, and spices and other things home. The Dutch own more than 60 times as much land outside Holland as in the whole of Holland itself. Now turn your eyes again from the water to the land. See the green fields beyond the red city, striped with silvery canals. Those white spots on the landscape are cattle, and the little round towers, each flinging its arms about in circular motion as though it were practicing some new exercise with Indian clubs, are windmills. What a lot of towns and villages there are scattered over the country. Those white cottages are the homes of the farmers. Let us climb down and take a walk through the streets. How tall the houses are, and how sharp their peaked roofs. Most of them are of 5 and 6 stories. Many lean far from the perpendicular, as though about to topple over into the canals, or to fall on the shoulders of their neighbors across the way. There is a new house just going up, and farther on foundations are being laid. Let us stop and see how they are working. The men are driving great piles down into the earth. The land beneath Amsterdam is as soft as a swamp, and these streets and all the houses and buildings about us are standing on the tops of trees driven down into the ground. This made Erasmus, a noted scholar of Rotterdam, say that the people of Amsterdam live like birds in the tree tops. Sometimes the piles settle unevenly, causing the buildings to lean. They seldom fall down, however, so we may walk on and feel perfectly safe. Nevertheless, we must be careful at the bridges, for many of them are moved about now and then to let the boats through, and a stray step might drop us into the water. Take another look at the houses. See how clean they are and how neat. Observe those little mirrors set at right angles with the walls just outside each window. Can it be that the people lean out for fresh air while making their toilets? No, those mirrors are to let the owners learn what is going on in the street without looking out. They are so arranged that a woman can knit away in her chair and see all who pass by. She can see her callers before they ring the doorbell and can watch her children coming home from school when they are still blocks away. Let us enter one of the stores. The prices marked on the goods are in Dutch, and it takes some time for us to tell just what things cost. The Dutch money is in guldens, or florins, and cents. A gulden is a silver coin a little larger than our 25-cent piece. It is worth 100 Dutch cents, or 40 cents of our money. There are half guldens, quarter guldens, 10th guldens, and 20th guldens, each of which has its own name. The quarter gulden is called a kwartje, the 10th a dubbeltje, and the 20th a stuyver, the last being worth about 2 cents of our money. There are copper cents and half cents, each worth respectively 2/5 and 1/5 of an American cent. There is also a silver coin, the 2 1/2 gulden piece, the size of our dollar, and there are gold pieces worth 10 guldens, or $4 in our money. We spend a 10 gulden piece in making purchases, and in change for our gold are given a handful of kwartjes, dubbeltjes, and stuyvers, and also a good lot of Dutch cents. It really seems that we have more money now than when we came in, and we generously reward the first beggar we meet with 10 copper coins, which are worth not more than 2 cents. Fortunately, our merchant speaks English, and we have no trouble in making ourselves understood. We find the Dutch language difficult to pronounce, and make our way about by signs when our guides are not with us. The Dutch is one of the Teutonic tongues, being somewhat like a mixture of German and English. Leaving the stores, we visit the factories. The Netherlands have no coal fields of value, and hence there are fewer factories here than in France, Belgium, or England. Still, the cities can get cheap coal from abroad, for they are situated close to the sea, and besides, the wind aids the steam in running their mills. The Dutch import quantities of raw silk and wool, and a great deal of our cotton, and they make excellent cloth of all kinds. They are noted for their manufactures of china and of many kinds of machinery, as well as for their gin, a spirituous liquor. There is one thing that requires great skill which the Dutch do better than any other people. I wonder if you can guess what it is. You need not look in Holland for the reason, for this business has nothing to do with anything raised here. It is connected with mines. Is it composed of gold, iron, silver, copper, or zinc? No, although they may furnish tools to aid in the work. It has to do with the diamond, the costliest precious stone upon earth. Amsterdam is the chief place of the whole world for polishing and dressing diamonds, so that they will shine most beautifully and be of the most value. As the diamonds come from the mines, they are rough and misshapen, and often have flaws which lessen their brilliancy. In 1456, a Belgian jeweler named Berghem discovered that rubbing one diamond over another wore off a little of each, and that if he took the powder made by the rubbing, he could use it to smooth diamonds. The diamond, you know, is the hardest of stones. It is so hard that only a diamond will cut it, and only diamond dust can be used in polishing diamonds. After Berghem made this discovery, jewelers began to study how to make diamonds more beautiful. The Dutch engaged in the business, and with their wonderful patience and skill, became so proficient that they now polish diamonds better than anyone else. They know just how to split them so as to remove the flaws, and how to grind them into prismatic shapes so that they will blaze under the light like balls of fire. There are more than 60 factories for dressing diamonds in Amsterdam, and some of them employ hundreds of hands, including many women and girls. We enter one of the diamond cutting establishments and are first shown how diamonds are split. This is done to remove the flaws. They can be split at the flaws, and by using one sharp diamond cemented into a handle as a knife, a rough diamond can be split up into pieces, each of which is pure or without flaws. The work is carefully done, for a wrong stroke might easily destroy a stone worth thousands of dollars. The next operation is cutting the pure diamond into shape. This is done by rubbing it with diamonds which have been cemented into handles, and by pressing it on a revolving plate upon which diamond dust mixed with oil has been spread. The plate, moved by steam, makes about 1,500 revolutions a minute, and the little grains of diamond dust gradually wear off the roughness from the diamond till it assumes the prismatic forms which it has when it is set into jewelry. Notice how carefully the polishers work, and how they save every grain of the dust. The rubbing and polishing is all done over metal boxes, into which the dust falls. Every bit of it is saved to polish other diamonds, or it may be is spread upon a steel wire to make diamond saws. which will gradually cut their way through these hardest of stones. Many of the diamond workers are quite poor. We observe that they are dressed in rough clothes and that some look pale and wan. It is said to think that although they are always working upon stones worth hundreds of dollars, they really receive smaller wages than our workers in iron. The grinding is confining, and it is trying to the eyes, for some of the diamonds are so small that it takes 800 of them to weigh a carat. The larger diamonds are set for jewelry, but the smaller and imperfect ones are used in the arts. Many are bought by glaziers to cut glass. Some are made into tools for splitting and polishing hard stones, and for boring, engraving, and the like. Leaving the diamond factory, we take the cars for Delft, where a famous china, decorated in delicate blue with paintings of windmills, ships, canals, and other Dutch scenes, is made. The trip is a short one, and we are soon walking through one large room after another, where Dutch boys and men are molding the clay, and with lathes are turning it into dishes and ornamental figures. We watch the men take their work to the ovens, where it is kept under an intense fire for 30 hours, and then taken out to be painted. After this it is dipped into a bath of white glaze and then fired again, so that the pictures are actually burned into the china. From Delft we make a quick railroad journey to The Hague, the capital of Holland. It is a beautiful city of over 200,000 people, situated 3 miles from the shore of the North Sea and 32 miles from Amsterdam. We spend a day strolling about through its wide streets. They are paved with brick and lined with shade trees with seats under them. There are many canals and great vat-like ponds here and there in the heart of the city. We visit the museum and the picture galleries, and afterwards go to the Palace of the Queen and spend some time in the Houses of Parliament. The Dutch government is a limited monarchy. It has a queen and a congress called the States General. The latter is elected by the people, so that in reality the Dutch are almost as free as we are. Leaving The Hague, we go by tramway to Holland's most fashionable watering place, situated about 3 miles away on the shores of the North Sea. We ride to it through a forest park, where the trees stand so close to the sides of the railroad that their branches meet overhead. We seem to be riding through a long, high arbor of green, our heads almost touching the leaves as we go. We each pay a dubbeltje for a seat on the top of the car. There are ladies and gentlemen riding along on both sides of the roadway, and there are so many people on fine horses that we are reminded of the gay throng we saw in Rotten Row in Hyde Park, London. At last we arrive at the watering place. It is called Scheveningen, the name of a fishing village nearby. As we get down from the car, we see a group of queerly clad fishwives walking along in wooden clogs, bending half over as they carry great baskets of fish on their backs to The Hague. Passing these, we go to the beach. The tide is coming in, and the waves of the blue North Sea are rolling over one another, making great lines of foam as they dash upon the sand. How different the scenes are from those of our seashore at Atlantic City, Cape May, or Long Branch. There are large hotels some distance back from the water, but the beach is covered with what look like giant bonnets or hoods. They are great wicker chairs, so made that the people sitting within them are protected from the wind and sun, provided they turn their chairs the right way. There are hundreds of such hoods on the beach, and at first we wonder whether they are not some kind of sea monsters sunning themselves on the sands, and if they will not soon get up and walk off. See the Dutch children playing about. They are enjoying themselves just as we do at the seashore. Some are digging out forts or building castles, waiting for the tide to wash them away. Some are burying their playmates in the sand, and some are riding over the beach upon donkeys. We hire donkeys ourselves and race along with them, paying only 1 kwartje, or about 10 cents of our money, for a ride of an hour. After a gallop, we hire suits and refresh ourselves with a salt-water bath in the North Sea. We do not wade out from the shore as at home, but hire little bath-houses on wheels. As we enter, men push and pull them far out into the water. There we undress, put on our bathing suits, crawl down the steps, and plunge into the surf. When we have finished our swim, we climb back into our little cab houses, put on our clothes, and then are pulled back to the shore. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 17, The Land of the Danes. We decide to visit Denmark, Sweden, and Norway before beginning our tour of the great German Empire. We are tired of traveling by land and therefore take ship at Rotterdam for Copenhagen. Our steamer carries us through the canal into the North Sea and up through the Skagerrak, about the peninsula of Jutland, and down through the Kattegat into the long narrow sound which separates the Danish island of Zealand from Sweden, and which forms the principal entrance to the Baltic. Denmark has been called the keeper of the Baltic. It consists of the northern part of the peninsula of Jutland and the islands to the east, with some smaller islands outside. It is a little country not more than twice as big as New Jersey, but it almost blocks the entrance to this vast inland sea. The sound where we now are is only 70 miles long, and a little more than a mile wide at its narrowest point. But nevertheless it is the chief gate through which the ships that carry on the commerce of Scandinavia, North Germany, and Russia must pass on their way to and from the ocean. There is another passage, but the sound is by far the safer and better. What a lot of shipping there is all about us! There are Russian vessels from St. Petersburg, German vessels from Lübeck, Stettin, and Kiel, Danish vessels from all ports, and vessels from New York, London, and Havre. Now we are passing Elsinore, the little city which was the scene of Shakespeare's play of Hamlet, and which has in times past been very important to this part of the world. Elsinore was the place where all the ships passing through the strait had to stop and pay toll. The Danes once owned not only the island of Zealand on the right, but also that part of Sweden on the left. They controlled this gate into the Baltic and made every ship which passed through pay well for the privilege. It was largely from this system of tolls that Copenhagen became a great city. It has an excellent harbor, and the ships stop there on their way through. The word Copenhagen means merchant's haven. After a time many men came to Copenhagen to buy and sell goods, and the Danes sent their ships from there to all parts of the world, so that it has grown into a great commercial center. Later on, Denmark entered into the treaties which made the sound free to all nations. This has so increased the commerce that thousands of vessels now pass through it every year. The most of the ships stop at Copenhagen. The result is that Copenhagen is one of the principal ports of northern Europe. It is as big as Detroit and is important not only as the capital of Denmark, but also because it is the chief manufacturing and industrial city of the country. We find the harbor filled with vessels as we steam in by the great forts and come up to the wharves. We push our way through the crowds of men who are loading and unloading the ships, and then, having sent our baggage on to the hotel, start out for a walk. How clean the streets are! They are narrow but well paved and well kept. So many of them have canals that we are reminded of Amsterdam. There are cars and carriages moving this way and that. Great drays are carrying freight to and from the docks, and the business streets are crowded with foot passengers. The buildings are chiefly of stone or light-colored brick with tiled roofs. Notice the stores. Many are on the second floor, and we have to go upstairs to do most of our shopping. We pass large churches and other big buildings. We go to the stock exchange and then visit the palace in which the king lives. Later in the day we spend an hour in the Danish Parliament, and through our interpreter try to learn something about the government. The Danish Parliament, or Congress, is called the Riksdag. The Danes have a king, but they decide for themselves through the Riksdag what the laws are to be, how much they are to be taxed, and just how the money from the taxes shall be spent. The Riksdag is composed of two houses. The upper one is called the Landsthing. It is much like our Senate, but some of its members are appointed by the king, and others are selected from the chief taxpayers of the country. The lower house is called the Folkthing. In this all the members are chosen by the vote of the people. No man is allowed to vote until he is 30 years old. Leaving the palace, we take a stroll through the beautiful parks for which Copenhagen is noted. We spend some time in the Tivoli garden, listening to the music of the bands and watching the children play about on the green. We visit the Thorwaldsen Museum and then make a photograph of the bronze statue of Hans Christian Andersen, of whom the Danes are so proud. You may or may not have heard of Thorwaldsen, the great sculptor, but every boy and girl ought to know of Hans Christian Andersen, for he composed some of the most beautiful stories ever written for children, among which are The Tin Soldier, The Ugly Duckling, The Match Girl, and how little Tuck learned his geography lesson in his sleep. Hans Christian Andersen was born in the Danish town of Odense. He was the son of a poor shoemaker, and his mother wanted to make him a tailor. But he was fond of books, and told her he would rather go away and try to become famous by writing. He had only about $5 when he arrived in Copenhagen, but he worked and studied, and after many misfortunes succeeded in getting a good education. When his stories were published, they were liked so well that kings and princes invited him to their palaces to have him read to them. He traveled much, but his last days were spent in Copenhagen. Here all the children knew him. The boys took off their hats when they met him, and the girls bowed. He was a kind old man, and told them many stories, often seeking out children who were sick to amuse them. He died here in 1875, and the people erected this statue. In the statue, the great storyteller is sitting. On one side of the pedestal has been engraved a picture from The Ugly Duckling, and on another side a little child riding on the back of a stork. Before leaving Denmark, we take a railroad train for a rapid run over the country. It is nearly all flat, and the greater part of it is pasture. This is so, not only in Jutland, but in the Danish islands as well. There are rich crops of wheat, oats, and rye in some places, and now and then a patch of potatoes. We see many beech trees, and the roads are frequently lined with them. The pastures, however, are more important than anything else. How well the grass grows! See the fat cattle feeding upon it. There are many dairies, and we stop now and then to watch the men and women making butter and cheese. Denmark is one of the best dairy countries of the world, and I doubt whether there is any other land which produces so much butter in proportion to its size. Denmark annually exports to England alone more than $30 million worth of butter, and it sends butter in tin cans to all out-of-the-way parts of the world, where the people, for any reason, do not make butter themselves. It ships millions of eggs and a great deal of bacon and other kinds of meat. Now we are passing through one of the small Danish towns. It has but one long street, bordered by quaint one-story houses with white walls and roofs of red tiles. The houses are neat, and the people seem healthy and happy. Notice their rosy cheeks, their light hair and blue eyes. They are comfortably dressed and seem well-to-do. The Danes are noted for their thrift. They are industrious and economical, and many of them have money in the savings banks which are to be found everywhere. The Danes are intelligent. All children are compelled to go to school from the age of 7 to 14, and there are few men or women who cannot read and write. But how dark it is growing! We can see only a short distance outside the car windows. The wind has blown the fog in from the ocean, and the country about us is enveloped in mist. Denmark is so low and so surrounded by seas that it is often covered with fog. It frequently blows hard, and there are also sandstorms, which are very unpleasant. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 18. When the Sun Shines at Midnight. The Scandinavian peninsula is often called the Land of the Midnight Sun, because its northern part lies within the Arctic Circle, so far north that in the summer the daylight lasts for months, when the sun can be seen the whole 24 hours, and in the winter there is continuous darkness for months. This is true of only the northern part of the Scandinavian peninsula, although the whole of it is so far north that the summer days are much longer and the winter days much shorter than ours. We shall notice this as we go onward from place to place through it, even as far south as Christiania and Stockholm. One can read after 10 o'clock at night in summer out of doors, and when we go to bed we shall hang our traveling rugs over the windows to darken the room so we can sleep. We begin our explorations by a trip to the land of long days and long nights, for we wish to see for ourselves how the sun looks at midnight. The journey will give us some idea of Norway and of the general character of the Scandinavian peninsula. Scandinavia is the largest peninsula of Europe. It is a vast body of land, more than 4 times as big as New England, rising abruptly out of the Atlantic Ocean and sloping somewhat toward the east and south to the Gulf of Bothnia and the Baltic Sea. The land is rugged and mountainous. In the north there are snow-clad peaks and enormous glaciers. Farther south the mountains uphold high wooded plains with many gorges or canyons running through them. Some of the mountains are steep and countless streams dash down their sides. The peninsula has also numerous lakes, many of them joined by canals. In Norway alone there are 3,000, while in Sweden the lakes cover almost 1/10 of the country. Norway is much more rainy than Sweden. The winds from the ocean precipitate most of their moisture as they strike the mountains, and when they descend the opposite slopes to the Baltic, they are comparatively dry. Along the Atlantic Ocean there is a mountain wall, with many great breaks or chasms in it. Some of these chasms extend 100 miles into the land, forming ocean avenues, as it were, by which the ships can stream far into the interior. These narrow arms of the sea are called fjords. They are of great value in commerce and trade, and the people have built nearly all their towns and villages upon them. They give Norway and Sweden a coastline so long that if it could be stretched out, it would reach more than halfway round the world. But we shall see this better as we go in our steamer along the shore to the North Cape. We make the trip leisurely, stopping now and then for a journey into the interior by the fjords. Now we have entered one of these great breaks in the mountain wall. We are sailing up a mighty ravine right into the heart of the country. The walls of trees, moss, and bushes rise above us, so high that we seem to be roofed with the blue sky. Lean over the side of the boat and look down. How clear the water is! It is 100 feet deep, yet we can see bottom, and as the vessel slows up, we observe the fishes swimming about far below us. Now we have gone further inland. We have lost sight of the ocean through a turn in the fjord, and we seem to be traveling through a mountain-walled canyon. Hear that noise which comes from the front? Ask the pilot to guide the boat more to the left. The noise is made by the great volume of water dashing down into the fjord from the cliff on the right. That is a mountain stream which is taking its last plunge on its way to the sea. Now we are almost under it. Does it not look like a torrent falling out of the sky? Now we have gone past. The sun is shining through the spray, turning it into myriads of diamonds and painting rainbows high above the surface of the fjord. As we go still farther inland, the height of the walls decreases. We find little towns and villages along the banks, and now and then a small city. The houses are like great wooden boxes on foundations of stone. The walls are painted red, white, gray, or yellow, and the buildings look very pretty against the background of green. Now we are back again in the ocean and on our way to the north. How smooth the sea is! This is because of the islands which everywhere line the coast of Norway. They form a breakwater against the storms, and give the sailors a quiet ocean channel from one end of their country to the other. Is it any wonder that with these fjords This great sea coast and this easy sailing coast channel, the Norwegians should have many seamen? They, as well as their brothers of Sweden, have an enormous number of ships. They do much trading and fishing, and you may find their merchant vessels in all parts of the world. We stay for a day at Trondhjem on a great fjord, and are surprised to find, away up here at the north, a city of about 50,000, with wide streets, good pavements, and fine buildings. It has also shipbuilding yards, lumber mills, and fish-packing houses. We visit the cathedral, one of the oldest in Europe, and the one in which the Norwegian kings are crowned. It is built of blue-colored slate, and some parts of it are beautifully carved. Trondhjem is the third city of Norway, and it is an important seaport and railroad town. It is connected with Christiania by a railroad 350 miles long. It has also much shipping, and its harbor is open all the year round, although it is several hundred miles farther north than northern Labrador. It is nearer the North Pole than the mouth of the Yukon River in Alaska, and it is on about the same parallel of latitude as southern Iceland. All of these countries are frozen up during the winter, and most of them have 6 to 8 months of ice. Why is it that Trondhjem does not freeze too? It is on account of the prevailing westerly winds, which are kept warm by the drift from the Gulf Stream. The warm Gulf Stream, having flowed along our Atlantic coast, supplies to the northern Atlantic a vast amount of warm water, which is drifted across the ocean by the westerly winds, and keeps them warm. These winds give the British Isles a temperate climate, and then flood the coast of Norway with a bath of warm air. The drift water is so warm that all the harbors along the west coast of Norway are free from ice during the winter, while the harbors of the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Bothnia are frozen. The greater part of Norway would be uninhabitable were it not for the water-warmed westerly wind. The people owe their food, their commerce, their very lives to it. Were it not for its heat, the fjords would be blocked with ice, and the coast be as cold and barren and desolate as Labrador. A part of Sweden is colder in winter than Norway, although both countries are covered with snow for months at a time. The people go about upon sleds and skates, and they travel from one place to another upon long snowshoes or skis. They have tobogganing parties and enjoy themselves coasting down the steep hills. Leaving Trondhjem, we sail northward inside the islands by snow-clad mountains, upon the sides of which great glaciers hang. We cross the Arctic Circle and then stay for a day at Tromsø to have a look at a village of Laplanders not far away. Some of the Lapps live in tents made of skins stretched upon poles, with a hole in the top for the smoke to go out. Others have huts of stone and earth, but everything is of the rudest description. The people gather round us as we walk through their little town, offering to pose for our cameras. How dirty they are, and how small! They look like dwarfs. The men are about 5 feet tall, and the women about 6 inches shorter. They are dressed in reindeer skins, with the fur on the inside. They belong to the yellow race, and their complexions are almost as yellow as their leather clothing, their skins having been darkened by the smoke which fills their tents the greater part of the time. The little Lapps look and dress just like their parents. All have high cheekbones, flat noses, and large mouths. Their eyes are small and black and often twinkling with laughter. They seem good-natured, and for a few coppers will allow themselves to be photographed as often as we wish. We see but few reindeer about Tromsø. They are to be found farther back in the country, where nearly every Lapp has his own herd, and where the people live largely upon reindeer meat and reindeer milk. They milk the reindeer just as we milk our cows, but they can keep milk better than we can with all our ice chests and spring houses, for it is so cold in the winter where the Lapps live that they freeze the milk into hard blocks, after which it will keep for months, and they can use it as they need it. Many of the Laplanders are nomads. That is, they have no settled habitation. It takes quite a large space to support a reindeer, for the vegetation is scanty in these northern latitudes, and the people drive the deer from place to place to find pasture. In traveling, many of them use reindeer sledges, upon which their tents and other things are carried. The reindeer can travel very fast, and they take the place of horses in all the lands along the Arctic coast of Europe. From Tromsø we steam on to Hammerfest to get a look at the northernmost town of the world before going to the Cape. It is early morning when we cast anchor in the harbor, but we are now so far north that it is light throughout the whole night. We are far beyond the latitude of Iceland, beyond that of Cape Brewster in Greenland, farther north in the gold diggings of the Klondike in Alaska, and in seas which, were it not for the Gulf Stream, would be filled with ice almost all the year round. Hammerfest is a thriving city. It contains about 3,000 people who dwell in hundreds of wooden 1- and 2-story houses on the edge of the sea. It has a telegraph station and weekly newspapers. We eat our dinner at a good hotel and find that the people live well here at the northern extremity of the world. They have very long winters, but in the summer, for months, the sun shines all day and almost all night as well. The plants then grow very rapidly, and vegetables mature in much less time than with us. Now we are again on our way to the north. We have left Hammerfest, and in 7 hours shall be at the North Cape, the northern extremity of Magero Island, and at the northernmost point of Europe. We have been within the Arctic Circle for days, and are now sailing through the Arctic Ocean. The water is clear, and of a beautiful blue. It is not very cold, for we are still floating upon the warm drift of the Gulf Stream, although we now and then see an iceberg, and we are always in sight of the glaciers on the mountains of Norway. How fresh the air is, and how pure! The winds blow continually, so that we almost have to fight our way from the stern of the boat to the prow. Now we are steaming amongst islands, with birds in great flocks soaring about in the air over our heads. There are scores of seagulls following the steamer, and hundreds of black and white eider ducks flying over the islands. The ducks are of value for their feathers, which are so soft and light that they make excellent wadding for quilts. They are also used for trimming cloaks and for collars, muffs, wraps, and other such things. The ducks build nests of twigs and rushes, and line them with soft feathers which they pluck from their own breasts. Our captain tells us the ducks are protected by law, as many people make their living by gathering the feathers. The hunters, when they find a nest, are careful not to destroy it. They merely take out the feather lining, after which the ducks will line them once again. When they have been twice robbed, they will slip off and build a nest somewhere else. As we go on among the islands, we pass many rocks, half submerged by the sea. See that one away over there at the right? It apparently has a geyser upon it, for it is spouting water high into the air. See, it is moving. Take your field glass and look again. That is not an island at all. It is a whale. There are many whales in these waters, and many ships are engaged in catching them for their oil and whalebone. There, the great whale has dived, and we see him no more. We sail on until at last, rounding a great bleak point of rocks, we enter the harbor of the North Cape, and drop our anchor in a little bay surrounded by mountains, on some of which snow can be seen. We take out our lines and amuse ourselves fishing while we wait for the hour when we are to see the sun shining at midnight. How slowly the time goes, and how strange is this turning of night into day! The sun was already high in the heavens at about 3 o'clock this morning, when we came into Hammerfest, and when we think of all we have seen since then, the day seems a week long, and it is hours yet till midnight. We look again and again at our watches, observing that the sun still stands high above the horizon. It is well up at 10:30 p.m. when we leave the ship for the shore. We have decided to climb the bluff which overhangs the harbor, for our midnight view of the King of the Heavens. The captain warns us that we must hurry back, for he wishes to leave as soon as we return. He gives us a boat, and we row to the land and walk along a rugged path through the rocks to the foot of the bluff. The way from here is so steep that we are glad to use the thick rope which has been passed through iron rings fastened by staples into the rock, in order that travelers may help themselves up by it. The bluff is 900 feet high, but step by step we climb up its bleak sides to the top, and take our stand beside the brown stone monument which was erected here when Oscar II, King of Sweden, visited the Cape about a generation ago. We stop a moment trying to realize where we are as we look at the glorious scenes all about us. We are about as far north as man ever gets, if we except the few Arctic explorers who have risked their lives in trying to find the North Pole. We are at the northern edge of Europe and are looking out upon the great polar world. To the north of us are the regions of icebergs, Eskimos, and polar bears. To our right and to our left, seas unsailed except by whaling and sealing ships extend on and on, a vast watery waste dotted here and there by icy islands where Jack Frost reigns supreme. And still it is wonderfully beautiful. We are gazing over the great Arctic Ocean, which is rolling about under a glorious sun. It looks not unlike the Atlantic, as we have seen it from the rocks of our New England coast, when the sun was still several hours from its setting. The scene is so fine that we almost forget the time, until we notice some rockets shooting up from the ship far below us. That is the signal from the captain for us to hurry, as he wishes to sail. We look at our watches, and lo, it is midnight. The sun is as far down as it will go during this 24 hours, and as near the horizon as it will get for months to come. We stand on the bluff and wave our American flags in honor of the occasion, while we sing Hail Columbia away up here on the mountain. We go to the edge of the bluff and throw stones down into the ocean, and as we look out over it, we feel that if we had not a large part of Europe yet to explore, we might easily take a boat and steam on to the pole. We wait for a few moments in order to say that we have seen the sunrise, although in this latitude there is little difference between its rising and setting, and then we say farewell and make our way down the bluff to our boat. We eat our breakfast on board about 2 o'clock in the morning. The cook has fried the fresh cod that we caught when we first came into the harbor, and to us, hungry from our climb up the hill, they seem sweeter than any fish ever eaten before. An hour later we are again in our cabins, which we have darkened by hanging our coats over the portholes, ready to take our first sleep after our long working day of more than 24 hours. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Geographical Reader, Europe by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 19. Travels in Norway and Sweden. We have left our steamer at Trondheim and are going through Norway to Christiania by rail. The distance is less than 400 miles, but we spend several days on the journey, for we wish to study the country. We leave the train frequently and ride in carrioles from one town to another. The carrioles are little carts, not unlike our American sulkies, save that each carriole has a seat behind for the boy or girl whom the owner sends along to bring it back home. Our carrioles are drawn by Norwegian ponies. They are stocky little cream-colored beasts with long tails and short manes. They are so patient and gentle that we fall in love with them and wish we could send them home to America. They go very fast and will travel all day without tiring. Sometimes one goes too fast for our comfort. We pull on the reins and cry, "Whoa!" but the pony goes faster than ever. At last, in despair, we look back at the little boy riding behind. He laughs and then makes a noise like the loud purring of a cat, saying "Purr." The pony stops instantly, and we thus learn that "purr" means "whoa" in Norway. Much of our travel is through the forests for which Norway and Sweden are noted. Scandinavia has long been one of the chief lumber regions of Europe. In the northern part of the peninsula there are vast tracts of pine and fir, and in the south many beeches, elms, and other hardwood trees. About the best shipping timber used in England and on the continent comes from Scandinavia. Sweden sometimes exporting as much as $25 million worth of lumber a year. A great deal is shipped as logs, some as window sashes and doors, much as boards, and not a little split up into matches. Swedish matches light the fires of a great part of the world. So many are sold every year that if they were all loaded into 2 horse wagons At a ton to the wagon, it would take a line of teams more than 100 miles long to carry them all. Let us stop our carrioles and think for a moment of the possible future of this forest we are now passing through. There is a great pine which has been marked for cutting. Within a short time it will start on its travels to Holland to serve as a pile to support one of the great buildings of Amsterdam or Rotterdam. That tall tree beside it may form the mast of a German steamship which will carry goods to South Africa or China, and those others nearby may be cut up into posts of from 3 to 9 feet in length to prop up the roofs of the tunnels in the coal mines of England. Farther on are some which may be ground into pulp to make printing paper, and they may again come before us in the newspapers which a little later we shall read at our breakfasts in Vienna or Rome. So musing, we go on through the woods and come out into cleared lands, where men, women, and children are cutting hay and curing it for winter. How different it is from the harvest scenes of our great western farms! There are no mowing machines, nor iron rakes drawn by horses. There are no hay wagons such as we use. The men are cutting the grass with scythes, and the women are raking it together and carrying it in their arms to those racks of wood or wire at the sides of the field, where they tie it up in bundles and hang it out to dry in the sun and the wind, just as we dry our washing. It is so rainy that the people dare not let the hay lay on the ground. After it is cured, it is carried off to the barns by ponies in little wagons not much bigger than baby cribs, which move along on small wooden wheels. On some farms the hay is packed in baskets and carried home by the women on their backs, and on others, where the fields are high up, they tie the hay into bundles and slide it down on wire ropes to the barns. Sometimes buckets of milk are sent down from the hills in this way. The farms are so small and so rough that the people could not possibly use our heavy farming machinery. We stop at one of the farmhouses for lunch, and are told we can have bread and milk, fresh eggs, and salmon. The farmer's daughter first brings in the bread. It is of the kind known as flatbrød, which is used all over Norway. It is made of rye meal and water in thin cakes twice as big around as a dinner plate, and so hard and crisp that we break it like crackers. The fish and eggs follow. They are well cooked and delicious. We have excellent butter and very good cheese, and as we go on with our journey, we find that the Norwegians live very well. They have but little meat in many parts of the country, but we can always get eggs and fish, and in the north we often have venison and reindeer steaks and roasts, with reindeer hash next day. The country people live plainly in all parts of Scandinavia. The houses are small, seldom containing more than 2 or 3 rooms, although one farmer may sometimes have several houses for himself and servants. Everyone works. We see women knitting away in the hay fields while resting, and in the evening find them spinning inside the houses. The women and girls make all the clothes of the family. They weave the cloth and cut out the garments and sew them. In some parts of Scandinavia they make beautiful lace. The people of one town will often follow only one pattern, stitching the same pattern over and over again from one generation to another. The men manufacture the most of their farming tools, and not a few make the harness for their ponies. The people are well educated. Children are compelled to attend school, and nearly everyone can read and write. Our train is now coming into Christiania, the capital of Norway, and the second largest city in the Scandinavian peninsula. We take a carriage at the station and drive to our hotel, where we leave our baggage and then drive on through the city. Christiania is about as big as St. Paul and quite as beautiful. Its wide streets are well paved and lined with large buildings of stone. There are many fine residences and public squares and parks. The people must be fond of flowers, for nearly every window has a row of plants in it. Christiania is situated on a wide, deep fjord, and large ocean steamers can sail up into the town. We visit the wharves and find there a steamer about starting out for Gothenburg, Sweden, and as we wish to cross Sweden by the celebrated Gotha Canal, which connects Gothenburg with the Baltic, we take passage. The ride is a short one, and we are soon again upon land. Gothenburg is the chief city on the west coast of Sweden. It was once famous as a fishing place, and it is now important as the western terminus of the Gotha Canal. We walk through its long, wide streets, bordered by canals walled with stone and crossed with bridges of iron. The city reminds us of the Dutch towns, and we enjoy its quaint old houses of brick, its beautiful parks, and its canal streets filled with shipping. We go out to the shipbuilding yards and also visit the factories where they are weaving linen and cotton cloth, and making all kinds of machinery, paper, matches, tobacco, and sugar. It is early morning when we start on our journey up the Gotha River and on into the canal. We steam around the high falls of Trollhättan into Lake Vänern. The canal is about 300 miles long, but it is so largely made up of lakes and rivers that it has only 50 miles of excavated waterways. Our boat is carried up past the falls by means of 11 great locks, and, after crossing the lake, we again rise by other locks until we are 300 feet above sea level, on the highest point between Lake Vänern and Lake Vättern. From the point we begin to descend. We fall from one level to another by means of locks, till at last we sail out into the Baltic Sea, and a few hours later are steaming into the capital of Sweden. Stockholm is a beautiful city. It lies on both sides of a channel which connects the Baltic Sea with Lake Mälar. We coast in and out among islands as we come in, and if we should go through into the lake beyond, we should find other islands, almost as many as the Thousand Islands in the St. Lawrence above Montreal. Stockholm is cut up by waterways. It has bridges connecting its islands, and its waterways are so many and so beautiful that it has been called the Venice of the North. Everywhere we look we see boats moving about. There are many ships at the quays. The vast buildings rise above up from the sea, so that the city looks as though it were built on the waves. We leave the ship and walk through the city. The streets are wide and well paved, and we cross at least 2 bridges every half-mile. The buildings are large, and there are many 5-story structures with dormer windows stretching their heads out of the steep slanting roofs, as though asking what the weather might be. There are many statues, for the Swedes are noted as sculptors and are fond of the fine arts. We see children everywhere going to school. The Swedes are as well educated as any people of Europe, and there are very few of them who cannot read and write. They are energetic and so thrifty that when they emigrate to the United States, as many of them do every year, they soon become good American citizens. It is difficult to find stronger, more thrifty, and more intelligent people than those of Norway and Sweden. Centuries ago, when they were known as the Norsemen, they were noted for their bravery on sea and on land. Their war vessels sailed many seas, and they made themselves feared in their wars with the other peoples of northern Europe. Now they have proved themselves equally great in the arts of peace. Continuing with our walk, we pass parks and public gardens at frequent intervals. There are cafes in the gardens, and the family parties sitting about the tables, under the trees, in front of them, remind us of the boulevards of Paris. Notice the people we pass on the streets. What fair faces they have, and what very blue eyes. Scandinavia is the land of the blue eye and the tow head. There is a girl from the country. We have seen some dressed much like her in interior Norway. She wears a cap which comes down over her ears, rising in a peak at the front. Her short black skirt is of homespun, and her white waist has very full sleeves. She has on a long apron of red and blue stripes, and about her neck is a bright-colored handkerchief. There is a little girl clad the same way. We shall see many dresses like those out in the country, although most of the city people dress as we do. But what is that huge building over there on the edge of the harbor? I mean the one with the wide terrace looking out over the water. That is the Palace of the King of Sweden. It contains 800 rooms and is one of the fine buildings of Europe. The 2 countries of the Scandinavian peninsula were ruled by one king for many years, although each elected its own parliament which made all the laws for its people. This union between Norway and Sweden existed for nearly 100 years, but in 1905 Norway separated from Sweden and established an entirely independent kingdom. Both countries are constitutional monarchies, and their parliaments are known as the Storthing in Norway and the Diet in Sweden. It is provided by law that the kings of these countries must be of the Lutheran faith, for this is the established church of both Norway and Sweden. Soon we leave Stockholm for a trip out into the country. We visit some of the great factories for which Sweden is noted. We go down into the iron and copper mines and travel through many farming districts, not unlike those of Norway. The farms are exceedingly small. Some are not much bigger than a village lot, and some are so long and so narrow that you could hardly turn a dray about in them. Sweden has many thousands of such little farms. According to law, when a man dies, his land must be divided evenly among his children, so his farm is cut up into strips, and one strip is given to each child. Many of the strips are so small that there are no houses upon them. One man often owns a score of these little farms. You would not think that people could make much out of land so divided, but the Swedes are thrifty and they do very well. Their climate is so damp that grass grows luxuriantly, and they are such good dairymen that their butter and cheese sell well in all parts of northern Europe. We see quite as many women and children at work in the fields as in Norway. The women look odd with their sharp pointed caps, short skirts, and bright aprons. There comes one now with a baby slung to her back. The little one is wrapped up in a cloth, the ends of which are tied over the mother's breast. How can the woman possibly work with such a big load on her back? Her baby will surely fall off if she stoops down and tries to tie the grass into sheaves as the other women are doing. Yes, that is so, and she knows it, for as you see, she has unslung the baby and tied the two ends of the cloth in which it is wrapped to the branch of that tree, so that the little one swings to and fro in the breeze while the mother works. The Swedes are fond of their children. The usual cradle is a box with cords tied to its corners and brought together above the center, so that it can be hung to a hook from one of the rafters. A slight push sends the box swinging, and with the motion the little one drops off to sleep. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 20. In the German Empire. We have left Stockholm and are crossing the Baltic Sea on our way to the great German Empire. There are educated Germans on board, and as some of us speak German, we have no trouble in making ourselves understood. We have so many Germans in the United States that we feel more at home than at any other time since we left England. So we take our maps and try to get a general idea of the land and its people before we begin to explore it. We learn that the German Empire is composed of 26 states, of which the largest are Prussia and Bavaria, comprising about 3/4 of the whole. Prussia is much larger than all the others, and all the states are combined under its king into one great confederation for protection against the rest of the world, and to better themselves in commerce and trade. What a magnificent country Germany is, and what an important position it holds on the continent of Europe. As we travel over it, we shall see that it could hardly help being the home of a great people. It contains more land than any of the other European states, except Russia and Austria-Hungary, and nearly every bit of its territory is good for something. The most of the empire is one vast farm, divided up into small fields which are kept like gardens. It has millions of acres of vineyards, grain fields, and pastures, and it raises vast quantities of wheat and rye, oats and barley, potatoes and sugar beets. It has some of the finest cattle of Europe and is noted as a stock-raising country. Germany stands next to Great Britain among the mining countries of Europe. It has mountains rich in silver, lead, zinc, copper, and tin. It has more than 1,000 iron mines and rich coal fields not far from the iron, so that a vast manufacturing industry has risen upon them. The land is a beehive of all kinds of industries. It has hundreds of factories which make machinery alone, and among them are some of the largest in the world. One covers more than 1,000 acres, and another, just outside of Berlin, has built more than 4,000 railroad locomotives. But Germany has other natural advantages in addition to its fat soil and rich mines. Its position and the lay of the land fit it for the home of a great trading people. It is situated in the heart of Europe, surrounded on all sides by rich nations. It touches the greatest of the European states and does business with all of them. On the west are the French, the Belgians, and the Dutch, all manufacturing people and all anxious to buy and sell. On the south are the Austrians, the Swiss, and also the Italians, for they are accessible by the tunnels through the Alps, while on the east is the vast population of Russia. The Baltic Sea gives an easy sea road to Norway and Sweden, furnishing northern Germany an outlet to the ocean, while the safe ports of Bremen and Hamburg make the English the next-door neighbors of Germany, and give it access to America and all other parts of the world. Now look at the lay of the land. Germany consists chiefly of a vast rolling plain, gently sloping toward the Baltic Sea and the North Sea. It is a part of the lowland of Europe, which, beginning in Russia, extends westward to the Atlantic Ocean. Farther south the land rises. The plateau of Bavaria begins and slopes upward to the foothills of the Alps, so that the whole of Germany may be called the northern slope of those mountains. What should be the condition of such a country? It should have plenty of water, for the streams from the mountains would flow through it. It should have navigable rivers, for the slope is so gentle the streams would flow slowly. And it might have canals, for it is easy to cut canals through a country comparatively level. This is the condition of Germany. The empire has great waterways, which with their branches enclose it almost like a net. On the west, the Rhine, fed by alpine glaciers and snows, forms a wide trade route from the south to the north. A few miles to the eastward is the Weser, another large river, and farther east the Elbe, carrying thousands of boats to and from the ocean. Still farther to the eastward are the Oder and the Vistula, which flow into the Baltic Sea. They are great waterways loaded with traffic during most of the year. All these rivers have navigable branches, and their main streams run almost parallel with one another. Their channels have been deepened in places, and such a system of canals has been constructed between them that they give the western, central, and northern parts of Germany an almost perfect system of commercial waterways. In addition, the great Danube River rises in southern Germany and furnishes a trade route to Austria-Hungary and the Black Sea, connecting Germany with Asia. Is this not a fine water system? It has so many rivers and canals that if they were joined end to end, they would make a navigable highway 9,000 miles long, or more than twice as long as the main stream of the Mississippi-Missouri, the longest river of the world. Now observe the lacework of steel tracks which covers the German Empire. The land lies so that the railroads could be easily built throughout every part of it. We shall have no difficulty in going wherever we please, for Germany has more railroads than any other country except the United States. From Berlin there is scarcely a city in Europe that cannot be reached in 24 hours, and fast express trains are always shooting back and forth across the empire from one part of the continent to another. All the great trade routes go through Germany. By the tunnels of the Alps, the cars bring the passengers and goods from Asia, Africa, and Australia through Italy into Germany and other parts of northern Europe. There are fast express trains which cross Bavaria on their way from Paris to Constantinople, and there are railroads to Russia, in addition to the enormous system required for the business of the country itself. But something more than a fertile soil, rich mines, a network of railroads, good seaports, and navigable rivers is needed to make a country great in manufacturing and commerce. It is necessary that it have a thrifty people with a talent for trade. This is the nature of the Germans. They are among the best traders and manufacturers of the world, and there are so many of them that they hold a very important place in the world's commerce. Germany has a larger population than any other nation of Europe except Russia. Its people are steadily growing in number and are now pushing their commerce into all parts of the globe. The Germans are fast becoming a great colonial nation. They have colonies in Africa and China and own many islands in the Pacific Ocean. They have 5 times as much land outside Europe as at home. They have established their business houses in all parts of the world, not only in their own colonies but in all others, so that there is scarcely a place of any size in South America, Africa, or Asia where you may not find Germans selling goods, and buying raw materials and other things to be sent back to their people at home. There is one thing which everyone notices upon entering Germany, no matter where he comes in. This is the enormous fortifications which guard the country, and the soldiers who are to be seen everywhere. From now on we shall be awakened in the morning by the bugle of the trumpeters calling the companies to drill. We shall hear the military bands playing, and may have a chance to see some of the maneuvers or mock battles in which many regiments of cavalry and infantry practice at war. A rich land like Germany, surrounded by other countries, must always be on guard. Its frontier is more than 4,000 miles long, and at points of strategic importance enormous fortresses have been built and military camps established. Railroads have been constructed so that soldiers can be sent quickly to these camps and fortresses, and the telegraph lines connecting them with the capital and with one another have been laid in secret trenches under the ground, in order that they may not be easily found and cut by the enemy. Germany is always striving to improve her army. The people are proud of their soldiers, and indeed they have reason to be so, for they have one of the finest armies of the world. Every able-bodied man in the country must be a soldier, and in times of war boys of 17 may be called into the army. From the age of 20 to 27, every well man is expected to serve as a soldier, and this has made the army so large that if the Germans should have a war, they could easily put 3 million men in the field. We see something of these military defenses when, after crossing the Baltic, we land in the harbor of Kiel. We have come here to go through the Kaiser Wilhelm Canal, which has been cut through the land from the Baltic Sea to the mouth of the Elbe, in order that the German men of war and other ships may be able to go out to the sea without taking the long trip around Denmark. This canal is about 60 miles long. It is deep enough for the largest steam vessels and so wide that ships can easily pass. It was completed in 1895 at a cost of almost $40 million, but it is of enormous value to the Germans in the way of trade and in the defense of their empire. We steam into the long, wide harbor of Kiel, passing many German war vessels moving on their way to and from the Baltic Sea. There are shipbuilding yards, docks fixed and floating, and many foundries and arsenals, making arms and fitting ships for war. This is the chief naval station of Germany, and there are many warships here ready to start forth if at any time Germany should have trouble with other nations. We are almost deafened by the din when we leave our steamer and walk through the vast works, and we enjoy coming out again into the busy city of Kiel and looking at the many merchant vessels which lie at the wharves. Most of them are on their way to or from the canal. We enter the canal early in the morning. Our ship is raised by a great lock from the harbor to the canal level. The gates in front of us are opened by machinery, and we steam slowly on toward the southwest. The ride takes the whole day. The distance is not so great, but there are so many ships going through that it is stipulated none shall steam faster than 5 miles an hour. How interesting it is! We can see far away on either side. The land is low and flat, and in many places sandy and swampy. Now we go by a meadow upon which fat Holstein cattle are feeding, and now a marsh where long-legged storks are wading about, poking their bills deep down into the mud searching for food. We see storks' nests on many of the farmhouses. There are windmills like those of Holland. We pass many ships and wave our handkerchiefs to the people on board. At last we enter the great lock at the end and are lowered down to the Elbe, where it flows out into the North Sea. Here our ship turns about, and we steam rapidly up the wide estuary of the Elbe, and within a few hours are passing through the shipping which belongs to the port of Hamburg. Our boat steams into the city, and when we step off, we are in one of the most important commercial centers of the world. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Geographical Reader Europe by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 21. The Seaports of Germany. Hamburg is one of the oldest cities of northern Europe. The Emperor Charlemagne built a castle here about 800 A.D., and even in the Middle Ages, Hamburg had considerable trade. It is now the biggest seaport on the continent of Europe and the chief outlet for Germany in its commerce by sea with the rest of the world. But why has Hamburg become the principal port of this part of Europe? You can see, if you will, but think for a moment of the vast industrial and commercial region behind it, and how closely it is connected with it by river and canal and by rail. Hamburg lies on the navigable Elbe, so far back from the sea that the shipping is safe from the storms, and here great highways of commerce between a great part of northern Europe and the rest of the world converge. On the Elbe itself, goods are carried clear across Germany, and on its tributary, the Moldau, far into the great industrial province of Austria. All the heavy traffic for Berlin now goes from Hamburg by the Havel and Spree, and is thence taken by river and canal to the great waterways farther east. Hamburg has direct connection not only with our country in England, but also with the principal ports of South America, Australia, Africa, and Asia, as well as with those of other parts of Europe. It has a free port, that is, no duty is charged on goods which are brought into the port for transshipment. We see in the harbor not only German ships, but ships from all other countries. We are surprised at the number of vessels discharging goods from the United States. See that great steamer unloading cotton, the bales being lifted by derricks from the ship right into the warehouses. A little farther on is one taking off a cargo of meat, while others are unloading wheat and corn in vast quantities. Germany is one of our best customers. We supply its cotton mills with raw materials and also furnish a large part of its food, for although the land is rich, it does not raise enough to feed all the people. There is a tank steamer which has just arrived with a load of petroleum. That cargo came from the wells of Ohio, Indiana, and Pennsylvania. It was carried in pipes to the Atlantic seaboard and will soon be on its way to light the lamps in the homes of the Germans all over the empire. The Germans consume a great deal of our copper, pig iron, and steel, and within recent years we have been sending them many manufactured articles. The most of our trade with them is through Hamburg and the port of Bremen, on the Weser, not far away. Let us continue our walk along the wharves. What a lot of them there are, and what a variety of shipping! There is a 10,000-ton steamer which has just arrived with a cargo of wool. It came from Australia, stopping at the German colony of New Guinea on the way. There are tea and silk ships from China, and there are some starting out on their way to German Africa with all sorts of goods to be exchanged for palm oil, rubber, and ivory. There are English ships discharging manufactured goods, Italian ships unloading oranges, wines, and olive oil, vessels from Norway and Sweden loaded with lumber, steamers which have just arrived from the west coast of South America filled with nitrate of soda to fertilize the beet sugar farms, and steamers from Brazil with their cargoes of coffee and rubber. There are so many ships that our heads grow dizzy in trying to remember what they contain, and we give up in despair. We walk along wharf after wharf, past miles of such ships. The wharves are so arranged that the vessels come right to the warehouses. There are enclosed docks, such as we saw in London and Liverpool, and goods are also being unloaded into flatboats or barges to be towed by the canals through the city. There are railroad tracks everywhere, so that cars can be brought right to the ships and that freight handled quickly and cheaply. Many of the warehouses line the canals. Some of them have their upper stories projecting several feet above those below. They look like gigantic stairs turned upside down, and seem to be trying to reach out and rub noses with their neighbors on the other side of the waterway. Extending out from the roofs are beams holding pulleys, to which long ropes are attached so that they hang down over the canal. There is one now, with a barge of wool bales just below. The men have wrapped the rope around one of the bales and fastened it tight. They have seized the other end of the rope, and aided by the pulleys are raising the bale high into the air. There, It has reached the third story of the building, where it is caught by a hook and pulled in through the barn-like doors which have been opened to receive it. Now we have left the ships and are walking through the main business streets of the city. Did you ever see anything finer? The stores contain beautiful goods, and the sidewalks are crowded with people, as well dressed as those of New York. We visit the stock exchange about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and look down upon the thousands of brokers and merchants who are buying and selling. The din is as great as that of our stock exchange in Wall Street, but the language used is the German, and the brokers shout their words so rapidly that we cannot understand them. We stroll along the Binnenalster, a great walled pond in the heart of the city, and then go out to the zoological gardens to see the collections of lions, tigers, and other wild beasts for which Hamburg is noted. This place has long been famous as a wild animal market. The ships from Africa, Asia, Australia, and the islands of the Pacific bring wild beasts with them for sale, and anyone who wishes can get an elephant, a monkey, a kangaroo, or a boa constrictor, if he will but pay the price. It is only a short ride by rail from Hamburg to Bremen on the river Weser, about 40 miles from the sea. This is the other chief port by which Germany has access to the ocean, and from it many of the German immigrants sail for America. We see a ship starting out as we walk along the wharves. There is a crowd of men, women, and children at the stern, waving with their hats, shawls, and handkerchiefs a last farewell to their friends and the fatherland. There are other emigrants going on the vessels nearby, for many, many thousand Germans leave Hamburg and Bremen every year to find homes in the United States. They think America is the best of all foreign countries, and they come to America to work, knowing that they can soon save enough to have homes of their own. They make excellent citizens, and we are glad to have them come. We spend a few hours in examining this quaint old city of Bremen. We visit its factories, including its enormous establishments for making cigars, snuff, and smoking tobacco, and then take a train for a rapid look at the ports of the Baltic, first stopping at Lübeck on a little river about 10 miles from the sea. Have you ever heard of the Hanseatic League? If not, be sure not to say so in Lübeck, for every child here, no matter if he be so poor that he wears wooden shoes, is proud that his city was once a part of it. This league was for 2 centuries and more very important in the commerce of the world. It was organized during the 13th century by many of the great cities of different parts of Europe. The people of these cities banded together to better their trade, and to protect it from the pirates who then infested the seas, and from the robber barons who lived in castles along navigable rivers and exacted heavy tolls from all passing vessels. The League provided transport ships and maintained a powerful military force to protect them. The first 2 cities of the League were Lübeck and Hamburg, after which came Bremen, Danzig, Berlin, Cologne on the Rhine, Bruges in Belgium, and more than 70 others. These cities had their own factories and fisheries. They had their own ships, and they also had caravans of goods going across Europe. Their merchants attended all the great fairs, to which people from everywhere came to buy and sell, and the cities gradually grew very rich and powerful. Of these League cities, Lübeck was the capital, and Hamburg and Bremen were of great importance. They all remained independent towns for many years after the others had come under the rule of kings, and it is only within a short time that they have been absorbed by the great German Empire. We find in Lübeck many quaint old houses, some of which were put up centuries ago. The city still has considerable commerce, but the discovery of America was the death blow to its supremacy. Hamburg, which is only 39 miles away, has absorbed most of its trade, and it is now even smaller than it was during the Middle Ages. From Lübeck we go by rail to Stettin. The city is on both sides of the river Oder, some distance in from the Baltic Sea. It is an important port, for it is the most southerly point that can be reached by ships from the Baltic Sea laden with goods for Germany. It has a fine harbor and is connected by the Oder and canals with all parts of North Germany. its waterways being joined with those of the Elbe and also with the Vistula. Stettin is only 84 miles from Berlin, and a great deal of freight is landed here for that city, being taken there by railroad as well as by the river and the canals. We visit the shipbuilding yards, where the biggest of the German vessels are constructed, and then take a train for Danzig, the commercial center of northeastern Germany, at the mouth of the Vistula. Danzig is built on two arms of the Vistula, about 5 miles from the sea. It has been called the Northern Venice, from the canals running through it. Many of its houses are built upon piles. Some have 6 or 7 stories, with quaint roofs and old-fashioned doors. We see large warehouses with boats anchored before them, and rafts piled high with wheat, which have come down the Vistula from the rich farms of eastern Prussia and Poland. The wheat is here transferred to vessels which take it to other parts of Germany by way of the Baltic Sea, after which the rafts are broken up and sold, and their owners go back to their homes on foot. There are rafts of lumber brought down the same way, and also queer river boats loaded with all sorts of produce. There are boats starting up the river with manufactured goods and other things which have come in by sea. Danzig is the outlet for all the timber grown in the basin of the Vistula. It has a great trade with East Germany and brings much produce down from Russian Poland as well. It is the chief military post of the northeastern part of the empire, and there are great forts all around it with thousands of soldiers to guard it. There is one fact in the history of Danzig that we are likely to recall frequently, especially in the midst of summer and winter, when we are always asking how the thermometer stands. It was in this city that the man who first perfected the thermometer was born, and it was here that he died, A.D. 1736. His name was Fahrenheit, and so when you are told that the temperature is so many degrees Fahrenheit above or below zero, you may remember that it was a citizen of Danzig who has enabled us to know just how hot or how cold it is. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Geographic Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 22, Berlin, the capital of Germany. We start out from our hotel in Berlin this morning to learn something of the capital of the German Empire. The sun is shining and the city looks wonderfully beautiful under its rays. The blocks of light yellow houses, 4, 5, and 6 stories high, seem to have received a fresh coat of paint. The gilding and carving on the palaces and great public buildings stand boldly out, and the statues of marble and bronze, which are to be seen in the squares, on the bridges, and in the gardens and parks, seem almost alive. The policemen strut about as spick and span as so many dandies. There are soldiers and officers in uniforms among the well-dressed people on the sidewalks, and the whole city looks new. We drive through one long street after another, our carriage on its rubber-tired wheels moving along noiselessly over the asphalt pavements. The streets are wide and well kept. There is not a scrap of paper to be seen on the roadways, although some of them are still in the hands of the cleaners. See those little boys in caps and uniforms who are pushing the dirty water toward the sewers? They are scrubbing the streets with rubber mops, which leave them as clean as a floor. Berlin pays $500,000 a year to keep its streets free from dirt, and a large part of the work is done by boys who receive 25 cents a day. How orderly everything is! The Germans are noted for doing things methodically. The whole country moves like a machine. The police are on hand everywhere to enforce the laws, and there are so many policemen that we are seldom out of their sight. The moment we arrived at our hotel, we were given a paper upon which we had to set down just who we were, what our business or profession was, and whether we should stay long in the city or not. The government rules are such that the officials know where each man in Prussia sleeps every night. When we came out this morning, we found the servants cleaning the pavement in front of the hotel. We are told that the family on the ground floor has to clean the pavement in front of the house every morning, and are warned that if we break a bottle or jug on the street, The police will make us pick up the pieces and carry them off. The Berlin boys dare not shoot with blowpipes at the birds in the trees. In the winter, when there is good skating, the police put up green flags to let the children know they may skate, and they mark out with red flags the parts of the ice they are permitted to use. Companies of children are not allowed to go about alone after dark, and if a child makes a noise on the street, his parents may be punished. In Berlin, the police watch even the dogs, and they warn you that your dog must not bark on the streets later than 10 o'clock in the evening. There are also fire police who aid in putting out fires, and building police who see that the mortar and rubbish of new buildings are kept inside the walls, and that no one puts up a building or even a business sign unless his plans have been approved by the officials. The people are proud of their city, and they will not allow anything erected which will injure its beauty. But what are the little towers we see on the street corners? Each is as big around as a hogshead and about 15 feet high. It is covered with printed matter containing various announcements. Those are the advertising stands of the city, which announce what is going on at the concert halls and theaters, and give all sorts of information valuable to strangers. In one section of the tower is a plan of the streets about it, so that we can know just where we are. The tower gives a location of the nearest police station, hospital, fire alarm, and post office. There are also some advertisements in frames, but nothing ugly or out of place. The city authorities will not allow bills to be posted upon the walls, and those who advertise must use these towers or hire men to distribute handbills. Such advertising is far better than that of the ugly billboards which so deface the streets of our American cities. We conclude to get a general idea of Berlin by writing about it on the Ringbahn and Stadtbahn. The Ringbahn is a steam railroad which runs around the outskirts of the city. The trip shows us what a great place Berlin is. The city covers more than 25 square miles. It lies in and extends beyond the Spree River Valley, which is here about 3 miles in width. The country about is so sandy and marshy that Berlin was once nicknamed the sandbox of Europe. It is an old city, although it has been growing so fast of late years, and has been so much improved that it now looks new. Its oldest part is on an island in the Spree. There was a town there several hundred years before America was discovered. The Spree River gave the people access by the Havel to the waterways of the Elbe, and canals were made later by which they could get to the Oder. The town was situated just where the trade routes to different parts of northern Europe crossed, and so the city soon became important. Later it was made the capital of Prussia, and it continued to grow. Then, in 1870, the Germans had their great war with the French and conquered them. After this, the Prussians persuaded the other German states to unite with them into one empire, of which the King of Prussia should be the emperor, and Berlin the imperial capital. Since then, people from all the states of Germany have come to Berlin, and it has rapidly increased in size, wealth, and importance. It is now, next to Paris, the finest capital on the continent of Europe, and its people think it will soon be surpassed in size only by the city of London. We cross many railroads in our ride on the Ringbahn. There are hundreds of smokestacks on the outskirts, pouring their black columns into the sky. They belong to the factories of the city. Berlin is perhaps the greatest manufacturing town of continental Europe. It has silk, woolen, and cotton mills. It has vast engine factories, and it makes beautiful gold and silverware, fine jewelry, and all sorts of fancy goods and notions, as we shall see in the stores where we shop. Much of the work is done by the people in their homes, and there are hundreds of small factories as well as many large ones. The Stadtbahn is an elevated railroad built upon a wall of masonry and iron. We cross the Spree 3 times during our ride upon it, and go over bridges which have been built above the principal streets. We leave the cars not far from the Thiergarten, and take carriages for a drive through this, the great park of Berlin. It contains 600 acres and looks like a cultivated forest, with lakes, little canals, and many beautiful walks and drives. We visit the zoological garden, where we see the keepers feed the wild beasts, and in the monkey house see the largest collection of monkeys in Europe. In our drive through the Avenue of Victory, the chief promenade of the park, we pass scores of well-dressed men and women riding fine horses. There are beautiful carriages with coachmen and footmen in livery, and hundreds of children with their parents or nurses walking about, or playing near the lakes and under the trees. The Germans are fond of nature, and even at daybreak there are people in the park. On going out, we drive by a sandstone column 200 feet tall, with a beautiful gilt statue of Victory on top. It was erected in honor of the victories of the Germans over the French. We then pass out through the Brandenburg Gate into Unter den Linden. This gate is a huge stone structure with 5 entrances, one of which is reserved for the king. It has on its top a magnificent statue of the goddess of victory, riding in a bronze chariot drawn by 4 bronze horses. That statue was captured by Napoleon when he conquered the Prussians. It was taken to Paris, but was brought back again after the Battle of Waterloo. We are delighted with Unter den Linden. It is the finest street of the city and one of the famous streets of the world. It is as wide as Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, and is about a mile long, extending from the Thiergarten to the palaces of the king. It has 7 different roadways or paths, some for heavy vehicles, others for carriages, some for people on horseback, and others for bicycles and pedestrians. We ride through it under the trees, admiring the large public buildings, going by the statue of Frederick the Great and the royal palaces, and then, on turning to the right and to the left, making our way through miles of other streets walled with magnificent buildings. We ride through Friedrich Street and Leipziger Street, by many beautiful stores, and go on, seeing big buildings everywhere. There are no little houses in Berlin, such as you see in other cities, and no cottages with gardens in front of them, so we wonder where the poor live. We soon discover when we get out for a walk. Their homes are scattered everywhere throughout the city. Very few people own the houses they live in. Nearly all hire flats or apartments, so that you find the rich, the well-to-do, and the poor in the same house. Each family has its own quarters and its own floor, according to what it can pay. In all Berlin, it is said, there are only a few thousand families who have a whole house to themselves, while a multitude have less than 6 rooms, and vast numbers of families live in 2 or 3 rooms and in basements or cellars under the ground. Let us go into one of the big buildings and see for ourselves. The one we enter has 6 stories, extending back from the street. It is built about several great courts, each walled with 6 tiers of rooms. We first go into the cellar-like basement. At the front are the shops of a butcher, a cobbler, and a grocer, while farther back, each living in 2 or 3 rooms, are many poor families, the most of whom do work at home for a livelihood. On the first floor facing the street, there are some goods stores, not unlike our stores at home. There is a restaurant at the corner, while in the courts at the back of the building are small shops and homes. Entering the hall, we climb the stairs to the first story, and there find a number of well-to-do families, each of which has 6 or more comfortable rooms opening into one another. On the floors farther up we find other apartments, smaller and less elaborately furnished, the homes of people who are not so rich as those just below, for the rent grows less the higher you go. It is in apartments like these that the most of the Berliners live. Often the poor work in the same room where they sleep, and many families have but one room that can be heated. Such buildings in our cities would have hot air furnaces, or steam or hot water to heat them. Here the people have stoves of porcelain, each so big that it fills one corner of the room, reaching from the floor almost to the ceiling. Near the bottom of the stove is a brass door a foot square, and inside this an iron door which opens into a little fuel chamber. A small amount of coal with some kindling is put in. This will heat the bricks and porcelain, and once hot the stove gives forth heat the whole day. Coming out, we walk through one street after another. The most of them are full of people rapidly moving to and fro. There are men and women of all classes, rich and poor, old and young. Here come some students from the university, and behind them boys with bags of books returning from school. On the corners are messengers in caps and uniforms, ready to take bundles or notes for anyone at a few cents a trip. There are women and men carrying baskets and boxes in their arms and on their backs, and business men and mechanics rapidly moving along. What is that black-faced little boy coming toward us? He has a pole over his shoulder to which a long brush is attached, and he carries a short brush in his hands. He does not look like a Negro. No, he is a German boy, and his business is sweeping out chimneys. There are hundreds of chimney sweeps in Berlin, boys and men who go down into the chimneys and clean them out once a year. Be careful in crossing the streets. They are full of vehicles of every description. There are automobiles moved by steam and electricity. There are many street cars. There are carriages of all kinds and wagons and carts. There are great drays dragged along by horses and little wagons hauled by dogs. There is a dog now pulling a load of fresh meat through the street. He looks very hungry, and we wonder why he does not turn about and take a good meal until we see the wire muzzle enclosing his head. All dogs must have muzzles, or they will be taken up by the police or the dog catchers. Get out of the way of that carriage. Don't you hear the driver hissing at you? That is the way you are warned to look out in Berlin. If you allow yourself to be run over, you may be arrested and fined, for every person on foot is expected to take care of himself. What a lot of restaurants, hotels, and cafes there are everywhere. We are inclined to think that the chief occupation of the people of Berlin is eating, till we see the thriving general business going on all around us. The Germans are fond of good living. There are many delicatessen or cook shops where you can buy cakes and pies, sausages, and all kinds of cooked meat to take home. There are plenty of restaurants, and at frequent intervals are cafes where you can have a cup of coffee or chocolate or some other liquid. Beer is sold almost everywhere, for it is the favorite drink of the Germans. They take it with their meals, and also in the beer gardens, where they sit about at tables under the trees and drink while they listen to the playing of the bands. Early one morning we go to the market. It is in an enormous building roofed with glass, covering 6 acres of ground. It has 500 wholesale dealers and commission merchants and many retailers. The most of the small dealers are women who stand behind marble counters loaded with vegetables, dressed fowls, and meats of all kinds. What a lot of geese there are! The Germans are so fond of this fowl that Berlin alone consumes 2 millions of them every year. It is no wonder the cab drivers hiss, they eat so much goose. There is a woman now bringing in a half-dozen geese in a basket. She is one of the porters, for the women here do such work more cheaply than men. We see them everywhere in the market, going about with great baskets of meat and vegetables strapped to their backs, or standing with their empty baskets waiting to carry provisions home. One part of the market is devoted to fish, of which Berlin eats 40 million pounds every month. The people are determined to have their fish fresh, and hence buy them alive. We walk by one vat after another, watching the fish swimming about in the water, and are told we may choose any we wish, and the fishwife will dip it out with her net. We have no difficulty in finding the butter and cheese market. We have only to follow our nose and let them follow the smell. Most German cheese has a strong odor, and some kinds, such as Limburger, scent the whole building. The Germans use more cheese than we do, and the poorer classes eat it as food rather than as a relish or for dessert. The German butter is sweet and of good flavor. Much of it is sold wrapped up in cabbage leaves, the golden butter surrounded by green. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 23. The Emperor, How Germany is Governed. We see the Emperor several times during our stay in Berlin. He often rides about through the city on horseback. He reviews his soldiers in person, and sometimes drives through the Thiergarten in his imperial carriage. He wears the uniform of a general of his army, and although he has great dignity, he looks much like other men. We are surprised to see how his subjects revere and admire him. They speak low when talking about him, and when they must meet him, the men and boys take off their hats and the women bow. When he rides or drives out in procession, the roofs, balconies, windows, and pavements are full of people. The women wave their handkerchiefs, the men throw their hats in the air, and all cry out, "Hoch, hoch, hoch," which means much the same as "Hurrah!" The German Emperor is one of the chief rulers of Europe. He is known as the Deutscher Kaiser, or German Emperor, and also as the King of Prussia. As Kaiser he governs about 60 million people, and he has always more than 500,000 soldiers at his command, while at short notice he can put several times this number of men into the field. The German army has some of the best trained soldiers of the world. We find them drilling almost everywhere in and about Berlin. We are wakened in the morning by their tramp, tramp, tramp as they pass our hotel on their way from one part of the city to another, and we often see regiments of infantry and cavalry in the streets. In the drills the companies move like so many machines, and even the cavalry horses are taught to take just so many steps to the minute. In the maneuvers or sham battles the army is divided, and thousands of soldiers fight other thousands for practice, using blank cartridges, but otherwise acting just as in real war. The Germans are proud of their army, and all officials and soldiers are highly respected. As we have already learned, every man here must be a soldier for a part of his life, and everyone must be ready to go out and fight if the Emperor calls upon him. But is it not a dangerous thing for one man to have so many soldiers at his command? It might be if the Emperor had the ambition of an Alexander the Great or a Napoleon Bonaparte, and desired to conquer the world. We must also remember that the German Emperor has not absolute power over the army or over his people. He can call out his soldiers at any time to defend the country, if it should be invaded, but he cannot make an offensive war without the consent of the upper house of the German Parliament. We have seen how the United Kingdom, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, and Norway, and Sweden each has its king or queen who rules through a Congress or Parliament which votes all the money and makes all the laws, so that these monarchies are very like republics with hereditary presidents. It is much the same in the German Empire, save that in local matters each state has a king or prince of its own. The Kaiser has such a position as King of Prussia, but as Emperor he is more like our president, having to do only with matters that affect all the states, and that only in connection with an imperial congress. This congress consists of two houses, the Bundesrat, which has 61 members appointed by the governments of the states for each session, and the Reichstag, which has 397 members, elected for terms of 5 years by all the people of Germany. In both houses there are more Prussian representatives than any others, for Prussia has by far the most people and is the most powerful of all the states. We visit the Reichstag building. It is a gorgeous structure decorated with statues, carvings, and gold leaf, situated close by the Thiergarten. We pass the uniformed guards at the entrance and in the halls, and take seats in the galleries. We listen to the members debating, observing that Germany has political parties just as we have. The scenes of the Reichstag are much like those of our House of Representatives at Washington, while the Bundesrat is more like our Senate. Afterward, we go with our guide to the great palace of the Emperor, which stands at the head of Unter den Linden, on an island surrounded by the two branches into which the Spree divides at this point. The building is constructed about 4 courts. It is of vast extent, containing 600 different rooms. All the rooms are beautifully furnished, and we enjoy seeing the fine statues and paintings. The ceilings are high, and the floors so polished that the palace attendant gives us each a pair of big felt slippers to wear over our shoes as we walk through. From this palace we go to others near by, after which we visit the Zeughaus, or arsenal, full of arms of all kinds, and then go to the great museums and picture galleries for which Berlin is famous. We spend some time in the university. It is one of the largest in Germany, having over 7,000 students. We visit the other schools which are scattered everywhere near the city, and learn that the Germans have an excellent school system and that they are among the best educated people of the world. They have day schools and night schools. They have hundreds of academies and universities which are so good that scholars from all parts of Europe and also from our country attend them. In the Royal Library is one of the largest book collections in Europe, including the first Bible ever printed with movable type. This was made by Gutenberg 42 years before Columbus discovered America, and it might be called the father of the millions of books now printed each year. We next go to the Stock Exchange, the financial center of the empire, and watch the brokers buying and selling just as we saw them in the other great cities. The Germans are fast growing rich, and they have many large banks. They have fine stores everywhere, and in our travels through Berlin we find numerous evidences of their wealth and prosperity. There is no lack of amusements in the German capital. There are more than a score of theaters, a large opera house partially supported by the government, and so many concert halls that we can hear good music in almost every block. We enjoy especially the military bands which play in the parks. We take excursions to the great resorts in the suburbs of Berlin, and spend one day at Potsdam on the Havel, a half hour by rail from the capital. Here the imperial family have their summer palaces surrounded by beautiful gardens. There are many fine buildings, each of which has its history and features of interest. In the Palace of Sans Souci, for instance, we are shown the chamber, or grotto, walled and sealed with shells and minerals and precious stones, which Frederick the Great constructed during one of his wars. According to the story of our guide, Frederick had spent almost all his money in fighting, and his enemies, thinking he was at the end of his resources, were preparing to crush him. Then he began to build this gorgeous jewel chamber, pouring money into it as though there was no end to his wealth. Its extravagance made his enemies think he had all the money he needed, and caused them to withdraw from the field. Not far from Sans Souci is Babelsberg, which was the favorite summer home of Kaiser Wilhelm I, who, after he defeated the French in 1871, was chosen the first German emperor. It is very beautiful, and so plainly furnished that it seems more like the home of a rich citizen than like the palace of an emperor. Wilhelm I was noted for his simplicity and kindness. Many stories are told of his love for children. He was especially fond of flowers. There is one flower which grows wild all over northern Germany, which is often called the Kaiserblume, or the emperor's flower. It is like a dandelion in form. Its petals are a bright navy blue. We gather great bunches of it as we walk through the country, and find it everywhere in the grain fields on the outskirts of Berlin. A story is told of two peasant children, who, having heard that the Kaiser loved these flowers, gathered some for him and walked all alone several miles into Berlin. Here they had much trouble in finding the palace where the emperor lived, but at last they succeeded. A guard dressed in gorgeous uniform met them at the gate. He looked so grand that they supposed he was the emperor, and with great trembling told him their errand. He was about sending them away unsatisfied, when a plain, kind-looking old man came out and asked what they wanted. At first the guard stepped back, and the little ones again told their story. The old man took the bouquet and asked them to come in, saying he would present the flowers to His Majesty. He gave them seats in a beautiful room. A moment later a soldier appeared and told the children that the Kaiser would see them. They then went with the soldier into another room, which was even more beautifully furnished, and there they saw the same kind old man who had let them in. He held their flowers in one hand and reached out the other to them, shaking hands with them and patting them on the head. It was the emperor himself. He talked with the little ones for a moment and ordered his servants to show them the palace. After this he gave each a present and sent them home, the happiest and proudest children in Germany. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 24, Rural and Manufacturing Germany. We have left the capital and are traveling leisurely from place to place by rail through the great German Empire. How clean the stations are, and how orderly everything is. The station agents and railroad guards are in uniform. They are public officials, for the railroads here belong to the government. They tell us just where to go and just what we may and may not do. We are locked in during our journeys and must be at the stations a quarter of an hour before leaving time or wait for the next train. When we stop at a town, the officials give us a metal ticket bearing a number showing us just what cab we may take. Every station has its first, second, and third class waiting rooms, each with its restaurant, and there are first and second and sometimes third and fourth class cars. The fourth class cars are very uncomfortable, for the seats are hard wooden benches. We usually ride second class, for we wish to be with the people, and they are so economical that they seldom go first class. We visit Breslau, the second city of Prussia, the great wool and grain market on the Oder, and then cross over to Saxony and spend some time in Dresden on the Elbe and in Leipzig and Chemnitz. What a busy country Germany is, and how thrifty! The most of the farms are small, but they are kept like gardens. There are no fences, and we ride for miles over flat plains, which, with their different colored crops, look like a great patchwork quilt spread out before us. The barnyards have many fat cattle. They are usually kept shut up, and the grass is cut and brought to them. We frequently see flocks of sheep and geese watched by a woman who knits as she keeps them from straying. Now we are passing a smooth white road lined with trees. The rows seem to meet in the distance as the road stretches on and on. There is a woman with a flag guarding the railroad track while the train passes. Now we are going by a farm village close to the railroad. The houses are of brick or stucco, with roofs of red tile or gray thatch, and with great rafters or beams set into the walls. The houses are built close to the street, with gardens behind them. The people do not live on their farms, but in these little villages, and go out to their work. Observe how carefully the farming is done. There are many fields of wheat and rye, and many of beets, for beet sugar is one of the chief exports of Germany. The beets are hoed frequently, and are kept perfectly free of weeds. They are cut up and boiled in steam reservoirs to get out the sugar, which is shipped to the markets all over the world. What a lot of women there are at work in the fields! So many of the men are in the army that the women and girls do all sorts of hard labor. In some fields there are more women than men. We see them hoeing and spading. They aid in the harvesting, turning the grass with pitchforks that it may dry the more quickly. They rake it together and even help load it. They do much of the carting, too. For instance, in one of the smaller cities through which we pass, we see a woman driving a yoke of oxen. They are drawing a farm wagon loaded with beets, grown on a farm several miles away. In Bavaria, one may see women sawing wood or breaking stones on the streets of the cities. They sometimes carry mortar for the masons, and also drag about little carts loaded with milk or vegetables, aiding the dogs which are harnessed up with them. They receive lower wages than the men, although they work very hard. We are delighted with Dresden. It is the capital of the Kingdom of Saxony and is one of the finest cities of Europe. The city seems one great museum. There are so many statues, fine buildings, and collections of curiosities and art. Even the palace of the king has a museum in it, and a very wonderful museum, too. It is the treasure chamber of the royal family, and is called the Green Vault. It is filled with curiosities and jewels, with gold and silver plate, and with wonderful carvings of gold, silver, and ivory. We walk through room after room, looking at the golden dishes and precious cups and vases. We see all sorts of queer little figures of men and animals, made of misshapen pearls, and stay long before the green diamond, which weighs 5½ ounces and is one of the largest diamonds known. In the Dresden Picture Gallery we are shown one of the finest collections of paintings, including the Sistine Madonna of Raphael, considered by many to be the most beautiful picture ever painted. We visit the Historical Museum, the Japanese Palace, and other such places, until we are tired of paintings and statues and are glad to get out among the people in the Grosser Garten, the royal park of the city, or to sit down for a drink of lemonade upon the Brühl Terrace, which borders the Elbe, where every evening there are hundreds of people walking about or sitting at the tables under the trees, listening to the music for which the Germans are famous. A short ride from Dresden brings us to Leipzig, the chief commercial city of Saxony. It is situated on a plain at the junction of several rivers, so that it forms one of the best supply and shipping points for the manufacturing districts of Saxony. Leipzig has many factories, and it is also the greatest book publishing town of the world. It has 500 booksellers and 100 printing offices, in which are made more than 60 million books every year. It holds book fairs which are attended by booksellers from all over Germany. It is a great educational center, and its university has 1,000 students. It has fairs at which furs, leather, cloth, glass, and other things are sold, and also has long been noted as a leather market. We have seen many factories during our travels through Germany. Each district has its manufacturing towns, and the country fairly hums with moving machinery. Saxony is more like the Midlands of England than any part of the European continent. The country is more thickly settled than almost any place in the world, except some provinces of China, and it is doubtful whether any part of China has more people to the acre than this region where we are now. Why is this so? We have learned that such conditions always have their geographical reasons, and it is not hard for us to see some of the reasons for the dense population and vast industries of Saxony. In the southern part of the kingdom are the Erzgebirge, or ore mountains, filled with minerals. There are large coal fields nearby, so that manufacturing can be done very cheaply. Saxony is noted for its sheep and fine wool, and great woolen mills have grown up here, which are shipping goods to all parts of Europe and to the United States. Any of our dry goods merchants can tell you something about this wool, and many American girls use the beautiful Saxony yarns for crocheting and knitting. The city of Chemnitz, southeast of Leipzig, has been called the Manchester of Germany. It makes about as many things as Manchester, England, and is almost as busy. We visit the great factories there and in the villages nearby. Each of the villages is made up of some large workshops, with the plain, simple houses of the working people about them. As we go on with our trip, we are surprised at the many goods of all kinds which are made outside the factories. In some parts of Germany it is hard to find a house in which the people are not making something for sale. We saw thousands of workshops in the cellars of Berlin. There were thousands of little workshops in Leipzig and Breslau, and we have found vast numbers in the smaller towns and villages. In some houses the people are weaving the most beautiful silks, velvets, and plushes on hand looms. In others they are making woolens and linens in the same way. Here they are knitting stockings, there are making clothing, while a little farther on we find them busy pounding out nails and carving beautiful things from wood. The work goes on in the mountains as well as on the plains. In the Thuringian forest, for instance, there are thousands of men, women, and children who are always making toys, and it is the same in and about the quaint old city of Nuremberg, Bavaria. Germany sells more toys than any other country, and many of those we see being made will be shipped to the United States in time for the next Christmas trade. The toy makers live in mean little houses. Many of them have but 2 rooms, and the air within is filled with the smell of fresh paint of the toys which are drying on boards laid on the stove. You would not think beautiful things could come out of such places, and it really seems hard that these people should labor so for our pleasure. They receive very low wages. The girls working on toys get less than 20 cents a day, and the men making mouth organs less than $3 a week. In the large establishments the wages are higher. But suppose we enter one of the factories and see how they make the doll babies which so delight the souls of our little sisters at home. We first visit the rooms where cheap wax dolls are made. The bodies of the dolls are of coarse white cloth stuffed with sawdust, and their heads, arms, and legs are of paper mache coated with wax. The different parts of the dolls are made in different houses, and many hands are engaged on each doll. Certain workmen cut the arms and legs out of wood or mold them and the heads out of paper mache. Others dip the arms and legs into basins of pink dye to give them a flesh color, while others paint the eyebrows, lips, and hair on the heads. Or if the dolls are to have something better than painted hair, mohair is glued on. There are other workmen who make dolls' eyes from glass tubes that they melt over gas flames and then blow into shape. They also fasten the eyes in the heads. So you see a doll baby that costs only 25 cents requires the work of many people before it is finished and dressed in its coarse cotton chemise ready for sale. The fine dolls require a great deal more work. Many of them have bisque heads made of kaolin, a fine clay which is molded into shape and then burned, just as we saw them burning china at Limoges in France and in Delft, Holland. After this the dolls' heads are painted and then burned again. The making of the wigs for some dolls is a fine art. Human hair is sometimes used in them, and dressing dolls is also an art which keeps thousands of women and girls busy year in and year out. How would you like to take a canary bird home to remind you of your travels in Germany? In the Harz Mountains and about Hanover there are thousands of people who raise canaries for sale. Nearly every little house has cages hung to the walls of its sitting room, bedroom, or garret, and each cage has one or more of these beautiful birds. In some of the cages the canaries are sitting, hatching their young. These cages have the floor covered with dried moss, of which the female bird shapes her nest, lining it with cotton or lint. She insists on making it for herself, and if a ready-made nest is supplied, will build another, sometimes tearing out her own feathers to build it. She lays from 4 to 6 eggs 3 or 4 times a year. It takes about 2 weeks for the eggs to hatch, and it is 6 weeks more before the little canary chicks are old enough to leave their mothers and have separate cages. The birds are encouraged to sing by being placed near older birds which sing well. In the autumn they are sold to bird merchants who ship them to all parts of the world. About 250,000 birds are raised in this way here every year, and of these many thousands are sent to the United States to be sold. The best singers come from the Harz Mountains, and each bring high prices, but ordinary birds sell for 75 cents or $1 apiece. The birds are shipped in cages to New York, with careful attendants who see that they are watered and fed every day. One man has charge of about 1,000 birds, each in its own little wooden cage, so that he has plenty to do during the voyage. The cages are made by the peasants in their homes, and the birds are raised chiefly by poor weavers or miners who rely on them for a part of their support. The Harz Mountains are one of the chief mining districts of Germany. They contain all sorts of ores, and there are other regions, such as the Erzgebirge, the Thuringian, along the Rhine, in the valley of the Ruhr, and in Silesia, where coal, iron, and zinc, and other metals are found. There is one district in Prussia, not far from the Elbe, which contains wonderful salt mines. Here there are great beds of almost pure rock salt with potash salts above them. The potash salts are used for making soap, glass, pottery, and gunpowder. They are also used, under the name of kainit, as a fertilizer, and as such are shipped in vast quantities to the United States to be sold to our farmers. And so we go on traveling about from one part of Germany to another. We visit Hanover, Halle, Nuremberg, Magdeburg, and many other large cities, stopping now and then in the busy manufacturing districts and other interesting places. At Meissen, near Dresden, we learn how the famous Dresden china is made. In Krefeld, on the west of the Rhine, we see looms weaving silks and velvets almost as fine as those of Lyons. And at Essen, on the east of that river, we visit the vast works of Krupp, where are hundreds of acres of iron foundries and rolling mills, with a forest of smokestacks filling the sky with dark clouds. We go through the shops. They are the largest of their kind in Europe, and have all sorts of machinery, some so fine that a single hammer weighing 50 tons is said to have cost $500,000. Everywhere we travel in Germany, we find schools for teaching the most important branches of the manufacturing industries. In some towns, the students learn how to make porcelain. In others, they design patterns for weaving, and in others study all about working in wood, iron, and steel. There are business schools, farming schools, mining schools, and schools for educating boys in commerce and trade. Most of the schools have night sessions, and many of the mechanics attend them. These are very important to the country, for through them the Germans are fast becoming the most intelligent and most skilled workmen of Europe. They already rank next to the English as the chief of the European manufacturing nations. Their commerce is steadily increasing, and they are fast growing in industry and wealth. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Geographical Reader Europe by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 25. Up the Rhine to Switzerland. Today we are to take a trip up the Rhine. It is one of the most important rivers of Europe, although by no means the largest. The Danube is more than twice as long, and the Volga about 3 times as long as the Rhine, and their volumes are very much greater. Still, the Rhine is more important than either of these streams, for it flows through the busiest part of the continent, forming a great commercial highway from the south to the north. Its springs are found in the glaciers and snows of the Alps. It rises on one side of St. Gothard, near the source of the Rhone, and not far from the tunnel where the railroad goes through to Italy, about 1.5 miles above the level of the sea. It is fed by many an ice-cold, milk-white glacial stream as it dashes along down the Alps into the beautiful Lake Constance. It comes out of this placid bed only to take another tumble at Schaffhausen, over the greatest falls of Europe, and then flows on west to Basel, where it turns to the north and gives a safe and deep waterway to the North Sea. The Rhine carries a large part of the commerce of this region. Hundreds of steamers and 5,000 or 6,000 great barges are always moving up and down its waters, and the traffic upon it is almost as great as upon the rivers of China. There are boats carrying wine, grain, and merchandise of all kinds, boats loaded with freight which will be transferred to the railroads to go over the Alps into Italy, and others filled with merchandise from the Mediterranean and other places beyond the mountains. There are rafts of timber cut from the Black Forest floating down toward Holland, and it may be manufactured goods on their way to New York by way of the Rhine and the ocean. The Rhine has much to do with the history of Europe. Before railroads were constructed, it was even more important than now, for it then formed the easiest road from Italy and the south to Central and Northern Europe. Silks and other fine goods from Asia were shipped across the Mediterranean Sea and along the Adriatic Sea to Venice, whence they were carried over the passes in the Alps to the Rhine, and thence to different parts of northern Europe, and especially to the rich cities in Holland and Belgium about its mouths. Goods from the north were sent back in exchange, and a steady stream of merchandise and traders passed up and down. Even in the times of the Romans, the Rhine had its important cities and towns. Caesar led his soldiers along its banks. Charlemagne, another great conqueror, fought many battles near it, and Napoleon Bonaparte marched his armies back and forth across it. There is hardly a foot of the Rhine which has not its notable history, and every town and castle we pass, if it could speak, might tell an interesting story. At present the greater part of the river belongs to Germany, only its beginning and ending being in other countries. It forms a part of the boundary between Switzerland and Germany, and until the Germans conquered the French in 1870, it was the boundary between Germany and France. After that conquest, the Germans moved their boundary line farther west, so that now France has no land on the Rhine. The Germans are proud of this fact, and they always speak of the Rhine as their river, and often call it Father Rhine. As we look at the map of Europe, however, it seems to us that Holland has a better right to boast of its inheritance from the Rhine, for that low country was largely built up by the earth washings brought down by its waters, and it is still fed by them. We saw one mouth of the Rhine at Rotterdam, where it is walled in between its embankments, and another where it flows into the Zuider Zee. Our journey begins at Cologne, on the west bank of the river. This is the chief commercial city of the Rhine basin and one of the most important cities of Germany. It is about as large as Pittsburgh and has many manufacturing industries. It is an old city. Like Lübeck and Hamburg, it was one of the chief towns of the Hanseatic League, and it had at one time, during the Middle Ages, as many as 80,000 weavers. Owing to the trade of the Rhine and the looms, its people were then so rich that their neighbors, instead of saying a man was as rich as Midas, would say he was rich as the cloth merchant of Cologne. We take a view of the city from the spires of the cathedral, climbing round and round up the steps inside one of the towers until we are at last far above the body of the great structure and on one of the highest towers of the world. The top of the spires above us are 512 feet above the ground, only 43 feet lower than the top of the monument at Washington. From the spire we can see the Rhine winding its way about the city, which stretches out over the plain at the back. We cast our eyes down upon the great building below us. It is one of the largest and finest of the European churches. It covers almost 2 acres of ground and has cost almost as much as our Capitol at Washington. It was begun in the Middle Ages, but was not completed until 1883, when the great bells in the tower were rung for hours in honor of the event. We look at the bells as we go down. One of them is so large that it takes more than a score of men to ring it. It is called the Emperor's Bell, as we see from the German words carved on the outside, which translated are as follows: I am the Emperor's bell, the Emperor's praise I tell. On holy guard I stand, and for this German land beseech that God may please to grant it peace and ease. We leave the church to do a little shopping before we go on our steamer. Can you guess what we buy first? Think where we are, and you will guess right. We lay in a good stock of cologne. It is in Cologne that this well-known perfumery is made, and we find it exceedingly cheap. It is sold in many stores near the cathedral, and we are told that there are at least 40 different merchants, each of whom claims he has the only pure article, and he will sprinkle a little on your clothes or on your handkerchief to prove it. We are clothed in an atmosphere of perfumes from such attempts to induce us to purchase, as we leave the stores and walk down to the Rhine, where we stroll about the quays watching the shipping. We go back and forth over the great bridge of boats, which here crosses the river, and watch the boys who are fishing as we wait for the leaving time of the steamer. The bridge is made of anchored barges on which planks are laid. It rises and falls with the water, and it is so constructed that sections of it can be taken out to let the ships through. Soon our baggage arrives. We go on the boat and see it stowed away in the cabins, and then take seats on the upper deck and enjoy the busy sights all about us. There, the whistle is blowing, the bell is rung for all who are not going to get off, the gangplank is pulled away, and we are steaming off up the Rhine. We soon leave the city, and after a time can distinguish only the tall spires of its cathedral cutting the sky. How fresh the air is, and how beautiful the scenery! The river has grown narrower, and we are coming into a region of hills. We wind in and out, now frowned down upon by great rocks, and now by low mountains which seem high because of their steepness. What is that old building on top of that hill at the left? It is a vast stone structure with a square tower and queer little windows, some of which seem to have iron bars. A part of it has fallen down, and it does not look as though anyone lived in it now. That is a castle. It was built 500 years ago and was once the home of a baron or knight who with his soldiers lived there and made the poor people round about him give support. There is a similar ruin on that rock at the left, and as we go on we see scores of such castles. They were the homes of the barons of the Middle Ages, many of whom were robbers who oppressed the people and preyed upon the merchants who traveled up and down the Rhine. The history of this region is full of their extortions and cruelties, although many of the tales told are not true. Almost every hill along the Rhine has its wonderful story. In some, they say, dragons lived, and good and bad fairies had their homes. In the Drachenfels, a great rock on the Rhine, there was, it is said, a dragon who killed and ate people, being, I suppose, especially fond of children. He was finally conquered by Siegfried, a German hero. When the dragon died, his blood soaked the ground, and as the region thereabout now produces excellent grapes, the people call the wine region made from them dragon's blood. We see vineyards everywhere as we steam on up the river. Both banks are lined with them. Every little white cottage has grapevines about it, and there are many large courtyards. The hills are terraced, and the mountain sides are made up of green steps, each step filled with grapevines tied to stakes. Some places are so steep that the earth is held in with stone walls, and much of it was carried up from below in baskets on the backs of women and men. We see men, women, and children at work among the vines. They are hoeing and weeding them. In the autumn the fruit will be ripe, and then all will be picking grapes from daylight to dark and carrying them off to the wine presses. The grapes are first tramped to a pulp with the feet, and then the juice is squeezed out. Much of the pressing is done after dark. As it is thought disgraceful to lie in bed after sunrise, the peasants have a rather hard time at grape harvest. Still, they seem to enjoy themselves. We hear the boys and girls singing as they work. They have parties and dances. In the winter, in some of the villages of these regions, the girls hold spinning bees, when they meet together and spin yarn in the daytime. In the evening, when the boys come, they have a supper and dance. They are good people, and one of their sayings is, "A man who does not go to church is no better than other cattle." And another is, "He is a bad man who can relish his sauerkraut without a sermon." Wages are very low in the Rhine Valley, and the poor people live plainly. Many of them eat only a little gruel and dry bread for breakfast. They have plenty of milk and eggs, but little meat. They have many potatoes, making all sorts of dishes of them, including soup, pancakes, and dumplings. The steamer stops some time at Koblenz, near which is the great rock fortress of Ehrenbreitstein, called the Gibraltar of the Rhine. The rock is 400 feet above the level of the river, and the fortress upon it can accommodate 100,000 soldiers, although only 5,000 are stationed in it. It is the chief of the many fortresses of the Rhine Valley, and has been used as a military stronghold for about 100 years. We are delighted with Koblenz. It is a fine old city, dating back to the time of the Romans, situated at the joining of the river Moselle with the Rhine. It has a bridge of boats, much like that at Cologne, and many quaint old buildings. Among other curious things is the clock in the old merchant's hall, which has an odd figure under it. This is a man with a hideous face, whose goggle eyes roll with every move of the pendulum, and whose great mouth opens when the clock strikes the hour. It is known as the man in the custom house, and it is said that when a man from the country meets one from Koblenz, he does not ask him, "How are all the good people of Koblenz?" but says, "How is the man in the custom house?" Leaving Koblenz, we steam on up the Rhine, winding our way through the hills, by many towns and villages, past numerous castles, until we come to a place where the river narrows and seethes and foams as it dashes by the Lorelei rock. The rock has a peculiar echo, and there is a story that it was once the home of a wicked maiden, who sat there combing her golden hair and singing. She was very beautiful, and her song was so sweet that the boatmen forgot to manage their boats as they listened, and she lured them on and on until they were dashed to pieces against the rock. The echo from the rock is so strong that it repeats many times whatever we shout at it. Opposite it, but a little farther upstream, under a great ruined castle, is the town of Oberwesel, whose boys are said to amuse themselves by crying out to the echo rock, "Who is the mayor of Oberwesel?" in such a way that only the last two syllables are heard, and the cry comes back, "Esel, Esel," a word which means donkey in German. Whether the mayor feels insulted thereby, we have not time to learn. But what is the weird-looking figure that stands on the hill in the distance? It is a gigantic woman, whose hand seems raised as though she were commanding the world. Perhaps it really is a giantess, and these fairy stories of the Rhine are true after all. Now we have come closer. It is a giantess indeed. It is a statue as tall as a 3-story house, standing on a pedestal 80 feet high. It was put up by the Germans to commemorate their victories over the French in 1870. It cost $275,000 and is the greatest national monument in Europe. That little town opposite the monument in Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine, and that tower on this side of it, on a rocky island in the river, is the Mouse Tower, where, according to one story, the cruel Bishop Hatto was eaten alive by rats. You may read about it in Southey's poem. Bishop Hatto was very rich, and his granaries were full of corn, although the people about him were starving. One day he sent out word to the peasants that if they would come into his great barn, he would give them enough food for the winter. They came in crowds, men, women, and children, thronging in with their bags, until the barn was packed with them. Then, when he saw it could hold no more, Bishop Hatto made fast the door, and while for mercy on Christ they call, he set fire to the barn and burnt them all. In faith, 'tis an excellent bonfire, quoth he, and the country is greatly obliged to me, for ridding it in these times forlorn of rats that only consume the corn. The poem then tells how the bishop returned home, ate his supper, and went to sleep. When he awoke in the morning, one of his servants told him that the rats had eaten all his corn, and another soon came and said that an army of 10,000 rats was on its way to eat him up on account of his cruelty to the people. Thereupon he went to this tower on a rock in the Rhine and locked himself in, but the rats swam across the river and stormed the tower. In at the windows and in at the doors, and through the walls by thousands they poured, and down through the ceiling and up through the floor, from the right and the left, behind and before, from within and without, from above and below, and all at once at the bishop they go. They have whetted their teeth against the stones, and now they pick the bishop's bones. They gnawed the flesh from every limb, for they were sent to do justice on him. This story is interesting, but everyone knows it is not true. The tower was really a watchtower erected in the Middle Ages, and its name comes from a German word meaning to steal. A little later on we reach Mainz, opposite the point where the Main flows into the Rhine. Here we leave the boat and take a walk through the town. We visit the ruins of a Roman tower supposed to have been erected more than 1900 years ago. We go to the house where Gutenberg, the first printer, was born, and then take the railroad for Frankfurt nearby. Here we stroll along the river Main, watching the great rafts of timber which are floating down to the city. We walk on the Zeil, the chief street, and look at the shops. We visit the great red sandstone cathedral and then go to the stock exchange, for Frankfurt is one of the chief business cities of Germany. It was for years one of the richest cities of Europe, and its bankers have often loaned money to kings. One of the dirtiest parts of the town is the Jewish quarter, where not far from the stores of old clothes merchants, we are shown the house of the first of the Rothschilds. They have their great banking houses in London, Paris, and Vienna, and control hundreds of millions of dollars. We go to see the Gutenberg Monument in Horse Market Square, and then take a train for Strasbourg, visiting the cities of Mannheim and Heidelberg on the way. Mannheim is a manufacturing center situated on the right bank of the Rhine, opposite the mouth of the Neckar, and Heidelberg, only a few miles off, is the seat of a famous university and one of the most beautiful places in Germany. It lies on the Neckar, with a great castle on the hills just above it. We visit the castle, climbing about its ivy-clad ruins. We go down into the dungeon where the prisoners were kept in times past, and in the cellar are shown what is perhaps the biggest barrel ever made. It is known as the Heidelberg Tun, and it will hold 800 hogsheads, or more than 280,000 bottles of wine. It has been filled only 3 times in 100 years. We spend some time strolling about Heidelberg. How queer the students look, and how many of them have scars and stripes of court plaster on their faces. We are told the plaster is to cure the cuts received in the duels which they fight with one another, using sharp 2-edged swords and stopping only when the first blood is drawn. A student is very proud of his scars and he walks like a king if he has 2 or 3 cuts covered with plaster. The university is one of the oldest and largest in Germany. A short ride on the railroad brings us back to the Rhine, and we are soon at Strasbourg, another important center of commerce and trade. It lies 2 miles from the Rhine, with which it is connected by canals. Strasbourg was founded by the Romans, and in the Middle Ages was one of the most prosperous of the free German cities. The French obtained possession of it in the 17th century, but in the War of 1870 the Germans recaptured it, and it is now one of the military centers of their empire. Strasbourg is especially noted for its cathedral and the great clock within it. This clock is a wonder of mechanical ingenuity. Every 15 minutes a figure of an angel comes out of it and strikes the quarter with a bell, while every hour is struck by a skeleton which appears higher up. Beside the angel is a figure which turns the sand glass every hour, and about the skeleton are 4 other figures representing boyhood, youth, manhood, and old age. In the gallery below these stands a figure by which you can tell the day of the week, for a different one appears every day. The most interesting scene, however, is at noon, the time of our visit, when figures representing the 12 apostles come out above the other figures and march around an image of the Savior, while a cock on the pinnacle of a side tower flaps its wings, stretches its neck, and crows so loudly that the noise penetrates every portion of the great building. We leave Strasbourg by railroad and ride along the banks of the river to Basel in Switzerland, where we end our Rhine journey. The river has still much shipping, notwithstanding a vast traffic of passengers, and freight is carried by rail. We are greatly impressed with the importance of the Rhine as a trade route, and have learned that it is one of the most useful as well as the most beautiful of the commercial highways of Europe. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 26. Switzerland, the Alps. Put on your rough clothes this morning and leave your heavy baggage behind. We are about to explore some of the mountainous parts of Switzerland, and much of our travel must be upon foot. Each must carry his own knapsack, and the sensible ones will take just as little as possible. A waterproof, an extra suit of underclothing, some handkerchiefs and woolen stockings, together with the necessary articles of everyday toilet, will be quite enough. We shall each take an alpenstock, a strong pole with a sharp steel point on its end to aid us in climbing and in walking over the ice, and also smoked glasses to shield our eyes from the glare of the snow. Our guides will bring along ropes to tie us to them while passing over the dangerous places, and ice axes to cut steps into the walls of the glaciers and up the ice banks of the mountains. Switzerland is the most mountainous country of Europe. It contains the highest ranges of the Alps. It has several peaks almost 3 miles in height, and many which are clad with perpetual snow. It has hundreds of great glaciers or ice streams, which fill the mountain valleys and extend down into the green pastures and forests below. It is not a large country. Altogether it has only about twice as much land as Massachusetts, and 1/3 of it is ice and bare rocks. Another third is covered with forest, but here and there in the woods, in the valleys, and even high up in the mountains, there are good pastures. There are many small farms and rich vineyards, and in all about 1/9 of the whole can be cultivated. This is not a great deal, but nevertheless Switzerland is one of the most important countries of Europe. The snow-clad mountains condense into rain the moisture of the winds which roar about them, and thus become the cradles of some of the greatest of the European rivers. Upon one slope of St. Gotthard, the Rhine has its beginning in a little brook so narrow that we leap over it with our alpenstocks, and a few miles to the west on the same mountain, so near that we walk from one place to the other, is the great glacier out of which pours the Rhone. To the east are the first springs of the Danube, which forms a vast trade route through southern Europe to the Black Sea, and down the other side of the mountains flows the Ticino, the chief feeder of the Po, the principal river of Italy. These streams and others from the Alps water a vast territory. They have much to do in making Europe the richest of the continents, and they are entirely dependent on the mountains we are climbing. Could we rise high above Switzerland in a balloon and look down upon it, we should see that the Central Alps and the Jura, with some highlands between them, comprise the whole country. We should see that the Alps rise from the plateau in several ranges, and that they have many cross valleys, but that St. Gotthard at the center is the chief dividing mass, with the great trench or valley of the Rhine running down one side of it to the northeast, and the valley of the Rhone down the other to the southwest. As our balloon sank down and hovered over the snow masses, we should see that the mountains are cut up into all sorts of strange shapes. There are deep gorges with rocky walls, half covered with green, beautiful lakes, surrounded by snowy peaks which mirror themselves in the waters. There are silvery cascades, emerald meadows, and level uplands spotted with flowers, and indeed so much beautiful scenery that people come from all over the world to enjoy it and the life-giving air of the mountains. So many thousand tourists come that Switzerland is called the playground of Europe. There are hotels everywhere, and even on the tops of Mount Rigi and several others of the highest Alps we can find comfortable quarters. The tourists spend so many millions of dollars in Switzerland every year that the people have made good roads to all the principal places and have built many hotels. They have constructed roads over the passes and long tunnels through Mount St. Gothard and others of the Alps to carry people and merchandise by railroad to and from Italy. Their tunnels and their railroads bring the Mediterranean and the North Sea within several days of each other, whereas before they were constructed the most of the goods were carried about through the Strait of Gibraltar or to Marseille and across France by rail. A cog railroad, like those we have at Mount Washington and Pikes Peak, was built up Mount Rigi many years ago, that travelers might see the view. This was so well patronized that similar roads have since been built to the tops of other peaks, so that Mark Twain has said there is now scarcely a great Alp that has not a railroad or ladder up its back like a pair of suspenders. This, of course, an exaggeration. There are many conveniences for travelers, but you cannot cross glaciers by railroad, and the most interesting places must be visited on foot. We take the railroad from Basel over the high plains to the foot of the Alps, and then tramp on our way up one mountain after another through some of the grandest scenery of the world. The air grows colder as we go up. We leave the cultivated farms and vineyards, climbing higher and higher, now passing through forests of beeches, chestnuts, and walnuts, now walking along a mountainside overlooking a beautiful valley spotted with the cottages of the farmers, and now reaching the higher lands where there are only forests of fir and pine trees, and pastures with cows, sheep, and goats feeding upon them. Higher still the trees disappear, and shrubs and strange flowers are alone to be seen. There are many bushes, lovely alpine roses and creeping azaleas. The grass is shorter than below, but it smells so sweet that we do not wonder the cattle and sheep greedily eat it. There are many small but brilliant flowers among the rocks. Deep blue, light pink, and delicate purple blossoms are everywhere, growing even on the snow line, which we reach at 8,000 or 9,000 feet above the sea. When we started, we were in midsummer. Here we seem to be in midwinter, save that the sun is hot at midday and we perspire as we climb. There is snow all around us. It banks the paths, it covers the rocks, and in the higher levels it is deep in the hollows. We see it melting under our feet, only to freeze again at night and turn the pathway to ice. The air is cold when the sun sets. It is damp where the wind blows over the snow. We frequently see white clouds float down from above our pathway and wrap us in mist. Now they thicken, and we are walking in a light rain. Now the sun sends its rays through them. They disappear and we are warm again. Near the tops of the mountains we travel slowly. The air is so thin that we sometimes gasp for breath. Our feet grow heavy and our hearts beat with the exertion. Much of the way is over dangerous paths where we move along in single file, each bound in one of the loops of a long rope which is tied to the guide, so that if one should slip, the others would keep him from dashing to pieces over the dizzy precipices along which we are crawling. In the same way we cross the ice wastes where there are cracks hundreds of feet deep, and where we pull ourselves along through the snows. The views are indescribable. At the foot of the mountains we see silvery lakes in nests of green hills, walled with these snowy peaks which mirror themselves in their waters. In the gorges, roofed by the blue sky, rocks, half moss-covered and scarred by glaciers, rise precipitously for 1,000 feet, and at their feet roar and foam rivers of milk-white glacier water as cold as the icy caves in which they are born. From the peaks we see snowy mountains, one climbing over the other until they are lost in the blue sky of the horizon. Below is the jumbled mass of green forest and gray rock, and beyond, the snow line, the glassy lakes and silvery streams reflecting the sun, and the green pastures, with the dots and spots upon them marking the cattle and the homes of the peasants, while still far below, with our glasses, we can see the towns and cities of the plains. Among our most interesting journeys are those over the glaciers, those great snow rivers of the Alps which were frozen ages ago and which are freezing still. They are vast masses of ice and snow filling the gorges high up in the mountains, and slowly moving down into the valleys, writing their diaries upon the rocks and earth through which they are plowing their way. Switzerland has hundreds of these mighty frozen cataracts or ice rivers. The best place to see them is in the valley of Chamonix, high up on the side of Mont Blanc. The summit of this mountain is just over the border in France, but so much of its slope is in Switzerland that many people have looked upon it as a Swiss mountain. It is, with the exception of certain peaks of the Caucasus, the highest mountain in Europe, its snow-clad peak rising 15,781 feet above the sea, and high above the valley of Chamonix, into which 64 of its great glaciers drain. We walk across the Tête Noire Pass to Chamonix, where we stay overnight at one of the hotels to get an early start for the glaciers. The sun is just rising when we come to the great walls of ice beyond the terminal moraines. Our guides cut steps into the ice, and climbing up, help us along by the ropes they have fastened about their waists. It is hard work. Our hands are sore with the pulling, and cold where we have seized the ice to hold on. But at last we reach the top and stand on the glacier. We are now in the midst of a wide, turbulent ice river. The waves are piled up in all sorts of shapes, and the surface looks as though the stream had been rolling and tossing like the sea in a storm, when by the wand of Jack Frost it was changed into ice. The surface of the glacier is rough with little peaks here and there. It has many great cracks or crevasses, some of which are several hundred feet deep. We lean over one and hear the water rolling along away down there under the great mass of ice. There are streams of ice water flowing into the cracks and crossing the glacier this way and that. Here is a pool, and there is a great crevasse half filled with melted snow. We get down on our knees and take a drink of ice water from the pool, and then start over the glacier. We drive the steel points of our alpenstocks into the snowy white surface to steady ourselves, although we are tied with ropes to one another and to the guide. In single file we thus make our way up the frozen river, now jumping a crevasse, now winding about to avoid the greater ice mounds, and now skirting the banks or moraines, the masses of boulders and clay which the glacier has forced up and is carrying along as it moves on its way. And is this glacier moving? Let us stop and watch it. We hear a great crack now and then, and sometimes a stone rolls down from the mountains upon it, but we see no signs of motion in the great icy river under our feet. And still it is moving now as it has been moving for ages. It is one of the oldest travelers of history. It began its journey centuries ago and will probably go on for ages to come. It is traveling at the rate of 2 feet per day, or about an inch every hour. Be careful how you jump across that crevasse. If you should slip, you might be lost in the ice, and by the rope to which we are tied pull us all down to destruction, as was the case of 8 travelers on one of these Mont Blanc glaciers in 1820. They were walking along just as we are when they slipped and were buried 200 feet deep in the Grand Crevasse. The snow covered their remains, and it was not until 40 years later that their frozen bodies began to appear at the end of the glacier. In that time they had traveled about 5 miles, or 680 feet per year, borne along in the glacier. After exploring the Mer de Glace, or Sea of Ice, and other glaciers about Chamonix, we climb through the snows to the top of Mont Blanc, and later on go up the Rigi and other mountains by cog railroads. We travel under the St. Gothard Pass through its famous tunnel, 10 miles long to the south side of the Alps, and after visiting the lakes of Como and Maggiore, come back over the Simplon Pass in a great coach drawn by 6 horses, 3 abreast. We have seats on the roof so high up that we need a ladder to reach them. Each of the horses has a necklace of bells, which jingle merrily as we gallop along. The coachman blows a horn now and then, and the people come out and stare at us as we dash through the villages and down the steep hills. We spend one night at the Hospice, a large stone house on the top of the mountain, where we are entertained by the monks. They are kind-faced, shaven-headed men in cowls and long gowns, who live here high up in the Alps all the year round, to succor travelers who may be lost in the storm. They show us the huge red and white Saint Bernard dogs, who are trained to hunt for persons who may perhaps have been lost in the snow, or knocked senseless by an avalanche, or by a stone falling down from the mountains. Every day during the winter these dogs are sent out, each carrying some food and a small bottle of brandy about its neck. When they find a lost traveler who is unconscious, they endeavor to arouse him. They sit down beside him and howl for their masters, or perhaps run back to the hospice and lead them to the spot. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 27. The Swiss People and How They Are Governed. What a busy country Switzerland is! It is the playground of Europe, but it is the workshop of the Swiss. Every one of the natives seems to be busy. The men are doing all sorts of work, and the women knit and make lace, even while they are resting from their other labors. All are well dressed according to their station. There are no beggars, and no one seems to be suffering. The cities are clean and well kept. The houses have gardens about them in which are beautiful roses and other flowers. The stores are filled with fine goods, and all the surroundings are those of thrift and good living. The Swiss, although there are more than 3 millions of them in their little mountainous country, have become the most prosperous people of Europe. They all make a good living, and many grow wealthy. How do they do it? In all sorts of ways. They are skilled in manufacturing and trading. Their little country is surrounded by rich nations, and they have commerce with all of them, exporting many millions of dollars worth of goods every year. They are one of the chief of the manufacturing nations. They not only work themselves, but make their mountains work for them, using the water power furnished by the turbulent streams to run thousands of factories and mills of all kinds. About Zurich, on a beautiful lake, cottons, woolens, and silks are produced. At Basel, on the Rhine, ribbons as beautiful as those we saw made in France are woven by hand, and at St. Gall, trimmings, embroideries, and laces of all kinds are manufactured for export to Europe and the United States. If you want a fine music box, you can buy wonderful ones at Geneva, and as for watches, they are sold at such low prices that we are tempted to carry several home to our friends. In many towns in the Jura Mountains and about Lake Geneva, nearly everyone seems busy making watches and clocks. Some are filing out the cogwheels, others adjusting the springs or polishing the cases. Swiss watches are sold all over the world, and many are sent to our country. It is really wonderful the different things they do in the villages. Each town has its own specialty. In some places the people are all making leather goods. In others they are carving things out of wood, and in others turning out manufactures of metal by machinery and hand. In one district on the south side of the Alps the people breed silkworms, and in the canton of Grisons they raise snails for sale. In some mountain villages the boys learn special trades and go to other parts of Europe to practice them. One town sends out skillful masons and glaziers, another is noted for its fine pastry cooks, another for its chimney sweeps, while others supply waiters for the big hotels all over Europe. We see the people farming everywhere as we travel through Switzerland. Their country is so small that they have to import much of their food, but they raise all they can. Nearly every family owns some land, and there are 300,000 peasant farmers. We find patches of cabbages and potatoes, little hay fields and pastures almost to the line of perpetual snow, and every bit of the plains and valleys is given up to orchards and vineyards, grain fields and hay fields, and gardens raising all sorts of vegetables. We are surprised at the smallness of the farms in the mountains. Some of the fields are no bigger than a bedquilt, and others are so steep and rocky that they cannot be plowed, but are dug up with spades and hoes. The grass must be cut down with sickles or scythes and carried to the barns on pitchforks or in blankets or baskets on the backs of women and men. We see women and children everywhere working. They tend the cows in the mountains, knitting as they keep them from straying. They carry loads on their backs over the roads, and on some of the farms they really seem to be very beasts of burden. We see them tottering along with heavy baskets on their backs, held there by straps like knapsacks. There is a family preparing a hillside for planting. The field is so steep we use our alpenstocks to climb it, and yet the women and children are walking up with heavy loads on their backs. They are carrying up the manure from that stable on the other end of the road. The father of the family is loading the stuff with a fork into baskets on the backs of the women and children. That old woman who stands there may be the grandmother, for her hair is gray and her face is covered with wrinkles. She is leaning down, for her basket is full. Now she totters up the hill and, bending down, pitches her load out on the ground over her head. Now a girl of 8 and a boy of 10, each carrying a similar basket, have taken their places at the pile, and the man is filling the baskets, while a woman, who may be their mother, awaits her turn at the work. A little farther on we see some girls picking up stones, and near them 2 women are spading the sod. Just across the road a man and a woman are planting a field, and still farther down an ox cart driven by a boy is climbing the hill. Here in the mountains are the chief pasture lands of Switzerland. The country is noted for its excellent butter and cheese, which are shipped everywhere. The grass is rich, and it has such a sweet smell that the milk and butter are both fragrant and delicious. We pass many dairies, and we hear the tinkle, tinkle, tinkle of the bells on the necks of the cows. In many villages the pasture lands are held in common, and the cows are sent out to them under the care of the village herdsman. He drives them to the highlands in the spring, going higher and higher as the snow melts, and coming back in the autumn as the snow falls. He has a house, and sometimes a dairy, away up in the mountains, where with his assistants he makes butter and cheese, sending some from time to time to the village. In the farms farther down, the cheese is often made in the living room of the family, and the hayloft and stables are often a part of the chalet, or cottage, the cows living under the same roof with the people. There are lumber camps and sawmills along the mountain streams, and huts and cottages are to be seen everywhere. In the Highlands many of the houses are of only one story, with low, wide, overhanging roofs on which flat stones have been laid to keep the fierce winds from tearing them off. Almost all the houses are of wood, but they are comfortable, and many are very picturesque. They have roses and other flowers about them and are often covered with vines. The Swiss of the lower lands, and especially of the cities, dress much like the people of other parts of Europe, but in the mountains there are many strange costumes. The women wear short skirts with their arms bare to the elbows. Their best gowns have velvet vests decorated with rows of big silver buttons and silver chains. They have curious headdresses of cotton and lace, which vary in the different parts of the country. The men often wear hats with feathers in them and velveteen suits with great silver buttons. The Swiss are a very strong people. They are so noted for their powers of endurance and bravery that in the past the other nations were glad to hire them as soldiers. At Lucerne there is a huge lion carved out of the side of a rock to commemorate the bravery of the Swiss Guard in defending the King of France at the time of the Revolution. The brave Swiss died at their posts rather than admit the mob, and this monument has been erected at their native place in praise of their devotion to duty. In recent years the custom of hiring men out to fight has passed away, for the Swiss prefer to remain among their own mountains in the land they so dearly love. They pride themselves on their freedom and look upon their country as the birthplace of liberty. Switzerland is the oldest of the republics now in existence. Its people governed themselves long before America was discovered, and many stories are told of their independence and pride. We have all heard of William Tell, how he refused to bow down before the cap of Gessler, the Austrian governor, and how, as a punishment, he was required to shoot the apple off his little son's head in the market-place of Altorf, near Lucerne. He did shoot at the apple and hit it, but he had also another arrow with which he expected to shoot Gessler if he had wounded his son. There are people who will tell you this story is not true, but the Swiss, who should know, evidently believe it, and in Lucerne celebrations in honor of Tell are held every year. The government of the Swiss Republic is somewhat different from ours. The little country is divided up into 22 cantons or districts, each of which has its own local government, and elect members to a national congress which sits at the capital, the city of Bern. These little cantons correspond to our states, but they are governed differently, and some of them have curious ways of making their laws. In certain cantons the men all meet together at a fixed time in a large field, and there, out on the grass, they elect their officers and make the laws. In the larger cantons they choose men to make their laws for them, but even there important things must be voted on by the people themselves. At Bern we learn all about the National Congress, which has to do with matters which concern the whole country, having much the same powers as our Congress. It even elects the president and vice president and makes all treaties and provisions for the defense of the nation. Switzerland has fortifications at the passes over the Alps and also in some other places. According to law, a standing army cannot be maintained within the country, but every Swiss serves as a soldier for a part of his life, and every public school has its military drills in which the boys, beginning at 8 years of age, are taught to bear arms. So if the nation should be attacked, it could put 500,000 men at once in the field. The Congress has charge of the railroads, telegraphs, and telephones, with which the country is well supplied. The Swiss Republic keeps up a good postal system. It has such excellent schools and so many universities that its people are amongst the best educated and most intelligent of Europe. Nearly everyone speaks 2 or more languages, for the nation has no language especially its own. In most of the cantons of northern and eastern Switzerland, they speak German. In the districts nearest France, they speak French, and on the southern side of the Alps, many speak Italian. There are so many American and English travelers that English is taught in the schools, and we find people everywhere with whom we can talk. We are delighted with the cities of Switzerland. There are not many of them, for most of the people live in small towns and villages. Zurich, about the size of Indianapolis, is the largest city. Then comes Basel, noted for its manufacturing, Geneva, the commercial and business center of the country, and then the capital, Bern. We spend some time in Bern. It is a quaint, old-fashioned town lying under the shadow of the Alps on both sides of the turbulent river Aar. Its streets run up hill and down, and the houses of the upper level sometimes hang out over those below. The most of the buildings are of gray stone with roofs of red tiles. The stores front on arcades or cloisters, which seem as dark as a pocket when you enter them from the dazzling sunlight outside. Besides the doors, out in the arcades, are benches or chairs on which women sit knitting while they sell toys, fruit, and laces. We go to the Federal Palace to call upon the President. We visit the public gardens, and stop for a moment before the hideous statue of the child-eating ogre. This is a figure of a giant sitting on a stone column with a bundle of babies beside him. He has taken a baby out of the bundle with his right hand and is putting it into his mouth, while the other little ones calmly wait their turns to be eaten. The giant is horrid, and we may see it again in our dreams, imagining ourselves in his power. We next visit the bear pit, a well with a railing about it where some huge bears are always kept by the city, in honor of its name Bern, which means bear. For the same reason there are stone bears ornamenting many of the buildings, and also the procession of little wooden bears, which every hour comes out of the great clock on the tower in the center of the city. As the clock strikes, a cock claps his wings and crows, and then the bears come forth and bow their heads, as they march about a figure of old Father Time, who reviews them. We buy some bread and apples from an old woman near the bear pit and feed the live monsters, which stand on their hind legs and catch the food in their red mouths as it falls. Later on we buy gingerbread bears and bears of white candy with red peppermint tongues at a cook shop nearby, and also toy bears of brass and carved wood to take home as mementos of Bern. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 28. The Upper Danube, from Ulm to Vienna. The Danube is, next to the Volga, the largest river of Europe. It drains a basin more than 6 times the size of the state of New York, and is also connected by canals with the basins of the Rhine and the Elbe. It is about twice as long as the Rhine and is quite as important as a commercial waterway. Until about the time Columbus discovered America, the Danube was one of the 2 chief trade routes from Asia to Europe. Then no one thought it possible to go to India and China by sea, as is now done, about the Cape of Good Hope or through the Suez Canal. All the spices, tea, and dried fruits, all the fine silks, pearls, and other beautiful things from China, Japan, India, and the various parts of Asia were carried overland to the Mediterranean ports. Here they were shipped either to Venice, to be taken across the Alps to the Rhine, or to Constantinople and across the Black Sea to the mouths of the Danube, and on up that stream to be transferred to the Rhine. In the same way, woolen clothes and other goods from Holland, Belgium, France, Germany, and England were sent up the Rhine and thence down the Danube to Constantinople. The Danube was also one of the chief routes of the Crusaders, the knights of the Middle Ages who went to the Holy Land to redeem the tomb of our Savior from the Turks. In our journey we shall see the castles where some of them were imprisoned by the robber barons for ransom. Between the towns of Linz and Vienna are the remains of a dungeon in which Richard the Lion-Hearted, King of England, was imprisoned for 16 months, while his bad brother John ruled. One day he heard a familiar air played under his window, from which he knew that his servant Blondel was outside, and through him was able to make his escape. Today, the Danube is traveled more than ever, although it has lost much of its commerce with Asia. It flows through rich countries which are now teeming with people. Cities and towns have grown up on its banks, and vast quantities of lumber, manufactured goods, and food products are carried back and forth over its waters. But we shall see all this much better as we steam down the river. We leave Bern by train, and passing through the Black Forest, stop first at Ulm, a quaint little city at the head of the navigation of the Danube. It has crooked streets and old houses, many of which were built before the new route to Asia was discovered, when Ulm, which was then easily reached from Italy by several passes over the Alps, was twice as big as it is now. We take a boat and row out into the river. The water is yellow with mud, and we look in vain for the beautiful blue in which the Danube had been painted in song and story. At Ulm it is only an ordinary stream, and we are much disappointed. We are told, however, that the river grows more interesting after it flows into Austria, and as there are several towns in Bavaria which we wish to see, we postpone our water journey until later. We first go to Nuremberg. Like Ulm, it was a great town in the Middle Ages, and is still one of the famous cities of Europe. Its houses have quaint roofs with sharp gables. They have many old windows with small panes of glass, which seem to frown down on the electric cars passing below through the crooked streets. There is an old wall about the town. Many of the houses have antique carvings and statues of wizards and ogres upon them, and they are so jumbled together that we wonder if the architects did not have the nightmare, for they seem to have tangled up the town in their dreams. There is one thing, however, that delights us in Nuremberg. This is the toys. There is no other city in the world where so many toys are made, and no other place where you can buy them so cheap. There are thousands of people who work at nothing else but toys. They make all sorts of playthings, dolls that will talk, dogs that will bark, and woolen kittens that mew so naturally that all the live cats in the neighborhood stop still and listen. They make toys of wood and toys of metal, steam toys and electrical toys, and in fact every sort of toy you can imagine. They manufacture so many toys that great boxes and bales of them are shipped every year to all parts of Europe and our country to be there in time for the holiday trade. After visiting the factories, we linger long in the toy bazaars, each buying some of the little mechanical wonders to carry back to America. Nuremberg has been noted for centuries for its beautiful toys. In the Middle Ages, the Crusaders and others here got many of the presents they carried home to their children, and it was here they were made the first watches, which went by the name of Nuremberg eggs, because these watches were shaped somewhat like an egg. From Nuremberg we take train for Munich, the capital of Bavaria. It has a large population and is one of the finest cities of Europe. It has many beautiful statues and monuments. It is noted for its music. It has one of the largest libraries of the world, and its art galleries have so many fine pictures that hundreds of Americans come here to study painting. It is also a great railroad center and a grain market, and it has factories of many kinds. There is one thing made in Munich which many of the Germans might think more important than any other. What do you think it is? It is beer. Munich makes vast quantities of this liquor and exports it to all parts of the world. There are beer halls and beer cellars everywhere in the German cities, and many gardens where the people drink while they listen to music. From Munich we take train for Salzburg, at the foot of the Alps on the border of Austria. The Alps extend from Switzerland across southern Bavaria and on into Austria, being then known as the Tyrol. We ride slowly out of Munich and then move rapidly over the plateau of Bavaria. The scenes are somewhat like those of northern Germany. The farmers live in villages, so we see no barns nor houses standing alone in the fields. There are no fences. The cattle are herded or kept in stables, and the cut grass is brought to them. We see men, women, and children at work. There is a field where several girls are raking hay, and here an old woman is kneeling down weeding the corn, while on the opposite side of the track a boy is loading up grass on a cart drawn by a dog. The roads are well kept and as smooth as a floor. They form long white stripes through the green fields. They are lined with forest trees so that we can see them stretching away for miles over the landscape. Farther on we ride along great beds of peat, where the people are digging out their winter fuel and laying it in the sun to dry. The scenes remind us of our travels in Ireland. There are miles of peat beds in southern Germany, supplying not only the farmers but also Munich with fuel, for the peat is cheaper than coal and it makes a warm fire. We stop at Salzburg on the border of Germany and Austria to visit the great salt mines of Highlands in the mountains nearby. The deposits are of vast extent and great value. They have been worked for ages, and even in the times of the Romans salt came from here. We are permitted to go down into the mines accompanied by one of the workmen. We first change our clothing, each putting on an old fez cap and a suit of dirty white sailcloth such as is used by the miners. We have thick leather mittens and heavy-soled shoes. It all seems very odd, and we laugh at one another as we stand at the entrance of the mine to have our photographs taken. Then, accompanied by our guide, we climb down one ladder after another, going down, down, down into the earth. It is dark, and the guides give us candles. Now we get astride of a smooth rail or board and slide down, many feet farther, holding to a rope at the side. The descent is steep, and it is only our thick leather gloves that keep our hands from being blistered and burned. We drop rapidly, and at last come to the bottom where the salt workings are. We have passed many tunnels above, and now see that the earth is honeycombed on all sides with passages. Long avenues which have been cut out of the salt rock go this way and that through the mountain. There are so many of them that we keep close to our guide, for we tremble to think how easy it would be to get lost and never find our way out. Many of the tunnels are crooked and long since abandoned. Some have water in them, and a false step might drop us into a pool. Our guide leads us onward, and at last we come to a great lake way down here in the heart of the mountains. There are lights about the lake which aid in dispelling the gloom, and we can see that the earth is not far above the water. As we get into the boat, we stand up and scratch off a bit of the dirt roof and touch it to our tongues. It is as salt as the sea. The lakes are sometimes allowed to wash down the salt, their outlets being shut off so that the water goes clear to the roof. Great piles of salt are thrown into them, and the salt is dissolved in the water. This is the case with the lake on which we are riding. Lean over and let your hand drag at the side of the boat, and then lick your fingers. How salty they are! The water is briny. After it has become well filled with salt, it will be flowed off through pipes down the mountains to great evaporating tanks, where the water will be driven off by heat and the dry salt be left. But here we are at the farther shore, and the guide tells us to hurry. He takes us to some little cars where the miners are waiting to push us out. We climb in, and with the men pulling and shoving, are soon brought again to the dazzling light of the day. A short ride on the railroad from Highlands brings us to Linz on the Danube, where it flows through the mountains from Bavaria to Austria. Here we take passage on a big river steamer and are soon on our way toward Vienna. The scenery is even more interesting than that of the Rhine. The mountains are higher, the rocks are steeper, and there are almost as many castles and old robber fortresses. Now we float by green meadows on which fat cattle are grazing. Now we pass quaint old villages of one-story, sharp-roofed houses built close to the street, in which the goats and geese are picking at the grass between the cobblestones, and now along hills terraced with vineyards, and mountains covered by a thick growth of small pines. At some places we are close to the banks, and at others so far away that we seem to be in a lake rather than a river. Now we are steaming by a town of thatched houses, little buildings of stucco with windows the size of a handkerchief. See the girls doing their washing over there on that bank? They are standing up to their knees in the water and pounding the dirt out of the clothes with long wooden paddles. Farther downstream, a woman is bathing two boys. They stand up to their waists in the water while she scrubs them with soap. One of the boys is crying, and we judge he dislikes his daily bath as much as do some of the boys of our country. See those lumber rafts we are passing? The waves made by our boat roll them about in the water, and the children on the roofs of the raft houses are yelling for fear. What queer-looking craft! The logs are tied together in piles, and upon each raft is a hut where the lumbermen live while they row and float down the river. We pass covered barges so odd that they make us think of Noah's Ark. They belong to traders who are carrying their goods from one Danube town to another. The traders live on the boats with their families, and the children play about on the floor and the roofs. They wave their hands at us as we pass, standing so close to the edge of the boat that we fear the little ones may fall in. We wonder why their parents do not tie little barrels to their children to keep them from sinking, as the Chinese do with their baby boys on the houseboats of southern China. Now we are stopping to take on some pilgrims who wish to worship at one of the shrines farther downstream. The Danube has many churches, some of which are so holy in the minds of the people that they think their sins will be forgiven if they can only pray in them. Crosses sometimes stand in the village streets, and the people pray there. Our pilgrims are Austrian peasants of all ages and sizes, from little children to full-grown women and men. The women and girls wear beads, and some of the men carry crosses with figures of the Saviour upon them, and all pray and sing and cross themselves from time to time. Now we pass Dürrenstein, the great castle on the rock containing the dungeon where King Richard was confined, and now other ruined castles, each of which could tell many sad stories of the cruelty, robbery, and murders of the Middle Ages, when this was the great pathway to Palestine. The traffic thickens as we steam onward. We pass market boats, wood rafts, and grain and wool barges. We move on, in and out among the launches, tugs, and steamers of all sizes, until in the distance we see the tall spire of St. Stephen's Cathedral and the high buildings of the great city of Vienna. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 29. In the Capital of Austria-Hungary. Before we go out to explore Vienna, I want to tell you something about the great country of which it is the capital. Austria-Hungary is larger than any land we have yet visited. It is the largest country of Europe except Russia, and it has more different nations in it than any other. You may think its people are much like the Germans. So they are in the western part through which we have passed, and also here in Vienna. But in Bohemia at the north, they have a different language. Near Russia they speak the Polish, and on the borders of Italy they speak Italian. Austria has thousands of schools where the children are taught in the Czech tongue, and other thousands where they speak the Slav. In Hungary it is even worse. There are many there who speak Magyar, and many who talk like our gypsies. Other dialects are almost Turkish. There are so many strange languages that if we leave the main traveled roads, we shall need a new guide every day. We shall find the people are as odd as their speech, for they are of many races joined together under one ruler. There are in all more than 40 millions of them, and they are a very great nation indeed. The Austro-Hungarians have one of the richest countries of Europe, although it is not so fully developed as those through which we have traveled. The land is one of many mountains and two very large plains. The mountains comprise the Eastern Alps or the Tyrol, where the scenery is much like that of Switzerland, and the Transylvanian and Carpathian mountains, which are wilder, as well as smaller ranges. All the mountains contain minerals, including coal, iron, gold, silver, quicksilver, lead, copper, and zinc. Some have great beds of salt, and others deposits of sulfur, bismuth, and alum. Some are also covered with dense forests, in which are bears, wolves, deer, and wild hogs. At the north, surrounded by hills in the upper basin of the Elbe, is the plateau of Bohemia. It is very near the thickly populated district of Saxony, which we visited after leaving Berlin. Here the land is densely populated. There are many factories, glass works, and other industries supported by the coal and other minerals nearby. At the south, in the basin of the Danube, partially walled in by the Carpathian and Transylvanian mountains, is the vast plain of Hungary, which produces so much wheat, rye, corn, and barley that it is called the granary of Europe. It feeds millions of sheep, hogs, and cattle, and raises foodstuffs for export. Not one of the other countries we have visited raises enough food for its own people. Austria-Hungary not only supplies its own people, but is able to sell meat, flour, and grain to Switzerland, Italy, Germany, France, and England. It is rapidly growing as a manufacturing country, and although it is in the heart of southern Europe, With only a small strip of seacoast, it has a large trade with other nations. It has two thriving ports at the head of the Adriatic Sea in the cities of Trieste and Fiume, and by the Danube it sends grain down to the Black Sea and out through the Bosporus to all parts of the world. At Vienna we learn how the empire is governed. The two states of which it is composed are independent of each other in most things, but they have only one ruler as to national affairs. Do you remember any other part of Europe which is governed in this way? We found the same thing in Norway and Sweden, but the people there were of one race. Here, as we have seen, they are of many different races, and hence are less closely joined. Austria and Hungary form the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, which is a union of the Austrian Empire and the Hungarian kingdom, under a ruler who has the titles of the Emperor of Austria and the King of Hungary. The ruler is required to spend part of the year in each country. His home in Austria is at its capital, Vienna, and in Hungary at Budapest, the capital of that country. He has palaces in both places, but exercises far more power over the Austrians than over the Hungarians. Each country has its own Congress, elected by the vote of its people, and it therefore governs itself, although for defense and for dealings with other nations it is united in a combined monarchy. For instance, one minister represents the two countries at Washington. Take a look at your map and notice the extensive frontier of Austria-Hungary. It is almost as long as the distance from California to China. The monarchy is surrounded by other nations, its only strip of seacoast being upon the narrow Adriatic Sea, with Italy just over the way. The result is that large fortresses and a great army are required to defend it. We shall meet almost as many soldiers here as in Germany. Every man belongs to the army and must be ready to go out to fight at any time, so that if war were declared, 4,000,000 soldiers could at once be put into the field. It costs a vast amount to support such large armies, and the people must therefore pay heavy taxes. Is it not a fine thing for us that our country is off by itself, and so protected by the oceans that we can get along with few soldiers? But let us start out for a ride through Vienna. Here we are on Ring Street, the wide avenue which surrounds the heart of the city. It is a broad street about 2 miles in length, with double rows of linden trees in the center, lined with such magnificent buildings that it has been called the finest street of the world. Here are the Houses of Parliament, the university containing 6,000 students, the great museums and picture galleries, the large hotels, and so many fine stores that we seem to be driving through a long exposition. The buildings are enormous. Some single establishments cover a whole block. Nearly all have 5 or 6 stories, with stores on the ground floor and apartments above, like the houses we saw in Berlin. The Viennese live in flats, and very few single families own a whole house. How gay and lively everything is! Did you ever see more beautiful stores, better buildings, or people who seem to enjoy themselves more? Vienna vies with Paris as the gayest city of Europe. Its people are noted for their fondness for pleasure and their extravagant ways. They are said to have more rich among them than any other city on the continent. Everyone lives up to his means, and all seem to live for the day. They are well dressed and fond of showing their clothes. They are famous for their jollity and their love of music. There are concert halls in every section of the city, and the Imperial Opera House on Ring Street is one of the largest of the world. As we stroll along through the well-dressed crowds on the streets, we see many strange faces and costumes. There comes a dark-bearded Turk with a red fez cap on his head. Behind him is a light-haired Jew from Bohemia, with 2 blonde curls hanging down in front of his ears, while farther back are a Bulgarian peddling canes, a gypsy from the lower Danube, and 2 Greeks in skirts. We stop a few moments to watch the crowds as they pass, seeing Hungarians and Bohemians, Italians and Russians, Armenians and Swedes, as well as Germans and French, and others from all parts of Europe. Vienna is at one of the great crossroads of this continent, and people of all nations pass through her wide streets. One human stream of many races flows up the valley of the Danube, coming out of the Orient, and another from northern and western Europe is always flowing down. A third stream comes from Italy across the low passes of the Austrian Alps on its way to and from Russia and Germany by way of Bohemia, the Elbe and Oder, and others flow down from East Russia and Germany. It was its situation at the junction of these great streams that first started Vienna. Even in the Middle Ages it was considered a good place for commerce and trade, and of late years railroads have been built out from it in every direction, so that it is now connected by steel tracks with all other parts of Europe. Today, fast express trains will take you from here to Berlin or to Rome, or by the famous Orient Express you may almost fly to Paris or Constantinople. Vienna is also the center of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, and as such is the supply point for a large part of the trade of its 50 millions of people. But let us take a stroll out to the Prater, the chief pleasure grounds of this pleasure-loving city. It is a great forest park embraced in the arms of the Danube, and reached by bridges filled with foot passengers and vehicles going over and back. The Prater has about 4,000 acres of oaks, ash, chestnuts, and elms, the branches of which meet over its driveways and shut out the sun. It has lakes and canals and velvety lawns and shady nooks with seats under the trees. Formerly it had many tame deer, which ran about through the woods and allowed the children to pet them. But here we are just inside the park. How crowded it is, and how all are enjoying themselves. We are hustled this way and that by the good-natured people, who beg our pardon in German for rubbing against us. We say bitte, which as they understand means it does not matter, and go along with them. Soon we come to a part of the grounds where there are more shows for children than at Coney Island and Atlantic City combined, and we are glad of the fun after our hard study and travel. We take rides upon the wooden horses, lions, elephants, and camels of the merry-go-rounds. We fly about on the roller-coaster railroads. We slide down chutes like lightning and see so many peep shows, Punch and Judy's, and other things that we are almost distracted. Then there are donkeys to ride, and so many goat and dog carriages to drive that we can't try them all, although the fare in most cases is only 5 kreutzers, or about 2 cents of our money. We see many little Austrians picnicking under the trees, and watch boys and girls with their mothers eating at the restaurants while they listen to the music of the bands. We look in at the concert hall, where hundreds are dancing, and take a free plunge into the city baths, where more than 1,000 can wash themselves at one time. We then go to the Hauptallee to watch the splendid carriages of the rich, who drive there every evening and then walk out and take the streetcars back to our hotel. Another day is spent in the Belvedere Picture Gallery, the great museums, and the Imperial Library, one of the largest of the world. We visit the Emperor's Palace and linger long in the treasure vaults, carefully watched by the guards, for here, spread out in cases before our eyes, separated from us only by plates of glass, are some of the most valuable diamonds, pearls, and other precious stones that have ever been found. Among them is the Florentine diamond that Charles the Bold lost on the battlefield of Granson in 1476. It was picked up by a Swiss soldier who thought it a piece of glass, and sold it to a merchant of Bern for $2.50, although it is now valued at $125,000. Near this diamond is an emerald which weighs almost 3,000 carats, and in the cases about us are so many necklaces, crowns, and other things set with diamonds that our eyes are dazzled by them, and we wonder if we have not by mistake got into the cave of Aladdin, and look about for the lamp to rub our way out. There are cups, vases, and basins of gold beautifully carved, the crown of Charlemagne, the sword of Harun al-Rashid, a Persian ruler who figures in the Arabian Nights, and also the silver cradle set with jewels in which Napoleon's little son, the King of Rome, lay when a baby. The cradle weighs 500 pounds, and we wonder if the nurse did not grow tired rocking it when the little king was fretful over cutting his teeth. We climb to the top of the great Cathedral of St. Stephen's for a look over Vienna. The spire is 450 feet high, and we have a grand view of the city and its surroundings. Below us lie many of the battlefields of the past. We look over the wooded hills in the distance and see the wide Danube, spotted with shipping, flowing amongst them. The forests, we are told, once came clear to the square in which the church stands, and beside one of the buildings upon it there is a stump protected by iron bands which once marked the limit of those great woods of the past. It is called the iron stick, and its surface is studded with nails driven in by the locksmiths of Vienna. Each smith had the right to put in a nail upon leaving the city, after which it was supposed he would have the protection of the spirits and be lucky. Coming out of the cathedral, we walk through the Graben, one of the oldest streets of Vienna and its chief shopping section. The stores have plate glass windows in which are displayed all sorts of beautiful things, made of leather, ivory, silver, and gold. There are quantities of fine china and cut glass, and almost as many knickknacks and notions as we saw on the boulevards of Paris. Vienna is noted for its novelties. It weaves silks, cottons, and woolens, has great works in which machines of many kinds are turned out, and it has factories of almost every description. The people manufacture many things in their homes, and we notice that the lives of the poorer classes are by no means all play. The women do as much work as the men. They wait upon us in the stores. They are the cashiers of the restaurants, and while we eat and drink our ears are delighted by bands of female musicians. The Austrian women do all sorts of work in the factories, and in Vienna itself we sometimes see them pushing loaded wheelbarrows through the streets, and even carrying bricks and mortar on their shoulders up ladders to the masons on the new buildings. They have long hours and receive less wages than the men. Among the most beautiful things in the stores of Vienna are the various kinds of Bohemian glassware and jewelry, including opals and garnets. The opals are from Hungary, and the garnets are so cheap that we ask where they come from, and are told that they are mined in Bohemia, not far from Prague. Garnets are precious stones which lie in the earth mixed with gravel. In gathering them, the dirt is first washed off, and the stones are then sorted by running them through sieves. After this, they are cut much as we saw them cutting diamonds in Amsterdam, save that emery paste instead of diamond dust is put on the revolving grinding plates. The garnets are fastened to sticks with cement, and are held against the plates in such a way that many sides or facets are cut in them. The most beautiful are of a bright red color, although white, yellow, green, and black garnets are found. During our stay in Vienna, we take many excursions to the suburbs, visiting among other places the Emperor's summer palace at Schönbrunn, where Napoleon Bonaparte had his headquarters when he besieged Vienna and made it surrender. The garden and park are both beautiful. There are long avenues broken by statues and fountains, and the whole looks more like fairyland than sober nature. Every tree has been cut and trimmed into some curious form. At one place there is a wall of green, 50 feet high, as smooth as though it were made by a sculptor, and in others are trees of all shapes. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 30. Hungary and the Hungarians. We take the steamer at 7 o'clock in the morning and have an all-day ride down the Danube to Budapest, the capital of Hungary. Our ship is as comfortable as that in which we sailed up the Rhine. It is crowded with peasants on the two lower decks, but we are above in the first class and have plenty of room. We take our camp stools out under the awnings which have been stretched over the steamer and make notes of the scenery as we steam on our way. The river widens as we leave Vienna, branching out into great arms embracing islands covered with woods. We pass gardens, orchards, and vineyards in which men, women, and children are working, and steam on by quaint villages where the boys stand on the banks and cry out salutations in German to us as we go by. After a few hours we pass out of Austria and enter Hungary, one of the richest countries in Europe. It is more than 15 times as big as Massachusetts, and almost the whole of it has excellent soil. The northern part, where we enter the kingdom, is hilly. We pass through the little Carpathian Mountains, where the Danube has cut its way down to the great plains which lie just below. Now we are stopping at Pressburg, a little city with a ruined castle standing on the hill high above it. This town is noted in Hungarian history. For generations the kings were crowned in one of its churches, and its parliament sat in that castle there on the hill. At one time, when it was sitting, Maria Theresa, Queen of Hungary and a claimant of the Austrian throne, was attacked by several of the great nations of Europe. The young queen, so it is said, appeared before the parliament with her little baby boy in her arms. She held the boy out before her and appealed to the members to aid her in maintaining his rights. She was so beautiful and so brave and so eloquent that she carried the parliament by storm. The nobles arose and cried out, "We will die for our queen, the brave Maria Theresa." They fought for her, and it was through their help that she succeeded in holding her own. From Pressburg we steam rapidly southward, passing many more towns and villages. There are railroads all along the banks of the Danube, and the region seems to have a great population. As we approach Budapest, we ride for miles through densely populated suburbs before coming to anchor at the stone quays. We are surprised at Budapest. We knew it was the capital of Hungary, but it seemed so out of the way that we had not thought of it as one of the most beautiful cities of Europe. Indeed, in many respects it is finer than Vienna, although it is much smaller. The city lies on both banks of the Danube. 6 great bridges have been built across from one side to the other, and there is a suspension bridge which makes us think of our bridges at Cincinnati and Niagara Falls. We ask why a city is grown up at this point, and are told that Budapest lies at the northern end of the great Hungarian plain, where the Highlands begin, and that its situation on the Danube makes it the best supply place and shipping place for this rich agricultural region. We see many large steam flour mills on the banks of the river, with hundreds of vessels and barges beside them loading and unloading flour and grain. Budapest is the Minneapolis of Europe. It is one of its chief milling centers, for there are vast wheat fields all around it, and Hungarian wheat is of such excellent quality that bakers will pay the highest price for its flour. Budapest is so situated that it has naturally become a great railroad center. We can get through express trains from here to Paris and Constantinople, and there are lines connecting us with all other parts of the Hungarian kingdom and with every other section of Europe. The city has also grown because it has been the capital of the many millions of the Hungarian people, and because it is the center of their social life, and manufactures, commerce, and trade. We land in Budapest on the left bank of the river. The town on the right bank is called Buda, and that on the left Pest, the two now forming one city. The towns were for a long time separate, Buda being the older. Indeed, Buda was an important place in the time of the Romans, and it has still the palace of the king. With this exception, it is of no great importance, for Pest has outstripped it, having by far the greater part of the 500,000 people who live in the two towns. It is in Pest that the chief buildings are situated, and there we find all the large stores, the best residences, and the great government buildings. We walk from the boat to our hotel. The streets are wide and well kept. They are paved with asphalt, and now in the dusk of the early evening we see electric lights in long lines, while between them electric cars are flying in both directions. Budapest was the first of the capitals of Europe to introduce electric railroads, and we can ride in electric cars under the streets in tunnels which have been made for the purpose. Our hotel is on Franz Joseph Square, not far from the river. The long steamboat ride has made us quite hungry, and we appreciate the meal, which is served in Hungarian fashion. Everything is well cooked and the food is delicious. The band plays as we eat, and the small fee we give at the close of the meal makes the waiters address us with respect and ensures us good service thereafter. The custom of feeing is common in all the cities of Europe. The hotel waiters expect it, but in Budapest they are easily satisfied, and there is no other place where one gets so much honor for so little money. If you hand the man 2 kreutzers, an amount equal to 1 of our cents, he will address you as Sir. If you give him 3 cents, he will probably call you Your Highness, and for 6 cents you can be elevated to the rank of the nobility. We spent some time in Budapest. It is a gay city, with many theaters, concert halls, and garden cafes, where the people sit out of doors and partake of refreshments while they listen to the music. We go to Margaret Island one afternoon and eat our supper under the trees while the gypsy band plays. This island is the chief pleasure ground of Budapest. It makes us think of the Prater in Vienna, for there are many peep shows, concerts, and merry-go-rounds. We enjoy ourselves in strolling along the fine drives and watching the children play on the grass. It is funny to see the babies carried around by their nursemaids on pillows. Each little one is pinned down under a white muslin cloth so that it cannot raise its arms or even kick very high. The babies wink and blink as we look at them, and sometimes one cries out in fright at the strange Americans. Returning to the city, we take a drive through the wide Andrassy Road, a boulevard more than 2 miles in length, lined with magnificent palaces and villas surrounded by gardens. We visit the Parliament houses, the markets, and the great picture galleries. Budapest has public libraries, a university containing more than 4,000 students, and all sorts of schools, including kindergartens for children of from 3 to 6 years. The schools of Budapest are conducted in the Magyar language, but in many parts of Hungary other languages are used. There are 17 different peoples living in Hungary, each of which has its own dialect, so that it is difficult for even a Hungarian to make himself understood in all parts of his country. There are Magyars, Slovaks, Romanians, Bulgarians, Servians, Germans, Jews, Gypsies, and many others. The Magyars are the ruling race, and they own the richest parts of the country. They originally came from Asia, but centuries ago made their way up the Danube and settled in Hungary. They are a very brave people, patriotic and strong, proud and hospitable. They are fond of titles, and children are taught to show great respect to their elders as well as to one another. On ceremonial occasions, a child addresses his father as Mr. Father, and its mother as Mrs. Mother. The oldest brother is then called Mr. Elder Brother, and the oldest sister Miss Elder Sister, while the younger members of the family may be Miss Younger Sister and Mr. Younger Brother. The better classes of the Magyars are well educated. The rich dress in costly clothing, the court costume of the men being a satin jacket embroidered with gold, tight-fitting breeches, and top boots with spurs, to which are added a belt of gold and a fur cap, sometimes ornamented with precious stones. The dress of the peasants of Hungary varies with the locality. We see strangely clad people in the markets of Budapest, and we shall meet others at almost every port as we go on down the Danube. It seems queer to see women wearing top boots, but we grow accustomed to this long before we leave Hungary. The women of many sections have on boots of green, red, and other bright-colored leathers, which reach almost to their knees. They wear short skirts and often have tight-fitting waists of different colors, and aprons which are beautifully embroidered. They seldom wear bonnets, and frequently have nothing at all on their heads. In some places their hair is braided into one long plait, interwoven with ribbons which are tied in a bow at the end. The dress of the peasant men is as odd as that of the women. One costume consists of a jacket with silver or nickel buttons, a bright red waistcoat with white linen sleeves of great width, and wide fringed drawers which are embroidered with red and green and tucked into high-top boots. In the winter, many of the peasants wear sheepskin coats with the wool inside, and in the summer they sometimes have similar coats with the wool showing. In the Carpathian Mountains are the Slovaks, whose dress is somewhat like the Magyars, but not so neat. They wear the top boots and wide short trousers, but instead of a waistcoat they have a broad yellow belt a yard wide covered with buttons, coins, and other ornaments. These people have large hats and woolen coats of white embroidered in red and green. The women plait ribbons in their hair and then tie it up around their heads. The gypsies have their peculiar costume, and so have the people of nearly every other Hungarian tribe. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Geographical Reader, Europe, by Frank G. Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Chapter 31. On the Lower Danube, from Budapest to the Black Sea. Along the Lower Danube are some of the most interesting parts of Europe. The river flows across the great plain of Hungary and between the Transylvanian Alps and the Balkan Mountains, through lands inhabited by strange peoples, many of which are little civilized and some almost unknown. The great river has several large tributaries in Hungary. We pass the mouth of the Drava on the right and that of the Theiss on the left before reaching the Servian boundary. Both rivers are filled with shipping. The Theiss has hundreds of steamers, and a stream of grain barges and lumber rafts is always flowing through the Francis Canal, which has been cut from that river across to the Danube. We are intensely interested in the strange sights of the Hungarian plain. The country reminds us of the Mississippi Valley. Now the land is rolling like the prairies of Illinois and Iowa, and now it is as flat as Nebraska and Kansas. We see vast crops of wheat, corn, rye, oats, and barley, but there are no fences, barns, or farmhouses standing alone on the landscape, as in the grain-growing parts of the United States. Now we are passing through a region where there is nothing but wheat, wheat, wheat. It is spread out about us in a great golden ocean, which rises and falls in billows as the wind sweeps over it. We see more and more grain as we go on with our journey. We are traveling through some of the chief breadlands of Europe, lands which for centuries have produced the finest of wheat and which are still yielding some of the richest crops of the world. We saw something of the product in the great flour mills of Budapest. We see more of it in the scores of huge barges loaded with grain, which are steaming slowly on up the river. Many of them carry as much as 500 tons of wheat. They have double rudders and high-carved red and blue prows. Some are roofed over so that they look like floating houses. Each barge has a family or two living in it, and the children sit on the roofs and stare at us as we go by. See that barge we are now passing? It is poled and rowed along by men, and behind come 3 others towed by a steam tug. Some of the barges have their own engines to move them. There are also other steam vessels laden with wheat, and in fact a steady line of grain ships is always moving to and fro on the Danube. There on the right are barges at anchor. I mean those 2 not far from the shore, with the great wheel between them. See, the wheel is rapidly turning, moved around by the swift-flowing current. That is one of the famous floating flour mills of the Danube. They are anchored in it here and there throughout the wheat belt. The large barge contains the grinding machinery, which is moved by the paddle wheel. You can see the white-faced miller in his dusty clothes standing there at its stern. The small barge is merely a support for the other end of the wheel. Now look beyond the mill to the banks. See the ox carts which are coming up loaded with wheat? There on the edge of the water men are throwing the bags into a boat. They will soon row them out to the mill, and when the grain has been ground, will take back the flour. By and by the mill may be floated down the river to some other wheat region, and there go on with its grinding. See that town farther on where the farmers are threshing? It has stacks of straw about its flat, hard, earthen threshing floor. The men are pounding the grain out with flails. At one side they are driving some cattle about over the wheat that their beasts may tread out the grain. Such threshing places are common along the banks of the Danube. The people bring their crops to one place and thresh out the grain, bagging it up and shipping it on the barges and steamers which stop there for cargo. We see similar work going on as we float down past Servia, Bulgaria, and Romania, save that the farming is much ruder in Servia than in Hungary. There are very few reaping and mowing machines anywhere. The grain is cut with scythes, a score or more of men moving along in a row through the fields, while as many women follow behind, binding the sheaves. Almost as important as the grain are the immense herds of horses, pigs, cattle, and sheep, which are found everywhere along the lower Danube, from Budapest to the sea. See that immense flock of sheep over there on the left bank? The man standing among them, leaning on his crook, is the shepherd. He is dressed in sheepskin clothing and wears a pair of high boots. Farther on is a drove of hogs watched by a swineherd, and on the opposite bank are cattle and horses under the care of Hungarian cowboys. Those little straw huts are where they take shelter in stormy weather. The cowboys of the Danube are quite as lively as those of our western plains. They are high-spirited fellows, and when they come into town for a holiday, they discard their sheepskin jackets and wear the gayest of clothing. They have silk sashes about their waists and overcoats embroidered with flowers, while their hats are often decorated with ribbons. They are proud of their horses, and on such occasions ornament them with tinkling bells and strips of bright silk. The towns of the lower Danube are as queer as the country. The farmers live in villages and go out to work in the fields. The usual village is composed of one long street in which there are benches under the trees, where the people sit in the evening and gossip. The women knit as they talk, and they knit even when they rest at their work in the fields. Many of the houses are painted white with blue doors. Their roofs are of red tiles or straw thatch. Each house has a fence about it, and at the back there are stables with ricks of grain near them. On some of the homes the storks have built their nests, and we now and then see storks feeding in the mud along the banks of the river. We float past the mouth of the Theiss River and stay overnight at Belgrade, the capital of Servia, at the mouth of the Save. The Danube forms a part of the boundary between Servia and Hungary, and for the next day we shall travel along between the two countries. Belgrade is situated on a high point at the junction of the Save and the Danube. It is a flat town of yellowish-white houses, which look bare and lonely on the hills above the river. We take a walk through the streets before going to bed, and meet many men in fez caps, short jackets, and white skirts which reach to their knees. Not a few carry knives and pistols in their belts, and we wonder if it would not be dangerous for us to go about alone after dark. There are also people dressed as we are, and Turks wearing turbans or caps of red fez and full baggy trousers. Not only Servia, but also Romania and Bulgaria and other countries of this part of Europe have until recently belonged to the Turkish Empire, and we shall see more and more Turks as we travel on southward. Belgrade has Mohammedan mosques, and so have most of the other towns and cities of the Balkan Peninsula. But who are these fine-looking, queerly dressed men coming toward us? They have dark faces, long hair, and long bushy beards. They wear tall black caps and black robes with wide sashes of blue. Those are priests of the Greek Orthodox Church, the religion most common in this part of the world. It is the principal religion of Servia, Bulgaria, and Romania, and also of Russia and Greece. We shall see many, many priests as we go on with our travels. Servia and Romania are now independent countries. Each has its own king and a parliament elected by the people, and each is rapidly growing in intelligence and prosperity. Bulgaria is also practically free, for it elects its own prince and parliament, although the Sultan of Turkey must confirm the election of the prince. Servia is a little larger than our two states of Vermont and New Hampshire. Romania is larger than New York, and Bulgaria is just about the size of West Virginia. The chief business of all these countries is agriculture and stock raising, although there is some manufacturing, which will probably be increased in the future, as there are coal, iron, and other minerals in the mountains. We are on the edge of the mountains at Belgrade, and we float in and out through the hills as we go on with our journey. The Danube narrows and widens. There are many rapids, and now and then we pass through great canyons. We steam slowly through the gorge of Kazan, where the cliffs rise above us for hundreds of feet, and where it looks as though the rocks were torn apart to let the great river through. We say goodbye to Hungary at the lively town of Orsova, the last steamer station of that country on the Danube, and then go on through the famed Iron Gate to the smoother waters below. The Iron Gate is one of the most dangerous places in the course of this mighty river. It is a ledge of gigantic tooth-shaped rocks, about a mile wide, which almost fills the Danube. The tops of the rocks rise high above the surface when the water is low, and the water seethes and foams as it dashes over them. Hundreds of steamers have been wrecked on the Iron Gate, and for ages it has been a great obstruction to navigation. Within the past few years a canal has been cut through it, and now ordinary ships can easily pass. Our journey for a short time after leaving the Iron Gate is between Roumania and Servia, and farther on through Roumania and Bulgaria, between which countries the Danube flows on until it branches out into several mouths and empties into the Black Sea on the edge of the great Russian Empire. There are more signs of thrift in Bulgaria and Roumania than in Servia. The countries are richer, Roumania having some of the richest wheat fields of the European continent, while Bulgaria exports a vast deal of Indian corn. The people here wear better clothes than in Servia, and they seem to be more prosperous and more enterprising. Both the Roumanians and the Bulgarians are noted for their intelligence and thrift, and the Roumanians especially are a fine-looking race, the women being famous for their beauty. At the Roumanian ports, gypsy bands come to the boats and play for us. Roumania is the home of the gypsies, although they form but a small part of the population. They have always been a wandering people, living in covered wagons and moving about over the country. They have curious customs, and many a band has its gypsy queen. Some of the gypsies tell fortunes. They also do manufacturing in a small way, and many are tinkers, blacksmiths, and horse traders. In the past they have been despised and ill-treated, but they now are better off in this part of the world on account of the love of the people for music. The Romanian gypsies are natural musicians. Even the smaller of the gypsy children play the violin, and the gypsy bands are in demand almost everywhere. Many of the gypsies leave the valley of the Danube, and we find them in all parts of Europe and even in the United States. We end our journey on the Danube at Rustchuk, from where we make a side trip to the fine large city of Bucharest, the capital of Romania, and then take train for Varna on the Black Sea, where we get a ship for Odessa in Russia. End of chapter 31.